What is that comes up on the screen now? Why is it doing that? Anyways. Thank you for 26 months. I'm like so off my game. I'm so sorry if I'm like, I just don't like, someone subscribes and I'm like, whatever. Like, I don't even know. All right. Not good luck. I watch playthroughs just for Brenda Song. Oh no, same. Well, I haven't watched playthroughs, but like, she's my queen. I might turn it up a little because my fan's on. This game is scary. Trigger warning for anybody, and it's gory, apparently. I don't know anything. I'm going in this completely spoiler-free. We are keeping chat on from this point on. I don't care if we get a raid. Please keep chat in, I'm going to say 15-minute mode, even, Mia, if you can do that for me. Because I do not want spoilers. Like, I want to enjoy this shit. I've been avoiding spoilers for fucking days. And if you spoil, you're getting your ass kicked out. Yes, Ari! Oh, I know everybody's been talking about this being the opening. This is gonna get muted, but whatever. Wow, they chose this song. You better. What is following us? Is anybody else worried?
Why'd you kill the music?
I think you know why.
I don't think I do.
It begins with an L. Like the L word.
Lesbians?
Lost, Max. We're lost.
We're in geographic flux.
Right, so... lost.
That's debatable.
Take a moment to consider the following, as it will guide you through the various twists and turns that may appear during your stay at Hackett's Quarry. What you see here are quick-time events, or QTEs, which will help you to act at just the right time.
I'm gonna die so
Watch
bad.
your step. Hackett's Quarry can be a dangerous place if you're not paying attention to your surroundings. Take your eye off the ball, and it could spell disaster. The path you tread is yours to choose, but that doesn't mean there won't be obstacles along the way.
Oh, heads up.
What? Ah!
Yeah, honey, nice catch.
I'm glad I wasn't putting on a nail.
Man, the road.
Wait. Glad we're just jumping right into it. Jesus, 2K. Can't even let me enjoy my Ariana Grande opening. Jesus. During Pride Month, too? Wow, 2K. I'm surprised it took me so long to do my makeup today, but you know what? Actually, my eyelashes are not glued down. They're stuck on with hairspray. We are not doing well. Camp, because we're camping at the quarry. Okay. Can I not? Is it raining IRL? I can't do this. If I have to shut my window. Oh wait, it's in the game. Is it? Hi, Miley. Oh, it's in the game, never mind. Ambient rain. It's just the game. I thought it was my IRL. I was like, what the hell? Okay, nails are on. Let's go.
We're definitely getting worse out here.
I guess it's all part of the rustic summer camp experience.
Oh, right, that's where we're going. I lost track like 200 miles.
I lied.
Ago.
200 miles ago, huh?
Yeah. You know what, Max? It's okay. It doesn't make you any less of a man.
You know, if Columbus hadn't got lost and landed on these golden shores, there would be no United States of America. Goodbye hot dogs. See you later apple pie.
Columbus never actually landed in North America.
What are you talking about?
Didn't even know he wasn't in Asia.
Are you serious?
Just another guy who didn't want to admit he was lost.
Well, just another guy who's got a whole day named after him, so put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Oh my god. Okay, just get us to camp already before I roll my eyes out of my head, please.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Huh. Oh my god.
Were there any directions on the flyer?
No, just a fake bunch of kids faking it around a fake fire pit.
Checks out.
Everything okay?
Yeah, all good.
Can you keep your eyes on the road?
Hey, eyes on the road, mister. Stop the car!
Did y'all see that? Oh, we're getting right into it, I guess. Who was in the back seat? Hello?
Are you okay?
Yeah. I mean, still in one piece.
Jesus Christ, what do you think that was? A bear?
What? No, Max, it wasn't a bear.
What was it?
A twink. Oh,
It was a person.
Laura, are you serious? Do you think we hit a person?
no, you swerved around it.
I mean, it was really close, like really close, but maybe we didn't.
You would have felt a bump.
What is it?
I really effed this car up.
Well, maybe it looks worse than it is.
I should check out the damage before we try to start it up again, hon. Could you grab my, the toolbox from the trunk?
Yeah, okay.
When I just walk away. Goodbye.
It's not so bad.
My mom's gonna kill me.
You still live with your mama? How old are we? Your mom. Hello?
Max. Why didn't you tell me?
That'd be great if I could read it, but I'm not wearing my I'm not wearing my glasses.
Thanks, hon.
Yeah. Do you need a hand?
Yeah, actually, if you could just shine a light right here.
Here you go.
Perfect, thank you.
The sooner we get out of here, the better.
Just picture yourself curling up in front of a big old fire pit singing campfire sing-alongs.
I don't think people curl up right in front of big old fire pits.
Why not?
They don't want to catch on fire.
They just fuck! Oh.
Picture yourself curling up in front of a big old space heater.
So no one's fucking in
Anywhere's
front of the
better than
fire?
here.
Damn. Hi. Not this Fear Street. This is literally the opening to Fear Street. The opening and closing act to Fear Street. If you know, you know.
Where are you going?
Just over here.
Just stay there for a second, okay? I'm almost done.
God, Max, hurry up!
What's going on?
Same house.
I'm worried that there's somebody
Now there's
down
3
there.
houses in the
Are
chat.
you serious?
Yeah, they could be hurt. I don't know.
I didn't think we actually hit anything.
Well, I don't know. I heard something, okay? Like a woman.
Do you think we hit her?
I just want to check it out.
Okay. All right. Just don't go too far, okay? Be careful.
Yeah. Okay. Luck with the car.
Wait, what? We're splitting up? Excuse me, I don't want to be by myself. I want to be by this man. He's not cute, but like, I don't want to be by myself. This would be me though. I would somehow be with my Scorpio twink BF that isn't great, and he would leave me alone in the woods. That's gonna be the end of me. Can't you turn off achievements? I guess not. I know. Wait, this is a cell phone What was that? Hi, Laphne. Happy to see you. I'm just gonna, just in case it shows something. Start. Why can't I find this? Settings. Am I literally crazy? Where the fuck is it? I don't even see display and sound. It's pissing me off. I'm not even gonna fix it.
What the hell?
Not Baba Yaga's hut. Oh, we gotta go.
Silas the dog boy. Yikes.
Who we killing first? Hopefully nobody.
This is too weird.
Same, me too. That kind of made me clench a little bit. That definitely did get me. Watch it, Toots! Oh my god, League of Legends, Silas. I also whisper Silas into my buff mid lane daddy's ear. Sorry, no one's gonna get that if you don't play League. How did she not see that? I just saw it. I'm like trying to enjoy this, but I'm like, there's gonna be quick times and I'm gonna get fucked. Because I'm just getting comfortable. Like flipping my hair and chilling. Gray. It's gonna be her boyfriend. Oh, it's over for her. I mean, she did this to herself, so...
What's wrong? Is everything alright?
Holy shit.
Talk to me. What's going on? What's going on?
There's something out there. Like, there was noises all around me.
Honey, take a breath. It's okay. It's the woods. There's a lot of stuff out there. There's animals. It's easy to freak yourself out.
No. Can we just leave, please?
Yeah. Let's go. You alright?
What else she got in the
there
car?
We go.
Oh,
Purring like a kid.
Max, come on!
Here we go. We're getting out of here.
Are you kidding me? Max!
Okay, give me a minute.
We've got to go, Max!
Alright, you're not helping right now.
Can you just... I am trying to get us out of here.
Alright, enough! Shit, I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
We're okay. We're safe in the car, really. We're gonna be okay.
Jeez!
Oh, fuck. Oh my god, my heart.
Ew.
Roll it down.
Hey,
No.
officer, how are you doing this evening?
Are either of you injured?
Really, we're fine.
Why do you
We're
have
just
blood
out of
on your
shape.
neck? Sir, do you have a warrant?
Oh, you folks want to tell me what happened here?
Yeah, this is where I live. You're gonna get a warrant for my car.
Something jumped out right in front of the car and we didn't want to hit it, so we swerved and, here we are.
Something jumped out.
He thinks we just drunk drove. Ugh.
An animal. Yeah. It's just, don't know what kind. It was so fast and...
Yeah. Well, it was most likely a deer.
Don't give me path
Sir?
chosen. I don't know what I did.
Keep the car running.
Sir?
Is this guy like the all-time scariest cop?
I don't know. This is my first cop.
What, like ever?
Yeah, I'm not a criminal.
Now, you folks want to tell me just what in the hell you are doing all the way out here this late at night?
Don't give me attitude, mister. Excuse your mouth.
We're heading up to Hackett's Quarry summer camp. We're new counselors.
You're one night early.
No, we know. But we figured we'd get in early and scope it out, I mean, they know we're coming. We called ahead.
And to be honest, sir, one of us kind of oversold their navigation skills and got us completely lost.
You're not gonna make it to Hackett's Quarry. Not tonight.
Why not?
Harbinger Motel. It's the nearest place. You can bunk up there for the night, okay?
I think we're just gonna stick to the plan, sir. I mean, Mr. Hackett knows we're coming and we called ahead.
No, ma'am. You're gonna head to the Harbinger Motel. Do you understand?
The pupil in his eyes? Oh, don't like that.
Okay, fine. Yeah, we'll head to the motel. Understood. There's just one small problem.
I forgot to spring for the middle of nowhere coverage plan on my phone.
What he means is we're lost. Completely.
All right, ma'am. Step out of the vehicle.
Wait, what?
I just want to show you how to get to the motel on your map there.
You can do it from the window.
For sure.
Son, remain in the vehicle.
It's okay. It's okay. I got it.
Okay.
Okay. So, we are right about here. Harbinger Motel is here.
Right, okay, and where was Hackett's Quarry again?
Well, I'm sure the fine folks at the Harbinger Motel can guide you there first thing in the morning.
Right.
Harbinger Motel. Stay on the road.
I heard you the first time.
Watch out for potholes.
Don't you need like a
Have a
statement?
good night.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
Why is this guy just sitting there?
That guy was giving me major weirdo
The
vibes.
dude needed like at least a dozen showers.
Oh my god, I know.
What was up with the thing?
I
Did you
think
see
it
that?
was it blood?
Nice to meet you. Oh man.
Can we drive? Oh, we gotta go.
All right, let's get back on the road.
Yes.
I think I've had enough woodland encounters for one night. Thank you very much.
Agreed. So where's this motel?
Okay, so we're here,
Mhm.
and the motel is here,
Okay.
but we're going.
There's something in the
What's
back
that?
seat. Like something's gonna go, hello.
Hackett's Quarry.
How'd you do that?
I don't know. Kind of tricked him into showing me.
Very slick. Are you sure we shouldn't just get to the motel and just listen to this guy's advice?
Honey, you really want to listen to the advice of some creep ass cop who told us in the middle of the creep ass woods to go to some creep ass hotel?
No, that sounds terrible.
Yeah,
Let's hit the road, shall we?
that's what I
Yes,
thought.
creep ass.
Oh my god! If he called me ma'am one more time, I was gonna shove that badge up his dick hole. Seriously,
Oh!
I got like 20 years before I'm a ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Not up the dick hole.
What?
20's debatable.
Easy.
I mean, I'm kind of into ma'ams.
Okay, we're done here.
Not the MILFs. He's into MILFs. I love MILFs, but not that guy loving MILFs. He makes me a little uncomfy.
You gotta be kidding me. There's nobody here. We drive all the way the fuck out here.
Max, can we just look around before we jump to conclusions?
Did you actually even talk to Mr. Hackett, or did you just leave a message?
Well, what's the difference?
This is the difference.
Oh. Oh, I'd be plucked.
Hello?
I guess he doesn't check his voicemail.
How was I supposed to know that?
Well, maybe before you drive
clearly
over there.
there's somebody here.
Yeah, or it's just an abandoned car, and this is a complete waste
Why
of
would
time.
there be an abandoned...
I'll take the car.
Max, come on. Max, don't be a dick.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He's not being a dick. He just wants to sleep somewhere, and you... This girl. I'm not about this girl.
Is anybody home?
Hello, house music. We just started the quarry. When he drives off without us, what then? When we go to the car and he's dead, what then? Guys, I can't see anything still, and the, like, brightness is so far up. Like, I literally can't see. Why is it so dark? I put on my sunglasses. Hello? Yeah, the only thing you missed was the start of the house. Have you ever seen Fear Street, the trilogy on Netflix? Yeah, the start of this game is basically the start of that movie. Like, they get in a car accident, and then there's, like, a ghost in the woods. It's literally what just happened. So you're not missing a lot. That's literally just what happened. That door? They want me to go over there? Oh, you're crazy.
Fun. What doesn't kill you will make you stronger.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So many gay rights in this.
Laura, there's no one here. Come on.
Just give me one more minute, okay?
I'm gonna go over here. And it's probably a bad idea, but I'm gonna do it. What was that? Oh. Ooh, bad idea on my part. Oh, this is total death. I'm just a curious girl. The piss door. Oh, let's keep that locked.
Hey! Hey, are you okay? I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some help. Max, get over here!
What's going on?
There's somebody in the bunker. I think they might be stuck.
Stuck? Is it Mr. Hackett?
I don't know. Just bring some tools so we can break the lock. Hey, I'm back. We're gonna get you out of there.
Oh, oh my god.
Wait, what are these?
I don't know, you just said tools.
Why didn't you just bring... Look, there's someone in there.
I'm not seeing anyone.
What? No, look.
I'm looking, I am.
Let me see. There was definitely someone there.
Okay, so...
Oh.
Hammer time.
You sure? It's gonna be super loud.
But what is a wrench gonna do? What is a wrench gonna do? What? I don't care.
So, someone's trapped.
Like, literally, what is a wrench gonna do? Come on, guys. And even if it is a thing, we can use the hammer.
Wow, that was super loud. You need a hand?
Yeah.
I may have made a mistake. Yeah, I don't know where I would sit to make it so I don't block anything.
Hello? Are you hurt?
Do you exist? Hey, be careful.
Oh dear God. Oh. There's probably gonna be... Okay. Alright. Why is there like gurgling noises? There's like slurping and sucking and fucking. Who's sucking and fucking in the basement? Who's slurping the dick down here? Yeah, but I just have no idea where I would put myself so I don't block a choice. Oh!
Max?
Well, we have a hammer.
Hun, maybe it was a possum or something.
No, there was someone here, I swear.
Hey, it's been kind of a night, you know? Let's just get to the motel. We can come back here first thing in the morning. We can check everything out, but... I mean, you must be exhausted. I know I am. I think our imagination...
Max? Max! Max!
His blood. Help. I think I'm bleeding a lot.
Oh!
Does this look like the goddamn Harbinger Motel to you?
If this gets muted on YouTube, I'm sorry. Thank you, Fiddler on the Roof. Why are the cops always in on it? In every show. The cops are always in on it somehow. I just fucked up my mic. Like an idiot. Hold on. I can fix this. I fixed it. I fixed it. I fixed it. Did I? Can you still hear me? Okay, good. Because I kept peeking. I was like, oh. It should be better now, though.
Hello, my friend.
Oh, hey, Queen.
Welcome to the show. We are friends, aren't we? I've waited for you. I've waited, yes. So I do hope our time together proves enlightening. There's no need to worry. I'm here to help you. Think of me as your guide into the unknown. It's exciting, yes, and terrifying. But if you're brave enough...
Westo, thank you so much for the subscription.
Let me help you. I can help you. We can help each other. You didn't find anything, and so I've nothing to show you. You need to look harder. The cards are out there. If you don't help me, how can I help you? We're supposed to be friends. You said so yourself. Search harder. Only you can find them. There are secrets out there, you know. Secrets and lies. Paths to uncover, on which I can shed light. If
So hot. Not this lady. It's just hot in my room.
And remember, what doesn't kill you will make you stronger.
Well, she is hot, but I'm just sweating. Kelly fell off. I could do poppers to this. Wait, I really could. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna like...
Ladies, peace and love.
See you later, kids.
Yeah, Hackett's Quarry
Oh,
forever!
here's the clan, my besties, the squad.
You know
The
how many carts are
crusty
broken on the last day of
crew.
summer camp? It's like a romance apocalypse.
Oh. Ow.
I mean, you never know. The universe has a kind of way of working these things out.
The universe?
Yeah, like the cosmic space gods.
Space gods.
You heard me?
Okay, spell it.
Nothing to spell. You know, we're cool.
Oh, so cool.
We are super cool.
So she dumped her ass, huh?
Oh, I look at that door.
Hi, Emma.
Hey.
Okay, this is you've heard of spatial awareness before,
Yeah,
right?
spatial awareness is for nerds. Beat a lamb and grab the last couple of bags, will you?
Yes, boss.
Say hi to Emma for me.
You're a bad person.
Yes, I am.
I have to play as a man. Wow. Where is she? I look over there. Scared.
Jesus Christ.
Hi.
Hey, are you guys gonna help with the bags or what?
Oh, you know, I was actually just working on fixing the door.
Dylan, come
It's
on.
broken.
Dylan, please.
I can't. It's.
I gotta get the last bags in there.
What's
Come
wrong
on.
with this thing? It's just.
Dylan,
frozen.
please.
Sorry, bro.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
I know! I know, but everybody's like, microphone, this and that, then you're blocking the decisions. I'm like, guys, I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Where are we going? I don't know what to do. Oh, the boots?
Oh, skill. Ugh. Horror. I hate horror.
Boo. Lame. Quite literally, this is literally Fear Street. I'm like, I'm trying not to equate it to Fear Street, but like, how are you supposed to not? What is that? I thought that was someone bent over. I'm just never happy.
Okay, really, dude? Locking me out?
Okay, in my defense, A, it was Dylan's idea, and 2, it was
read.
really funny.
Oh, yeah, right. Is that right?
I don't write the rules, man.
Okay, whatever. Look, are you gonna help me with the bags or what?
Nah, I gotta stay here and wait for Mr. H to return our cell phone, sorry.
Jesus Christ. Okay, and why are the stairs blocked?
Well, apparently it's to keep raccoons and other pesky varmints from ransacking the place. Mr. H's words, not mine.
Oh! Boring. Is that you, Dylan?
I can only deal with one shit at a time, Jacob.
Not yikes. Nar. What's down here? Quite literally nothing. Where is Emma? Oh, it's giving Silent Hill 4 when you're looking around the room at the objects you can interact with.
This place needs a serious overhaul. Oh. Jesus.
By the time we get the help he needs, like, Brenda's gonna be done. Okay. What do you mean find the rest of the what? Clearly I'm not good at taking clues. I'm just walking around like an idiot. Are they trying to leave?
All right. Got the bags.
Great. All by yourself, huh?
Yep.
Guess you're gonna have to get used to that.
Oh my god, you are so mean.
At least I'm honest.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Okay, you're not telling me the whole truth about you and Emma, are you, son?
Oh, okay, so now I'm the one who's not telling the whole story, huh?
Oh, well, this is the bait I just gotta take, Jake. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, sorry, I just got so distracted about that rhyme. I forgot what we were...
Oh, no. You were telling me how you totally have a thing for Ryan.
Wait, are we talking about
True.
Ryan, the sailing instructor with the sexy brooding loner thing that totally doesn't do anything for me at all?
Like, how am I supposed... Like, in what way am I supposed to be like, yeah, like, how do I successfully place myself so I'm not blocking a decision? I can't. How are other people playing this? I hate that. That's so distracting. Right here? No. No, that's annoying as fuck to me. Is the whole game just on this black bar?
Knew it.
Who said I was hiding that?
I'm not. I'm just saying, you know, I feel like if you really did like the guy, you would have made a move by now.
So she really just dumped her ass, huh?
I don't. Okay. Her whole thing is like, how are we going to make this work? Different schools, blah, blah, blah. My whole thing is like, you know, maybe long distance, blah, 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 blah. And she was just like, Jacob.
She gave you the look, huh?
Yeah, do not pass go.
Man, she just got you wrapped all the way around that dainty little finger of hers. How does she do it?
Okay, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe she does have like this superpower over me, but you know what? Maybe I like it.
Oh, likes it. Check. Totally not in denial.
Oh,
Check.
Okay. Wow, the fumes of jealousy are just stifling over here.
Excuse me?
I'm just saying, I guess some girls don't have what it takes to hang with the big dog.
You're a real charmer, you know that?
That's right, because I could charm the pants off a snake.
That's maybe the dumbest thing you've ever said.
No, I've definitely said dumber.
Yep.
Okay, so are we sure that this old rust bucket's roadworthy?
We'll take a look. It better be. One more night in the great outdoors might actually kill me.
Hey, what doesn't kill you will make you stronger.
Well, I haven't killed you yet. And you're still pretty pathetic.
Hey, shut up. Okay, so, total hypothetical, but if I was like a huge asshole and I wanted to break down the van so we'd have to spend another night here, what exactly would I need to do?
Well, you'd probably break the fuel line, or I don't know.
How do I get
rip
that?
out
I have the
rotor arm.
deluxe.
And yes, that would make you a total ass.
How do I put him in a crop top right fucking now? Oh.
Okay, and what does a rotor arm look like again?
It's like a arm that's all rotary. You know, it's under the little black dome with the leads poking out. Jake, you do realize that even if we somehow did get stuck out here, one more night with Emma wouldn't make a difference. Trust me, Chick's made up her mind.
Yeah. Sure.
Sure.
Guess we'll just have to find out.
I got too distracted with the crop top. Y'all made me not understand what she said.
Come on with me, buddy. I'll put you right back tomorrow. No harm, no foul.
Up here, my dudes.
Why did they look like they're up to something?
Hey, Jacob.
What? No, dude, please, don't.
Go long.
Oh, Nick!
Oh my god.
Boom. Oh.
Do bros just do that?
Good side.
Freak.
I'd be so mad.
Ooh, I wish I had some singles.
Freaks. I'm surrounded by freaks. Oh, thank God. I'm gonna get the whole no technology thing, but take me back, world.
You would have thought Mr. H could have, like, charged up our phones, like, a little bit.
Nothing's ever your fault, is it?
You know, you should really just save it for emergencies only. Unless, of course, is being dumped an emergency?
Oh, burn.
Ooh.
Okay, well, at least I had a relationship this summer.
Ooh, damn. Now we burned.
Yeah, well, maybe not everyone is looking for a hookup.
Okay, let's all put our little dicks away and get this show on the road, huh?
Where's everybody else?
Why would I
Sorry.
know that?
Sometimes you know stuff I don't.
Look, I don't even know how to respond to that.
You say, Nick, you're way smarter than me, and you're a super hot stud who gets any chick he wants.
Okay, yeah, keep dreaming, Junior.
Let's all put our little dicks away and get the car moving. She devoured.
Hey there, Party Bear.
Status report?
We are officially empty nesters. High five up top.
Oh boy. You're about to get your phone back, aren't you?
Let's go collect our bags and away from this mosquito-infested backwoods dump.
Door's locked, bags inside.
Fuck me.
Yep.
Well, it's obvious what we have to do here.
Find someone with a key?
Shape our destiny. And by shape our destiny, I mean shape our way through this crappy lock and grab our bags.
Why would you leave your bag?
Okay. Let's do it. We better not get in trouble.
I won't tell if you won't tell.
Mr. Hackett's gonna find out.
So what? He'll just think it was a bear or something.
Have you ever seen a bear in these woods?
No, but that doesn't mean they're not out there.
Fair point.
All right, let's do this. On 3. 1, 2, 3! All about the power of positive thinking.
Why do I ever listen to you?
Because I'm always right.
Are you sure they're gonna think it was a bear?
Oh my god, relax. It's not like we killed someone.
All right, well, I'm just gonna take another look around, make sure we didn't miss anything.
Go nuts.
Everyone loves to make jokes about killing and dying until it actually starts happening. Guys, can we just, like, not do that? Stop joking about it.
I can't believe I'm actually gonna miss all those lumpy, loose springs.
Y'all slept in bunk beds? Wait, were they the campers that stayed here? Hello?
Aw. This was little Izzy's.
I was gonna say, they're obviously the counselors, right?
Let's get you back to Izzy.
I don't like when the game is telling me that my path is chosen for making a decision. I don't want to know. I just want the game to go on. Like, just please don't encourage my decision. Like, I just don't want to know. Like, it stresses me out so much. I'm like, please stop telling me. I'll find out on my own time when someone gets decapitated. Oh. I know that can happen.
Why would this place be in the news?
While we have some air, thank you all for coming. Thanks for supporting my first stream back. Appreciate it. It looks very pretty. I know in these type of games they like to like hide things that'll help you in chases, so let's do some exploring. Cause Lord knows we're gonna need stuff later. I need something to drink, but the only thing I have in my fridge right now is an energy drink, and I haven't had an energy drink in like a week. I haven't like eaten like a meal in like a week either. Well, no, I'm not going to. I'll do it tomorrow.
Ready to roll?
Not just yet.
Well, come back when you are.
Okay, there's something hidden here. We need to get it. What is hidden that they want me to keep? They want me to get something. What is it? It's gonna be something important too. Oh yeah, I could make my Cory popcorn. I think that is so cute, isn't it? Oh my god. I mean, I don't know if I would make it right now in my wig. Like, I would get myself on fire. The creepy policeman. Guys, I know there's gonna be a secret, and I'm gonna miss it. Everyone's gonna be like, Nem, there was something in this one section you didn't get. Mia? Calm down.
I don't think anyone knocked Caitlin out of first place all summer.
Finally. Time to let loose and vamoose this caboose.
Okay, Rhymes.
How are you so
Dramatic.
annoying?
Oh!
Confident.
It's just acting. It's what the people want.
So you're faking it?
I mean, in a way, faking it is just being yourself, but louder. You should try it sometime. You never know who you might impress.
Nah. It's too late now anyway.
For what? You and Nick? You never know unless you put yourself out there.
I almost missed that.
Oh, wow! Oh, nice steering, Tex.
Jinkies.
A nice
Okay, so
reference.
hypothetically, if I were to put myself out there, What if he ends up being a dud, kind of like you and Jacob?
Oh!
He's actually really sweet.
Then why'd you quit it?
Summer fling. We're going to school like 4 states away. He gets it.
Yeah, sure.
But that's us. You and Nick could be different. When do you get his handle? Hit him up.
Oh, I already have his email. It was in the packet they gave to us on the first day.
Email? Are you 93?
What's wrong with email?
I'm really gonna miss you, Abby. Oh, hold on!
Oh, but the lodge is that way.
Go right here.
Why?
Come on, scenic route. One last victory lap around the camp.
I want to trust her, but I don't know if it's gonna end well. But like, why would they offer the scenic route if it was just gonna automatically get someone killed? I don't think they would kill anybody this early, but you don't know. There's 185 different endings. Ah! No, because then that's gonna be like, they're gonna be like, yeah, that's what we thought, so we did kill someone this early, and then we're gonna get killed on the scenic route. Yeah, there's a fuck ton of endings. It's nuts. I don't know. Who would be on the scenic route? What's his name? Cop guy. Or what? Or like one of those animal things. What if one of those animal things tears us up? Welcome back, Telos. I feel like they're baiting us.
We should really get back.
Boo. Thumbs down.
Everyone's waiting for us.
Nick isn't gonna leave without saying goodbye.
Shit, Abby!
I would have just hit it.
Too close.
Sorry, squirrel dude. My girl here is on her way to ask a guy out for the first time, like, ever.
Emma!
Couldn't let her squirrel out of it.
I am going to throw you out of the cart.
I deserve that.
I just started, so I have no opinions on it.
Don't worry, Jacob. I got you. I got a full tank of gas, so. Oh, fuck me.
Oh, idiot.
Does nobody own phone chargers anymore?
There's no signal out here anyways, dude, okay? This place is like patchy as balls.
Your balls are patchy?
What? No.
It's okay. I'll just go get some juice from Mr. H.
They are so horny.
Ew.
Hey, Nick.
Hey, where were you guys?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Ignore her, please.
She's so
Let's
mean.
go. Just gotta get these bags up onto the...
Oh, hey, here. Let me get it for you.
I can take care
Ooh.
of my own bag, thank you.
What? Are you sure? Because, I mean, it's really not that big
She
of a
can
deal.
take care of her own bag, thank you.
We can both take care of our own bag. Thank you.
Cool.
Sorry. That really got me.
Abby, do you need...
Yeah.
Can I...
Thank you.
Dropping her bag in front of him. Help me! Period. That's how I want a man to treat me. I drop my bag, pick it up, and bring it to the fucking car. Idiot man. Ugh.
Hey, has anyone seen Ryan?
Oh yeah, he's probably off being all brooding and mysterious and alluring somewhere.
I'm here.
What were you doing under there?
His
Having a little
voice?
tea party?
I was listening to a podcast.
I'm here.
Actually.
That was so like abrupt and scary.
Podcast, nice. That's cool.
What's it about?
Yeah, what's it about? Is it about me?
You think I was listening to a podcast about you?
Okay, if anyone here had a podcast about them, it'd be me.
Yeah, if there was a
True.
podcast called How to Look and Smell Like a Butt.
Oh my god, you are so childish.
It was,
Wow.
look and smell like a butt.
No.
You're
it's a
5.
paranormal podcast. This episode was actually about this place, weirdly enough. The Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
The
Hag?
What's it where now? What's the Hag of Hackett's Quarry?
You don't know about the Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
If I did, would I be asking dumbass?
Tell her about the Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
But what about the Hag of Hackett's
I
Quarry?
think she wants to know about the Hag of Hackett's
Can we
Quarry.
just please stop saying the Hag of Hackett's Quarry?
It's just this campfire story for the kids. It's there's supposedly an old woman who died in a fire a few years back. She haunts the woods looking for her lost baby boy. There are like reports of whispers or whatever, and this figure that floats around, textbook ghost stuff. Some people say that if she catches you alone, she'll try to turn you into her son.
Every
Or kill
bitch
you.
can't be your son.
It's never really been clear. Anyways, Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
You made that up.
It's right here in the podcast, man.
Cool story, bro.
Oh, shut up.
Seriously, though, you should have seen the first time he told the story to the kids at the campfire. They were scarred for life.
I mean, not for life.
You gotta be careful with this stuff, man. This shit's true.
Come on, dude, bullshit.
What's the holdup, Hacketeers?
Yeah, nearly done, Mr. H.
Well, up to it. Get those butts in gear.
Why does he look
Mr.
botched?
Yeah, to liberate some luggage.
Shut up. Maybe if
Wait, I didn't know
somebody
he was
spent
in
so
this
much time trying to
game.
impress the ladies well as ghost stories.
You asked.
Ghost stories?
The Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
He looks like he just got
Hey, you still have
stung by a
Vanity, Mr.
bee.
H?
Well, yes, I do. I'd lose my head if it wasn't stuck on. Back to the office I go.
Isn't that the guy
Give me a hand,
from
would you, Ryan?
Oh, okay.
Scream?
Yo, Mr. H.
What's up, DJ
Any
Dylan?
chance I could get a little charge? I want to have some
Ah.
tunes for the road.
No can do.
Come on, that's like super unchill.
Hey, dude, I'm like the chillest flippin' bro in the whole world, man.
I just need some tunes for the ride, man.
All right, that's enough.
5 minutes? Like 5 minutes, that's all I need, man.
He said no, Dylan.
Okay, yeah, I know, but I was just...
I'll meet you at the van, okay? So, Chris, I'm actually glad we got a moment to talk.
Uh-oh. I'm not fired, am I?
No, it's just, about the whole thing with the...
He looks fine here. Why did he look weird in the scene before?
Hold that thought, partner. I'm gonna have to take this.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Hello. What? Because kids are kids. Can only do so much, or they'll they're almost out of here, all right?
You're cutting it pretty close. We don't want to have...
Just hold your damn horses, all right? Everything's A-okay on this end.
Bobby and I are geared up. If he's in the area, we'll get him.
This is a waste of time.
You know it, I know it.
No, should I have?
He's gone quiet.
Try staying out of the way. Speaking of which, the longer you keep me on this damn phone, the longer it's gonna take me to get rid of these damn kids. Yeah. Of course. Adios.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was just like waiting. Like I mean, I heard. I didn't. Hear
Why didn't he move?
We're cool, champ. Just come on in. Sorry I pushed you out like that.
You need a hand looking for the keys?
No, end of summer, busy, you know. Anyway, you were asking me?
Oh, yeah. It was just the whole animation school thing, what you thought I should do.
Right.
You know, listen, whether or not I should, like, leave my sister with my grandparents, since I'd have to live on campus, you know, and my mom's not exactly around, so I wouldn't want to leave Sarah on her own. You know, our family's small enough as it is.
Well, family is important, Ryan. Dang it.
Is everything okay? You got a hot date tonight?
Oh boy. If you only knew.
So, what did you need me for?
You're one of my favorite counselors, Ryan. You know that. One of the good ones. But, do you know how many calls I get from parents, letter after letter, with these terrified kids that they send home?
Huh. I didn't realize that.
Believe it or not, scaring kids away from sleepaway camp is kind of bad for business. So, maybe just ease up on the ghost stories?
Maybe a little.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was such a big deal.
Gotta understand the repercussions of your actions, Buster. It's a big part of being a counselor, a leader.
Yeah.
Just stick to Kumbaya next time, okay?
What's that?
You guys don't do Kumbaya anymore? Good grief.
What is this year
I'm
based
outgrowing
in?
my own cliches.
Seriously, Chris, what's going on?
I just want to get you guys safely out of Dodge before the sun goes down.
Why?
It's getting dark, Ryan, and it's not safe to drive in the dark. And safety is the first step towards fun. Just give me a minute. Where in the good goddamn are they?
Will you say goodbye to Caleb and Kaylee for me? They sort of just snuck off.
Well, you'll see him again next year. Caleb works at the scrapyard during the off season, and Kaylee, well, she's still figuring out what she wants to do. She's got her whole life ahead of her. They both just come and go as they please, really. Teenagers, am I right?
Actually, could have used the help packing up since we were short-staffed.
Hey, you guys seem to manage all right. But I'll tell them both you were sad you missed them. Unlocked the van, put the keys in my pocket, came in the office.
Okay.
Right where I left them.
Uh-huh.
Let's skedaddle.
I'm not even gonna make a comment on that. The obvious answer is, oh yeah, clearly you should have fucking seen them. But I'm not gonna do that dialogue.
Make sure they're all ready to go. For real this time.
Wait, how did you get your phone back before the rest of us?
I never turned it in.
You should have turned it off before you handed it in, Dylan. Them's the rules, you noob.
Ya noob.
I try not to dwell on the past, man.
Good. Because it's time to dwell on the minivan. Get on with our respective lives. Move it, let's go.
Well, somebody destroyed it. Like an idiot.
What's the problem?
Ugh. Dude, I don't know. I think there's something wrong with the engine, Mr. H.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, dude, it's just like kaput.
All right, let me try.
What, dude, I'm telling you, all right, it's busted.
Well, maybe you're doing it wrong.
Maybe you're doing it wrong.
The fuck, dude?
Enough, both of you. Shit.
Oh,
come on,
All right,
come on.
Chill,
go.
dude.
Damn it! I thought I told you kids to check everything.
We did. It should be working.
Yeah, well, coulda and shoulda doesn't mean it is, does it? Damn it!
Clearly someone made a deal with the devil.
Okay. Okay.
Look, it's not that big of a deal, okay? We'll just spend one more night here.
No! Just stop. Let me think.
Oh my Jesus.
Okay. Damn it. You're right, yeah.
What?
Yeah, you're right. Hey, Brian. Come here for a sec. Make sure that everybody is inside the lodge for tonight. Lock the doors. No one in, no one out. No one. Got it?
Okay.
I'll be back first thing in the morning. And we'll get you all on the road. You just have to keep everyone inside. Can you promise me you'll do that?
I don't think everybody's gonna stay inside.
Yeah. Sure. We'll stay inside.
Attaboy.
I wish there was a why option.
Lock
Like,
the doors.
why?
And for God's sake, keep the noise down!
Hi, Dustin.
So, what was that about?
He, said to stay inside, that we're not leaving until the morning.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What are we supposed to do?
Well, we should go inside, like he said.
We could go inside until morning.
Yeah.
Or we could do something else.
No. We should really listen to what Chris told us to do.
Of course.
Who cares what Chris told us to do? He's not our boss anymore. P-A-R-T. Why the fuck not? All right, it seems like the stars have aligned for us, no?
Okay.
One last epic bonfire blowout for all time.
Oh my.
Oh, dude. Fuck yes, I'm in. Nick, you're in.
Yeah, I'm in.
Dylan's in, obviously. My man. Caitlin?
I go where my people need me.
Yeah, okay. Em, what do you say?
Yeah, I'm in. Mr. Hackett seemed pretty insistent we stay in the lodge.
He was just trying to freak us out, you know? Like one of Ryan's stupid ghost stories.
Why would he want to scare us?
Spell. No, she's right.
I don't think he was trying to freak us out, Jacob. I think he was really freaked out by something.
Jesus Christ.
Chris seemed real serious about this, guys.
Just say you're in, man. Come on, one last night.
It's not gonna matter
Dude,
what
he
I
won't
say.
even
I
know.
promised.
No, dude. It's all good. All right, we get it. You know, you don't want to disappoint Daddy.
Whatever, man.
It's gonna be fine, man. Trust me. It's gonna be chill.
All right. Hacketeers. Party planning committee. Let's do this. Okay. First things first. Nick and Abby, you go get some fireworks.
I've been asking a lot of streamers.
And then I
have
go to
no
the
idea what
stores
that's
for some
about,
supplies.
or even what I would choose.
And Dylan, you just, I don't know, figure out how to charge the phones or something. All right, let's do this.
Not somebody looking at us through a telescope. Is that a sniper? Someone's gonna shoot us! Get down! Oh, he does have a sniper! Oh my god! Why are they covered in blood? Why are you doing that? Hello? Oh, here we go.
I was hoping you'd come back to me. Let's see what you found. Empty-handed. You need to look around you, find my cards, and I can help you. Where I'm from, we look out for each other.
I can't find them anywhere.
Find them, please. You'd better be going.
No, she's just like the narrator
still
lady.
Early and the moon is bright, but
I don't think she has any
I won't
relation.
Wait. Not for those with a story to tell. Be careful. Look out for yourselves. And look out for my cards.
Pretty uneventful so far, but I know it's the first chapter, but like... No, and like all these games, they have like a character that's like... Not truth or dare. We are 5, like actually. How old are these characters supposed to be? Are they supposed to be like 21? They gotta be like 21 or something. Whatever lips she's wearing, I want it. Miss Emma's giving. Okay, I gotta get a drink. The Until Dawn narrator guy was connected? Oh. I never caught that, so... I like never knew that. But I also haven't played Until Dawn in like... I haven't played Until Dawn since I graduated trade school, which was like 5 years ago.
So here we are, stranded in the great American wild with nothing but our wits to guide us. Will humanity prevail, or will we grow ravenous and resort to eating the flesh of the deceased like I saw in that one plane crash movie? First course, filet au Jacob. Rich and full-bodied, this rare beefcake may leave an irritating taste lingering on the palate. An acquired taste, some would say. Wow.
What?
Looks like you're trying to thread a needle with a packet of loose sausages.
Oh my god, I'm almost done, okay? Jesus Christ. And for the record, your analogies are very hurtful. Okay, I'm almost there. 1 second. There we go. And Viola. Your hair clip,
Yeah,
madame.
you can keep it.
It's not too shabby, huh?
Yeah. I like a man who's good with his hands.
Yeah, well, they call me Mr. Magic Fingers.
Oh. Oh.
Okay. So, if I were a beer, where would I be hiding?
She said, fuck around and find out, Mr. Magic Fingers.
Beep, 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 beep.
What are you doing?
Oh, it's my beer dar. Helps me dar for beers.
Huh. How am I just noticing how super lame you are?
What? But it's my beer dar, dude.
I'm gonna go over here.
Not calling your person you're into dude.
Wow, the kids really wiped this place out.
Yeah, I can't lie though, I would
Mr.
fall for the
H
himbo.
loved his accessory.
Like, she's me. Like, I'd fall for the idiot with no brains.
Think it's locked. Don't know what I was expecting.
Oh. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, jackpot. Hey, check out my giant melons.
Sorry.
See, you just cut a hole in it.
Mm-hmm.
You pour in your vodka. It's party time.
You pour the vodka right in it.
Yeah, it's the most fun you could have with a hole in a watermelon. Or, well, second most.
Hey!
Okay, I'm gonna leave you two alone.
No!
and go look for some more party supplies.
He's like trying to flirt, and it's like bad. He's actually an idiot. I honestly, oh my god, I hate playing this because of how real it is. Like, it hurts so bad. Like, oh my god, the reality of this being like literally my GCX weekend of some guys, like some of the chasers trying to flirt with me and like trying to be so gross. Like, stop playing that shit. Just be a man and don't be doing stupid shit and be like, hello, you are gorgeous and stunning. Can I take you? Like, just be, stop. I just can't. Like, look at my melons. I fucked a watermelon. Shut up! I can't. I can't. That's why I like a guy in his 30s.
Who buys this crap?
I would like to think that I like a guy in his 30s, but there's no guy in his 30s that want me, so. I'm gonna ignore the person standing outside staring at us. Just gonna pretend like... Why is this like a cage? Can we get a weapon? Oh my god, I'm so sorry if I'm like sniffling. What the?
Hello, old friends. Oh, yeah. Can't pass up an opportunity like this. Okay, have y'all ever seen a grown man crap his pants? Because you're about to. Oh my.
This is definitely a wrong decision.
All right, now where should
But-
I hide?
Oh, TikTok star. She's doing the vlog.
Jacob!
Emma? Hello? Look, if you're trying to scare me, it's not gonna work.
You're not scared of clowns?
What? No, they're funny.
You think this is supposed to be funny?
I mean, yeah.
Well, do you think it's funny now, little boy?
Stop.
Do you want to join 20 of my sexy clown friends in a tiny car that somehow fits us all like it's no big deal?
I'm sorry.
What?
Moment's gone.
Not forgotten.
Me and who? Oh my god. I want a weapon, guys. I'm like, I don't want... Yeah, wait, Kitten's right. Why do they have a clown mask here? Hold on. The Halloween props. What was that? I'm like worried that like the gimmick of this game, like I'm already gonna like predict what it is. Like I just don't want that.
I wonder where this goes. Locked. Jacob! Come check this out.
Oh, alrighty then. Door, buckle up because you are about to meet your maker. Done.
Nice.
Whoa. Whoa.
Fucking motherload.
Good golly, Miss Molly. No wonder I kept this place locked up.
Think he'll be pissed when we raid his stash?
What? No. I mean, he left us stranded here. It's like, human rights or whatever.
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
How is he a
Now
counselor?
let's see what we were working with. Hold that. The door will latch otherwise. Oh. Hell yeah. In and out. Job done. Boom.
I want to look around.
Go for it.
Jacob! Check this out.
What? I can't move or else the door will latch.
They look like camping supplies.
Oh, okay. There's tents back at the fire pit, so just let's go.
Did a bear do this?
Oh, cool.
What? What is it?
A gun.
Oh, cool.
And a code. Okay. I'm done.
But we got a weapon. I'm content.
So you're really gonna keep the gun, huh?
Yeah. For bears.
Okay. Well, I am gonna find something to haul this lot back to camp.
You're just gonna leave me? What a man you are.
Harem Scarum?
Oh, it is her. She works for the show. Well, yeah, obviously, we knew she did something with, like, Tarot. Or Tarot, sorry.
All right.
I'm in.
Hey, very nice. What else is in there?
Just some fireworks.
Oh, fireworks?
Yeah, but I don't think we should.
No, Emma. Fireworks.
No. Well, it could be good. Yeah, let's take them.
You know, you're right. Fireworks.
Yeah, hell yeah. Fireworks. Oh, and might I just add, fireworks.
Hey, I found these, like, torn up bags back there. They were pretty messed up, and I think they might have had blood on them.
Oh, stop. Stay right there. Oh, dude. Peanut butter pops. Dude, peanut butter fucking butter pops.
What are butter pops?
No.
What?
I can't believe it. Okay. Pop, peanut butter pops. Pop, them in your mouth. Pop. Oh my god, they're like the greatest snack of all time.
God,
What
people
are they?
really
Are they like
stand this
popcorn?
guy?
No.
Jesus. All I see is
nothing
him
like
naked
popcorn.
on TikTok.
They're
Like,
their own
shut
thing.
up.
Like their
He's
own
so annoying.
subgenre of food snack. You know what? I haven't had these since I was a kid. You are in for such a treat.
Okay, wait.
No, because actually she was like, what are butter pops? And he does the dance. Like, hello? Like, explain what you meant.
expiration date on that bag?
No, they're still good.
Oh my god, they're like 20 years old, aren't
Okay,
they?
look, they predate expiration dates.
Blah.
Well, you're gonna love them.
They never tell you this, but if you go to the clues page and the clue has an
Well,
exclamation point, you can click X and it will
I
reveal another
saw
piece
a
of info.
wheelbarrow out front, so we can load up all our booty in there.
I'm sorry, what?
Booty? Oh, it means like treasure or butts.
No, before that.
Wheelbarrow?
Yeah.
Okay. It's like a barrel with wheels. You can put stuff in it and just wheel it around.
Oh, I see.
Ladies first.
Yeah. Which way?
That was so... like, I felt my brain falling out of reality with that. That was just so... I think she wanted him to say load.
All right. The inner sanctum.
It's just an office.
This is where the magic happens.
Okay, yeah, let's just make this quick.
Sure, just give me a sec to get this going. And engage. Podcasts.
Yeah.
All right.
He's so stale.
What's it called, the one that you're listening to right now?
Bizarre yet bona fide.
So like ghosts and stuff?
It's like, yeah, like the weird and the wonderful, digging up weird mysteries and discussing if they're, well, bona fide.
Boner fide. Get it? Boner.
Your wit knows no bounds.
Does anyone here have a fucking brain?
Check out what Mr. H keeps in his private den of sin.
Larger than a child.
I feel a little weird going through his stuff.
Okay, well, I don't. I mean, come on, what kind of dirty secrets is the owner of a summer camp full of impressionable young children gonna have anyway? Not Mr. H, I know, he's cool.
It's always been cool to me.
They really make me want to hate these characters, huh?
Hey, what's the gun for?
I wonder!
Mr. H told me it was for, bears.
Bears? Here?
Yeah, he said they don't really come around because he's got the gun to...
Yeah.
It's for decoration. I don't, like, what?
Just leave it alone. Just leave it alone.
Dude, we're gonna be out partying in the woods tonight, all right? What if the bears try to crash? Okay, it's like my mom always said, if you want to party, you gotta bring protection.
Well, I think that she was talking about condoms.
I'm not gonna fuck a bear.
The most dangerous thing I've seen in these woods is
I love a bear.
That sounds pretty scary. Okay, fine.
Well, we know where the gun is if we need it.
Good call, man.
I can't open this with nails. Oh. Mia, we can't fight today when there are characters in this game that have made us so exhausted. I can't do this today with you in my chat. Don't be starting shit. You're gay too. Yeah, because that's what I said. Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh.
Got anything going on when you get back home? School or?
Jury's out.
Understood. Girlfriend?
Not exactly.
Boyfriend?
Free agent.
Cool.
Oh!
Me too.
Viking! Oh my god! Vikings!
The phones.
They could probably use a little while longer.
Oh my god! No, not gay. Bye.
Okay.
No bi erasures in the chat. Oh my god, that's so cute. I thought there was something. I didn't want to, because they love to trick you in these games. They love to be like, oh yeah, they're flirting, but they're just bros.
Yo, leave the gun alone, man.
Oh,
You got it, boss.
okay. I don't want to ruin what we got here. I want to see them make love.
Whoa, look at this old thing. Hey, give me your number. I want to try it out.
Why?
Ooh, that's a good one. Ooh, flirt. Let's do. Ooh.
So that I can ask you out on a date.
Smooth.
I think if I tried a cell phone number on this thing, it would just explode. Hello? What?
What? Who is it?
What was that?
Hello? It's weird. I thought I heard someone.
Fun's over.
I'm out on a date.
Damn it! I missed my shot.
Ah! You better work, Vikings. Oh, I love my buys. I love my Vikings. I love my buy men.
Well, hello. What is this?
Not
You
a
hear
secret
that?
basement.
Is that a trap door?
Yeah, I guess it goes to the basement.
Huh.
But why would Mr. H have a secret trapdoor in his office that goes to the basement?
Maybe it was here before this was his office.
He's like 1,000,000 years old. This has always been his office.
It's probably for storage.
Yeah, or so that he can make a quick getaway when the heat comes down.
Okay, or
The way I have butterflies for them.
Go
Oh,
ahead, open it
so
up.
cute. No. Shut it. No.
Alright, well, it looks like a pit of
No.
So
You're being dramatic.
We're not.
Come
No.
on down,
No.
take a look. Look,
No.
you can squeeze through there.
No.
You
No.
opened it. You climbed down.
No. No one's going down. No one is going down.
On second thought, I'd rather not know what Mr. H is into. More mysterious that way.
Sure.
No one is going down that trap door.
You better hope Mr. H doesn't catch you taking his baby out for a joyride.
Ringy dingy ding. Oh, sorry, bud. Gotta take this 1 second. Hello, Hackett's Quarry Summer Camp. What doesn't kill you will make you stronger. What can I do for you on this darn tootin' doozy of a day?
Is that your impression of Mr. H?
Yeah, Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He does need to be nicer to Dylan. And, what's that? You want him to give Dylan his phone number? That's a little forward, but I can see what I can do.
Fun's over when somebody gets caught up. Like, I love all of these relationships, but it's over soon.
Laura Kearney and Max Brindley.
Oh yeah, those are the ones that never showed up.
What?
Yeah, it's because of these goobers that we had to work extra shifts this summer.
Oh my god, those are the people that died in the beginning! Oh! Oh, nar. Wait, what did House say? What button do I press? Oh. No. What button do I press? Click X. Go right. can't hit anything. The bumpers? The bump... These? The buttons or the bumpers? The... The arrows? Oh my god. The way I didn't know for a second too, that is so embarrassing. Oh my god. Oh, right here. Okay, I'm gonna get a little closer to my screen so I can read these. So this is the prologue. These are the posters. Whatever these posters are doing in Chris Hatchett's possession, he must have forgotten to take these on his own. Take this one down. So this was the... Oh, this was the poster of what's her name? This is a traveling... Yeah, we just found it. We just found another one. This decrepit cave has been engulfed by the woods. I'm like clicking on my screen, like thinking y'all can see me like tap on the screen. Oh, we have a hint. These flyers are promoting a traveling show called the Harem Scarum. The date list indicates that it took place over 6 years ago. These are the same posters in the woods. Why does Chris Hatchett have them? Has he connected the harem? Is he connected to the Harem Scarum in some way? Yeah, same. I can't believe I thought it was, cause like every time me and Slay Mama 123 play a game that's like romantic, sometimes like it always ends up like even in Arcane, like the animated show for League, they were hinting at two of the characters being like bi together, and then they just called them bros. So I always just assume that nobody's gay until they outright say it. So that's why I'm like, I'm happy that they just distinguished they were both like bi.
Weird kids, huh?
Not weird kids. Be nice.
Yeah, me too. They're pretty reclusive, you have to admit.
What? Include like gay, like your pirate show? Listen, I know.
Yo, my guy, toss me the keys.
So you can poke around in Chris's private area?
I'm sorry, is that something that only you're allowed to do?
Hardy har har.
Come on, what's the harm in looking? You're not a little bit curious? I'm not gonna touch anything.
I know. I had to cut the back
Fine.
of the boat hat. Don't
let me regret it.
Can't promise that, but nothing but net.
You're using that wrong.
Oh. Huh. Fashion icon.
Mr. H knows what he likes.
Sure he does. Wow, there's... Yo.
Hey, maybe we shouldn't...
What? Why are there so many trapdoors and hidden
Brian?
closets? They're gonna make a closet joke.
Whoa, what the fuck?
These monitors, this is the camp.
Huh.
Is Mr. H spying on us?
Ew!
No. I mean, no, he can't be. These are just... They're all different trails in the woods around camp.
Sure.
Most of the cameras are pointed away from camp, so it's not like he's spying on the kids, unless they wandered out into the woods. You know, these are just probably just trail cameras.
What are trail cameras?
People set them up to catch weird, random shit.
Okay, yeah, like what?
Like
yeah, but why would it be in a
Bigfoot
secret
sightings,
room?
that kind of thing.
didn't know that Mr. H was into that kind of stuff. Shit, maybe he likes that podcast that you listen to.
Secret hobby, I guess.
Expensive hobby.
Yeah, well, I mean, what else are you gonna do out here?
Yeah, I guess camp probably does get pretty lonely when there's no one else around.
Yeah.
Okay, but why go through all the trouble of hiding this room through a secret door in the closet?
I mean, it's not exactly secret, right? Like, it's just hidden by stuff.
Yeah, that's what a secret is, Ryan. It's weird. It's majorly
Yeah,
weird.
I don't disagree with you, but
It's
Thank you,
gotta
Dynamite
be
Sky. How are you
something
doing?
juicy in here.
Dylan, it's none of our business. And if you really want to know, you can ask him tomorrow. I'm sure that won't be an awkward conversation, like, at all.
Okay, yeah, maybe I will.
All right. I'm leaving this secret lair. Have fun.
Hey, you just admitted that it's a secret lair.
Now that I know they're bi kings, I like them both a lot more. Oh my god, yeah, I thought it was the next day. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I hope you had a great day today. I like slept all day today. I woke up at like 7 o'clock, got in drag, and now I'm here. It's like the first day that I've actually been able to get out of bed, which is exciting. Huh. Any WWE fans, you can follow Dynamite Sky. Lots of WWE content. When I'm not doing this, I play WWE. It's really good. We actually got a PR box, and the PR box was super cute. They gave me, like, a popcorn maker, and, like, salt, and, like, a cassette tape. It was so cute. Their phone charges quick! That was fast!
Whoa, there's some pretty heavy-duty stuff in here.
Yeah, maybe let's not...
Drugs.
Yeah, there's nothing fun.
Oh, not nothing fun. He's looking for the poppers. If they say a poppers joke in this because they're bi kings, I swear. I swear. Listen, there's a guitar, there's bi people here. Marshall is missing out. Okay, we've explored. Can we just, like, keep flirting? Sorry, I said I would mute when I cough. Yeah, wait, we can just interact.
So, if you do go to school in the fall, have you, like, picked out a major, or...
I don't know, man. It's kind of hard to talk about right now.
Oh, have you not decided what you're gonna do with your life?
Hey, are the phones done yet?
Oh. Oh, okay. Jeez.
Nice.
Gotta break the ice somehow. Yeah, I'm done. Wait. We haven't found any... Should we go? I don't want to go down there. I don't think it's a good idea to go into the creepy basement. But I feel like it wants us to, but I shouldn't. We've explored everywhere upstairs, but downstairs... That looks... I feel like that's going to be the basement where the people died. Like, it's just another way through. That's probably it, though. Like, actually, that's probably how the cop got down. Well, no, he came through the back. Well... I don't know. There's probably... I was gonna say, that's probably how someone would get in. Let's go down. How do you do the reverses? Because I know we have reverses that you can reset. I haven't decided who I'm using all mine on. Like, you can rewind time. Unless someone dies. But will it, like, be obvious when I do it? Okay, not what I wanted to do. We've already seen this. Hello, am I still live? My Twitch chat just said, welcome to the chat room. I've been here. What the heck? Oh, I guess I can't go down there. So I guess it was a bad idea if we went down there because I don't have an option to go down there anymore. Okay, we can't go down there. It's fine. Alright. Time to go.
Nice. Full up. Hey, Dunzo.
Alright, cool. Let's go.
It's not done, but okay.
Thank you.
I don't want to get a bad ending or like a bad outcome of somebody dying. Guys, I'm like so nervous for when it goes crazy. When the fun's over. Fun's over! Like, I don't want it to happen. Can this just be a romance game?
It's really very pretty out here when there's no kids around.
Yeah, they can get kind of obnoxious, huh?
What accent is that?
They always seem to listen to you during painting class.
You've seen my class?
Just walking by.
The art cabin's all the way out of the way.
Yeah, well, there's this shortcut that I take that goes by.
I agree, RD.
Which way should we go?
Why don't you choose?
A rocky road?
Let's go this way.
Oh my god, are you okay?
I'll be okay.
The music cutting so abrupt. That was so nasty. I literally thought something terrible was gonna happen. I don't want to be here. Can we go? Like, nothing good is gonna happen out here.
So, I heard this joke about artists. It's pretty bad.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. You want to hear it?
Sure.
Okay. Here it is. Why couldn't the world's fastest painter ever keep a girlfriend?
Why not?
Because he always finished in one stroke. It's dumb. Sorry, joke.
So funny.
Isn't that about golfers? Because of the stroke thing?
Yeah, sorry. I don't know.
Good one!
Jacob probably heard it from his campers.
That makes so much sense.
Those kids have filthy minds.
Whoa. Just a bird. Just a bird.
Oh, I'm
I'm so sorry. I've just been on a little... Just been a little edgy lately.
Thanks.
Hey, don't worry about it. It's just the forest playing tricks on you. I used to go camping all the time with my dad, and you think you hear and see some pretty weird stuff, but you just realize it's nature doing its thing.
Did you just say thing?
No, that's the forest up to its old tricks again.
I've never been camping.
It's pretty nice if you open yourself up to it.
You've never been camping?
So you have to be
That's
open-minded
camp.
to enjoy camping?
No, I just mean there's a lot of stuff you have to overlook.
Like basic comfort.
You really just have to try it. It could take you some time. If you want.
Maybe. Let's just make it through tonight first.
Girl, say yes! Oh, what do you mean, maybe? He's gonna be like, ah, she's not into me. I gotta go.
I think we're back near the path again.
I love that Lorde song.
I know where we are.
Yeah?
Up here. This view is just... wow.
I'm sorry. Girl. I know you're lying. I don't think she's a playful type of girl.
Damn, Abby, you're really good.
No, this is nothing.
No, really, I'm not just saying that.
This is rough, but if I can get a little bit of it down, then I'll remember it better later.
It's really cool you know that about yourself.
Yeah. I guess so.
Oh, she's so hard to
Not
get.
everyone knows what they're capable of, you know?
I'm sure you're capable of a lot, Nick.
I mean, of course, I just... don't know what.
You'll figure it out.
So, nothing. Y'all are get closer together.
Did you hear that?
Huh?
That better be a squirrel.
No, listen. There's something there. Look!
It's so tiny.
Oh, it's gonna get killed. It's gonna get killed. I don't want to get connected to it. It's really cute. I'm gonna cry.
So cute.
Hold on.
Guys, they're gonna get hurt. Not this!
You're in danger. Hunted by a creature of indeterminate origin. Don't breathe. You need to stop breathing, tricking the beast into taking you for nothing but a corpse. And where's the fun in hunting that which is already dead? Watch the visuals alter or listen to the sound change as the threat approaches. When the danger is past, run. Pick the right moment and run for your life. Be warned. Exhaling or running at the wrong time may just mark you as the creature's quarry, causing serious consequences.
Release your breath when it's safe? What? How am I supposed to know? Oh, I don't like that.
Jeez.
That's gonna get bad later. That's gonna get bad.
Thing almost just mauled me to death.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, little piggy hog.
At least we gave her a good story to tell her pig husband.
How do you know it was the mommy pig?
I got a pretty good look.
Ew.
Think she was coming on to me.
Oh, got yourself a little girlfriend.
She wasn't that little.
There's no escape.
So we go back to the spot? Oh, well, we have to get our stuff, I guess. And it also wasn't a threat, it was just a pig.
Guess we should head back.
Huh. I don't like that holding breath and run when you can.
Finally get my phone back and it's just a big dumb brick.
Wait, the way she doesn't have a romance person? Wait, because there's 9 campers, aren't there? Brenda's just out here by herself. Oh. Wait, actual iPhone photography? I don't know what to take pictures of. Sure.
Hey, Caitlin. Guess what? Mr. H is a voyeuristic creep. He has hidden cameras everywhere and a secret room.
No, that's not.
Whoa, now, back up. What?
His eyes are everywhere. He's always watching us.
Knock it off, man. He's just got trail cameras set up, you know, forest surveillance, that kind of thing.
Oh.
You don't think that's weird?
Well, he's got a perimeter to check, kids to protect. You know, probably just to keep track of wildlife.
You guys have no imagination.
So, what's going on here? Everything ready?
I did see a weird light in the treehouse across the lake. Yeah, that was pretty spooky. Maybe it's your girlfriend, Ryan.
The Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
I told you never to say Hag of Hackett's Quarry again.
What's wrong with saying Hag of Hackett's Quarry?
Are you done? You know, I just realized we may never see each other again after tonight.
You can't have just realized that.
Just trying to set the mood.
What mood?
The mood, the vibe, you know.
Speaking of setting the mood, I have work to do. Okay? Because playlists don't make themselves. I mean, I guess they do, but...
All right, right, guy. Time to get wood.
Yikes. Wording.
Oh, I know what I said.
Oh.
Abby, Nick, just in time.
We got wood.
We've already done that joke.
It's mostly just kindling.
Oh, that's all we need. There's already a big pile of logs here.
We could have gotten more, but there was a hog or a boar. But Nick was very, very brave and took one for the team.
Oh my gosh, it can't be. The Hog of Hackett's Quarry?
What?
I thought you hated that phrase.
Big jokes take big sacrifices.
You're so brave.
Oh, I just want to shrink you down to little pocket people and put you in my pocket and peep at you when I need a little pick-me-up.
Okay.
Guys, you weren't supposed to. We were supposed to save those.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where the hell did that gun come from?
Dude, relax, okay? It's not even real. Well, I mean, it's a real gun, but it's just for shooting bears.
We found it in the storage room.
Okay, fine. We'll put it down.
Thank you. Guns are no joke, dipshit.
And we bring you a hand-picked selection of only the finest that Hackett's Quarry has to offer.
No freaking way.
Yes, frickin' way. Pop, pop, peanut butter, butter pops. Pop, pop, pop 'em in your
Oh
mouth.
my god.
I didn't even need this to find
Unbearable.
these anyway.
Hey, cool your jets there, cowboy. All right, these are spoken for.
Dude, you can't just shove those in my face and not expect me to want to pop them in my mouth. Come on.
Emma, please hand me the shotgun.
What, you're gonna shoot me over them?
No, dumbass. Okay, we are going to shoot for them.
No, we're not.
Nah, dude. Absolutely not. No.
Okay, there is no way I'm leaving you dillweeds alone with a gun.
Come on, look, the shooting range is like right over there, okay? It'll be fun.
No.
Okay, look, you and me, old-fashioned shootout. First prize, peanut butter butter pops.
I said no. You can share.
I guess you don't really want them then, huh?
Fine, you're on.
Yeah, boy!
Jacob, hand me that gun now. I mean, nobody's handling any firearms if you're gonna act like a dick about it.
Okay, then you can be the ref. We need an objective third party.
Okay, we're trying to get a party started here, Jacob.
Okay, well, the main party's not gonna die just because you're off on a little side quest. Come on.
No.
All right. Guess we're gonna have ourselves an old-fashioned shootout.
Brenda!
There's a clearing we can use as a shooting range back there, but if I see either of you dicking around, I am turning this car around.
Oh, we'll be good.
So when do we play Truth or Dare?
Okay, so just so you know, I was an expert marksman, third class, 3 years in a row, ranked high.
I haven't done a Vixen.
Just to let you know that your goose is cooked, Nick. But if you back down now, I might let you just have one little peanut butter butter pop if you're lucky.
No way. You've never even seen me shoot.
I can't.
Well, it's 'cause you've never
You guys
shot
can just
before.
share
Yeah, but you
the
know
snack.
Okay, I think I would know if you'd
Okay,
actually.
boys, I'm gonna have to stop you right there. As much as I'm enjoying your charming machismo, the moment we step foot on the shooting range, we're playing by my rules, okay? And what I say goes. Got it? Okay, good. Now I'm gonna go set up some targets and get more shells. Do not move a muscle or touch his gun until I'm back.
All right, so is it just me or is it kind of hot when she gets all bossy like that?
I'm always hot, pencil dick.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Bye. Bye. So, how's your little one-on-one with Abby in the woods?
It was okay.
Hey, attaboy! So, I mean, what happened?
Well, we flirted a little. She's really smart.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, you see the deal?
Don't be gross.
No. Hey, look, no sweat, okay? We all get performance anxiety sometimes. You just better make your move before a real man swoops in. Speaking of, let me show you how a real man shoots his gun.
Are you guys seriously still thumping your chests at each other?
No, I think he's got brain damage.
Okay, please just give me the gun.
You'll have it when I say you'll have it. All right, huddle up, boys. This is how we're gonna do this. You're shooting the one on the left. Nick first, then Jacob's turn.
It's a
Keep your
shotgun,
fingers
not a
off
rifle.
The trigger till you're ready to shoot. You got it?
Aye, aye.
All right. 2 things. Remember the spread. Remember the recoil.
Is it a shot? What is
This
it?
is a shotgun. We're not sharp
Oh.
here. The flashlight shows you where you're aiming. Obs.
Oh. Not it actually getting me ready for combat. Okay. Well, it's over.
All right, Nick. 1 point. Okay, we're too far back to do any real damage. Let's scooch forward a little and fuck these guys up. You're good. All right, Nick. This time for real. Nice shot.
What else am I shooting? The bottle?
Lucky.
Point to you, Nick. Good job, Nick. All right,
We're wasting
let's
bullets.
see what you got.
All right, you might want to avert your eyes, Nick. I don't want to give you any more performance anxiety.
All right. Just shut up and shoot, Jacob.
I thought you were an ultra elite pro marksman.
Yeah, with like a rifle.
Whoa,
okay, not with this
what
freaking
the-
cannon
dude!
blaster.
That is how you get someone shot.
Nah, it's okay. You probably would have missed me anyway.
Hey!
Okay, disqualified for being a dumbass.
No!
Sorry, Jacob. Better luck next time.
Butter like next time?
Hey, I didn't want to say it, but...
You're both very mean.
Well, you're an idiot!
Blam. We thought this was over?
What the? Whoa.
Pop, pop, peanut butter, butter pops.
A girl boss.
Okay. New idea. Party game. Come on, people, we might never see each other after tonight. Let's make some memories.
We're never gonna see each other
How
again.
about the ultimate game
We're
of
all going to the
secrets
same
and
college.
lies, truth or dare, but Dylan style. Okay, house rules are, someone asks you truth or dare, then you choose, and then you do. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts.
So like normal truth or dare.
It's literally truth or dare.
Yes.
So we can like make people kiss?
If they choose dare, yeah. As long as everyone consents, of course.
Cool beans.
I mean, keep it in your pants until it's your turn, but...
Well, who does get to go first?
Well, it's house deals, so...
The way I know they're not gonna let anybody
Abigail.
kiss right now.
Truth or dare?
Truth.
You really dodged a bullet, huh? Alright, here goes.
Oh!
Have you ever slept with anyone?
Oh,
I
you could just lie. Who am I playing? I'm not interrupting her, sorry.
Have you ever slept with anyone at this camp?
no. Nope. Sorry.
Alright, Abby, it's your turn.
All right. Okay.
Abby, oh my god, just pick someone.
Oh my god, Abby, OMG!
Okay, I don't know. Ugh. Ding, ding, ding. Too late. My turn. Ryan. Truth or dare?
Dare. Give me what you got.
Okay, Ryan. Your dare comes with a choice.
Can't you do that?
I can do whatever I want.
Say
And
it.
I dare you to kiss either Caitlin or
Please.
Dylan.
Wow.
Yes!
I mean, I guess both is off the table.
Sorry, I don't make the rules.
I mean, you literally just did, but okay. Let's do this.
So fast.
Dylan, let's go.
Don't break this up. I swear to you. I swear.
Always happy to please.
Woo!
Gay people. Well, bi people. Slay.
Alrighty, who shall I pick?
Well, me and Jacob haven't gotten a turn yet.
Good point.
I don't want Jacob saying anything.
Caitlin, what do you say? Truth or dare?
Truth. Yeah, truth.
Let's see. So you and Jacob go way back, right? Like since you were kids?
Sadly, yes.
Lame question, bro. Waste of a turn.
You guys ever get down to business together?
When we were freshmen, I made Jacob let me practice French kissing on him. But it never went any further because he's a terrible kisser. And it was like kissing my brother. Ew. Still love you, bud. Okay, my turn. Emma.
There.
Oh!
Emma, so you have to kiss Jacob or Nick.
Oh, messy.
Well then.
Sorry, Nick. This is not even dare, obviously.
I don't know if that's a
Got
good
this.
idea.
I choose Nick.
Oh. Oh, she's so messy.
Em, seriously? Guys. Guys!
Thank you, Nick.
I mean, he kissed back, so blame the man.
He's good.
Oh, plucked.
You like kissing my girlfriend, asshole?
You're not dating.
It was just a
Hey,
game.
I'm nobody's girlfriend.
The fuck it was. It was just a game. Yeah, the fuck it was, man.
Here we go. Men being jealous over nothing, especially when she's
Grow up.
single. Pfft, grow up. Right, right. I'm with her.
Well, I guess I should probably go after him. You should probably go find Abby.
So, anybody want to play Parcheesi? What?
The silence. Oh, the gays are left there. Brenda, leave them alone. Excuse me, sirs. Oh, God.
Fuck this.
Oh, Jesus.
Welcome back. I am, as always, delighted that you're here. So, then, what more has been found?
I agree.
You return without any more of my
Abby doesn't know how to make a
Yet you
move,
return
so
nonetheless. Why
Emma
is
did
that,
what needed to be
you think?
done. Abby's a 2-year-old.
I
Okay,
can't
hold on.
help you with-
Abby literally sat there while this guy was flirting with her dead on and drew a fucking picture like a 2-year-old. If you want to kiss or do something, you better ask for it. Why are you just sitting there drawing a picture? Girl, and then you're gonna be upset about it? Please.
Out the cards. I want them found. I want them returned to me.
Go draw a
Please,
picture about
my
it,
friend.
about how upset you are. Oops, sorry, that was mean.
That's all I have to say for now. Secrets remain buried and the night grows darker. I'll see you again, you can count on that. Be careful. Where the wolves go,
Well?
the ravens follow.
Raven? Not in here. Literally, like, he was flirting so bad. Oh god, someone's about to die. Here we go.
Stupid game. What are we in middle school? Why should I even care? Anybody can kiss anybody. It's stupid. It's stupid. Great. Where the hell am I?
Well, you walked off, girl. Can't we just go back the way we came? I'm glad you came. Was that song about cum? Hello? Who took everything from you? Fun's over. Fun's really over now. No more lovey-lovey. Mwah, mwah. It's over. Oh, nice camera angle change that I was not ready for. Oh. Oh, hello. Yeah, she dumb as fuck. Why did you walk into the woods alone? Okay. Fun's over. Oh. Hey, I found your tarot card. Also, everybody, my new emotes are on the way. I don't know when, but they are being made. Just putting that out there. My partner emotes.
You out here?
Nick!
Abby? Shout again!
I'm over here!
I'm coming!
Nick!
Oh, okay.
Hey.
I thought it was gonna be a random person.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
She...
You ran off.
Oh, there's an animal. Oh, Jesus. There's an animal. There's an old man. There's a cop. Like, could it get worse? I really wanted to make a joke there, but I'm really gonna leave it up to leave it up to everybody's imagination.
I think that game just got a little too intense for me.
It's truth or dare. Sorry.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Guess Emma's had a thing for you all along, huh?
What? No way. She was just trying to make Jacob jealous. I was just playing along.
You seem to enjoy playing along.
Yeah.
I enjoyed helping Emma make Jacob jealous. That's about it.
I'm just gonna do it. That's a weird way to kiss. There was literally just randomly kissing for some odd reason. What a bizarre kiss. There was nothing leading up to that. Okay, fun's over!
Did you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, yeah, it was my stomach.
Should we look?
Mm-hmm.
He was like, actually, it was my hard cock moving my pants. Sounded like a tree falling over in the woods. Sorry. Anyways, fun's over. What? They can make 500 sex jokes, but I can't make one? Alright, where is the class? Guys, I've been laying in bed like a dead body for 5 days. Let me make one funny. Hi, Goose. Where is Mia to keep you in line? Right there.
Is it another boar?
It's too growly.
Oh my god, we're gonna die.
Is it a bear?
It's too fast.
I'm afraid one of my lashes is gonna come off because I'm not using eyelash glue. I'm using hair scrape on my lashes today.
Run!
I didn't get to save him!
Nick! Oh my god!
Is this what I'm supposed to be doing? Okay. Never taught me how to do that, so... I don't think that's the best option. Not the breathing minigame. We're gonna have to breathe. Oh my, this is where she goes. I'm not gonna be able to get this. I know I'm not gonna be able to. My hand, my hand. Oh my god, I'm accidentally gonna let go. Oh my god, my hand.
It's a fun game.
I have some feelings. I guess I'll have to wait to see how it pans out. But you can probably guess how I'm feeling. Those monsters look very similar. Just saying.
And it's cutting me so deep, half a close. Now to burn, I won't know if I wake up here
Oh, boo-hoo! You're not... Ugh. Like, yeah, I get it. Oh my god, you like her. But, like, you aren't dating, so she isn't your property. God, men.
Technique needs work.
Hey. Yeah. I guess you found that.
Of course. Sneaking down here was a little more fun when we thought we could get caught, huh?
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, he's crying.
Jacob, I thought we agreed that this, us, was just supposed to be some summer fun.
Yeah. No. I know. You just love having an audience, huh?
Jacob.
I mean, I can't believe you fucking Frenched him. You know, in front of everyone. Jesus wept.
French? Are we 12?
No, but Nick is. Kind of. You know, I love the guy, but I don't think he's actually ever seen a girl naked before.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but he just had his tongue down my throat, and he definitely knew what to do with it.
Oh! She's a queen.
You really love fucking with me, huh?
Lighten up, Sourpuss, please.
This is not how the night was supposed to go.
What?
You know what? Nothing.
No.
Nothing. Never mind.
Oh, she's such a serve.
Fine.
I'm team her. Bye.
You can stand here, sulking, driving yourself crazy, imagining Nick's tongue in my mouth.
Ah,
or you can go grab us some towels.
We're not going skinny dipping.
What
I
do
love
you
you, but
need towels for?
no.
Well, we agreed. Summer fun, right?
Can we just like fuck
Apparently,
in the cabin?
Summer
Like skin.
is not quite over.
Put your dogs away.
Okay.
He's really crying. Her kitty really got him together. Oh. Who is that supposed to be? Hello? Where was that camera angle? Come back. Wait, what was that camera angle? Oh. Oh, it was a card. Why am I finding... Not the white fridge. It's a yellow fridge now. Ew. Can I take this? Where are the towels?
It's not long ago. Wonder if it was near here.
Well, yes, because the newspaper doesn't go past a certain... Okay. Do you just think the newspaper is global? Like the ones they mail out? Like, I don't know. Like one newspaper for the entire... I don't know. I'm trying to word this in a way. Obviously there is, but like... You know what I mean. It's a local newspaper.
Jacket.
Clearly.
Oh,
that's
well,
what I'm trying to say.
Jacket must mean Mr. H. Chris Hackett. Who the hell is Thackett?
Thackett? It's like a butterfly in a cocoon. Just whacking and smacking. Two boys in the picture appear to be the Hacketts. What is that red thing on the floor? Will say, enjoying myself. How many chapters are there? There's 6. There's 10 hours of gameplay, I know that much. There's 10? Oh. Well, I don't know how late I'm staying up, but I'm gonna play until I'm done. Not, like, done with the game. I don't know if I'll finish it in one sitting, like Deer did.
None?
There's exactly 0.
You dick.
What the hell?
Just get back down here, Jacob.
What are these numbers?
Looks gorgeous. I wish I could play on PC, but I don't have a good PC yet. Still struggling in that department, but we'll maybe get there one day. Just come back to my streams, and maybe one day we will... Oh my goodness. Oh my. Oh me, oh my.
Whoa.
What was that?
Someone up there?
What was that?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with probably everything's fine.
You know what I've been really into lately? Minus men in their 30s. I love a man with a big nose. A big nose, dark hair, and a like scruffy little beard. I don't know what it is lately. Like, there's this like guy on YouTube that makes these Dead by Daylight videos, and he's so fine because he fits all of that criteria. Not sure what that means for me, but that is not what it means, Mia.
Okay, well, I guess we could just like drip dry, or you could shake it out doggy style.
Wow, you really know how to talk to a girl, don't you?
Okay, I'm sorry. I do have to pause this. My lash is actually falling off because there's no glue. It's hairspray. So hold, please. I don't even know how I'm going to do this because I have nails on. Oh, and my mustache is coming through. That's fun. This is horrible. Ow! Like, I'm literally putting hairspray in my eyes. Which is probably not safe at all. But I don't have fucking lash glue. I hear something moving outside my window. If it's one of the monsters, enough. Get away. Know your place. The sound of you spraying more hairspray. I like literally don't have... I don't know how I had 3 things of eyelash glue and none of them made it back from Florida. But that's where we are today, I guess. And I also think that I just like can't end stream tonight because if I end stream, I don't have bed sheets. And I can't just go get my bed sheets because it'll wake up my parents. So I don't know. I really want to do more. Like, I want to travel more. So I don't know what. Like, I don't know. I want to move too. So I'm like, how do you make enough money to do that? Like, how do people actually have enough money to live right now? Do you ever think about that? Like, it's actually insane. Like, average rent right now is like $1,000 a month. Like, anywhere. Like, actually anywhere. And it's going up. Like, how do you just make $1,000 a month? You don't. I've thought my spots of actually thinking to move is Dallas, Texas, near the Gearbox HQ, and actually doing more work for them. Or some part in California, somewhere. I don't know. Somewhere not crazy expensive like LA, because if I do move to LA, I can actually use my makeup license and go to the school that I graduated from. That's in New York, but there's a location in LA that I can use my resources with, and I could actually use my degree. Or Seattle. I'm gonna be honest, I really want to move to Chicago, but Chicago, like, unless there's like a, I guess I have to go there to experience it, but like the winters there, I already know I'm gonna fucking hate. Like, I already know it. Like, I don't want to, like, the reason if I move, I want to move somewhere I'm not gonna have to deal with another winter, because I can't stand Massachusetts winter anymore. Like, I really can't do it. Like, it's actually so mentally jarring.
Look, you can't just pretend that it didn't happen.
Oh, but I can, because...
No.
You see, oh, help! Help, I'm drowning.
They
and
barely got snow.
I need a big, strong...
They finally got
not at
snow
all
this year.
insecure man to come save me.
Okay.
What's this? A female in need? Fear not, fragile thing, for Hurricane Jake is here! Cannonball! Cold. Oh, cold.
I'm good, Mudcaps. I would say Texas because I live here, but it's not the best timing. I know. I mean, I also thought of Florida too, but I don't know.
Okay, now you're gonna get it. See?
Because I like actually loved my time in Florida, and there was so much to do.
Oh, stop being,
Attack!
Hey.
And now I have so many friends down there. I don't like when people say, okay, I really don't like when people do that though. Like literally everybody's like, no, don't move to California. No, don't move to like this place. And I'm like, but y'all don't like, I understand like you just lived there, house music, but like, I just like, it doesn't, I feel like every time I say that, somebody's like, don't move there. And I'm like, so you want me to stay in Massachusetts? Like, what am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. There are so many spots I want to move, but it's like, every time I say that, somebody's like, no! And I'm like, okay. I mean, Vine did just move there, and Vine said they had not a great experience moving to Orlando, but I might want to do it for like a year to see how it is. Because I would hate to miss an opportunity because somebody was like, nah. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to live through an opportunity. Like, just because, like, somebody else went through it doesn't mean that I wouldn't really enjoy it. Because, like, when I lived in New York City, when I lived right in the heart of the city, everybody was like, nah, like, it's too crazy. Like, you're not going to like it. Like, don't do it. You're going to hate it. But I loved it. I loved hearing, like, it might sound so stupid, but, like, hearing the clanging and the banging of all night of, like, literally the city that never sleeps. Like, I loved it. Because y'all know I'm up all fucking night. Like, I wish I was streaming back then. Like, it would be so fucking fun. But, I don't know. There's goods and bads. I mean, I definitely want to move in the next couple years. We want to sell this house, so... My spots are... My, like, top two are... My number one is probably Seattle. Like, if I'm being very honest, yeah. Because Seattle's where... Obviously, there's a really great drag scene. There's a great community there. The city's great. The weather isn't terribly bad. It's like a mid-mix. It's right near... It's, like, closer to LA than I am right now. So I could travel for jobs. Yeah, I've been to Seattle. My mod, Groove Wizard... and Redford, when they come around, because they're usually not here a lot, but they're doing college stuff, and they've been my friends for like almost a decade now. They lived there, and I went and visited them, and it was like awesome. So that's like my number one place, but honestly, like California, and everybody always tells me that too. Like I'll say like when I said Florida, and everybody was like no, like everybody always tells me don't move to California, and I know it's like terrible money, but like I would actually get the bang for my buck because I would be able to use what I graduated school out there. I can't get makeup jobs here in Massachusetts to work on movie sets like I did when I was in New York. And I don't want to live in New York again. The other location is LA or California. That's my piece. Anyways. Something bad's gonna happen. Let's not pull each other underwater right now.
Dick move.
Okay, hey, look, check this out.
Okay.
Oh, this is what I see everywhere. This is what I see everywhere.
Yeah, for your like little subscribers or whatever, top 10 guys who will keep you satisfied at summer camp.
Oh, so I get 9 more?
What?
I see that all over Twitter and TikTok. Y'all thirst over anything. He is like hot body, hot face, but he is dumb as rocks. And he's so fucking annoying.
Oh, shit, the rotor. Oh, gotta be fucking kidding me.
What?
Emma!
Jacob, over here!
Did you hear that?
What?
It was like a scream. And it sounded like Abby, but like not the good kind of scream.
I can't hear you.
Okay, look, just hold on. I'm gonna go check it out.
What? Seriously?
I didn't want to leave her, but like... Obviously somebody's in danger. What are they supposed to do? Ignore it and not and dive back in?
Social disruption there, Kaylin, I have to say.
Ah, or was it just the nudge that Abby needed?
You're an evil genius.
Well,
who do you think is gonna make the first move? Nick or Abby?
Nick.
Ooh, good cue. My bet's on neither.
I don't know. Nick's got the beast in him.
If by beast you mean some sort of mild-mannered baby deer.
Hey, don't let that cute, preppy aesthetic fool you. It's like a steel barbecue grill under that shirt.
So you noticed that too, huh?
So, what do you guys want to do now?
We can keep playing.
Yeah? Just the three of us?
All right, Dylan. Truth or... That sounded like Abby.
Oh my gosh.
And there was a gunshot. Hello.
We gotta help her.
I'm just trying to do my first playthrough. And keep
way.
everybody alive, yeah. If someone does die, that's unfortunate.
Abby!
Unless they're my fave.
Please! Nick! Help him!
Where's Nick?
Go after Nick! Go!
Okay. I got this.
That shotgun's got a hell of a spread. Be careful. Okay, all right.
Oh god. Great pathing.
Hey! Get the fuck off of him! Stop! Stop! I'll shoot!
I don't want to shoot him. Oh god. What?
Holy shit, dude.
Oh, cause he...
Gotta go, gotta go.
Can you walk?
Come on, gotta go.
Come on, let's get back to the fire.
Is it because he bit him and he was bit by the beasts? Is that why? But they wouldn't infect one of the main characters without you having any say in it, right? Well, I really fucked us up now, because now he's running into the woods for no reason.
Fuck. Oh, Jesus.
Well, but I've done it now. Fun's over.
There's a half-naked girl waiting for you back there, Jacob. What are you doing?
I'm an idiot. I think calling out will just do bad.
No.
I said don't do a call out, but okay. That got me. Well, I really done it now. Yeah, I feel bad. I mean, I don't feel too bad, but...
Shit! Fuck!
Oh, yeah, I've done it. Oh my god.
Oh, come on. Oh, please, man, just let me down, okay? Just don't hurt me, please.
Oh my god. This is our first death. This is our first
Jesus
death.
Christ, what the fuck are you doing? Son of a bitch.
I just don't I don't understand this guy's motive.
What are you doing? Quiet.
I think he's trying to help us. I'm not. I think he's trying to. I don't know. I don't know.
Helps if you close your eyes. Oh, what are you doing? Stop. Help. Help.
Tastes bad, don't it? It's for your own good.
I think they're trying to help.
Where you off to now, girlie?
Am I crazy?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
See? Wait, what is that? Was that a monster? I think it was one of the monsters.
Seems like just a blink and you're back to see me again. So, then, what have we got? It's the star. Stars in the night sky. Beacons of light. Dreams of hope, purpose, or a reminder of our insignificance.
Oh, it's not too late
Fear
at all.
of despair. Trust in the light of the star. With it comes clarity.
It's a Friday night.
And sometimes proof. The tower.
The Tower of Terror. I didn't get to go on. Very upset about
Jump
it, but it's
free of
fine.
your troubles. Fight or flight? That's the question we all ask ourselves, but often when leaping out of danger, we're still faced with certain peril. Watch your step. It could be your last. Remember, there's always more than meets the eye. Would you like me to show you? Yes, good. But I can only delve deeper into one possible future. So which is it? Choose.
What do we think, chat? What do we think? I'll wait a couple more seconds for more. 2 towers, 3 towers, 3 stars. Reach for the stars. You'll never be one. What the fuck does that mean? I want to say star too, because the tower, when they said watch your step, I feel like it's just gonna be a glance into like messing up like a skill check. I don't know.
Back to it then. Back to Hackett's Quarry.
But can I get a redo?
Back to Hackett's Quarry you go. Oh, the fun you'll have.
I didn't really get to see it. Could you zoom in a little further? Damn.
That was horrible. It was I don't even know what it was. It was so fast, and there was a hunter, and it was just.
Oh, Abby. Here.
What?
Oh, try drawing.
Drawing what?
Can you draw what attacked you?
Okay. Slow.
I think we could have already had our first death already.
Nick, hey, buddy. Can you tell us what happened?
Animal attacked. Where's Abby?
Super out of it, man.
We need to know what happened.
Right. There was a guy there, but there was some kind of animal.
What the hell? What fucking kind of animal does this?
Is Abby?
Yeah, she's okay, dude. She's right over there.
Because teeth were on top of me. I think it was a bear.
Full-size bear would have crushed him. There's no way.
I thought we don't get bears around here.
No,
Oh, fuck. Look at that.
Oh, shit.
That black stuff? That's infection. It's spreading. This is bad. This is really bad, dude.
Apply pressure. Why would you apply pressure on it?
Ryan. We should amputate.
What?
We should cut it off before the infection spreads.
No! 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 Infection spreads to where? We can go to the doctor tomorrow. Take his whole leg off? It's on his thigh! His entire leg, up to his dick. Hello?
Why would we do that?
I don't know, man. Look at that black stuff.
What do you think it is?
Do I look like a doctor?
I can't remember much. I mean, I don't even know what I saw. Holy shit.
Let's not get trigger happy.
Hey! Got a gun! And I know how to use it! Sort of.
Oh, real intimidating.
Ryan, what if it's Jacob or Emma?
What if it's not?
Be careful.
Jesus.
It was probably nothing.
Yeah. But is it gone? Yeah, you better run.
Very brave.
All right. So, Lodge is sounding pretty good right about now, yeah?
No, don't shoot, don't shoot! I'm here to save you.
Why were you in the bush? So now
Holy
Emma's
shit.
by herself.
Nick. Is he okay?
Great.
Nick and Abby were attacked. In the woods.
Hey, does anybody have any dry clothes? I'm fucking freezing.
All our bags are still in the minivan.
Fuck, of course they are.
Jacob, where's Emma?
Fuck! Oh, Jesus Christ. I left Emma on the island, and I told her I'd be right back.
Ouch. Wait, the island?
Yeah, why?
Oh, no, I just thought I saw someone over there before.
Someone?
No, I don't know. It's probably nothing.
Emma.
Well, I think we're gonna head to the lodge.
Also, why are you covered in what I hope is strawberry jelly?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's blood. It was this guy with he had like a bottle thing. I don't know, dude. It's like a really long story.
Use your words.
Yeah, no, it's super fucked up. I gotta go get Emma.
Excuse me?
Hey, I need this, okay? It's not safe out there.
Dude, we gotta protect Nick and Abby.
Yeah, and I need to save Emma, all right? She's out there alone.
You don't even know if she's in trouble.
You don't even know if you're in trouble.
Are you trying to piss me off?
No, I'm trying to save my girlfriend's life, asshole.
Yeah, I don't think she's your girlfriend, dude. What? Get...
Stop! 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 Stop!
Fucking stop! We're in a real mess here, guys. You're acting like pricks, both of you. Jacob, we're keeping this. Nick and Abby are injured. We need protection. There's someone around here. Ryan!
Sorry.
This is bullshit.
Make sure she's safe. If she's on the island, she's definitely fine.
And what, risk another run-in with Captain Deliverance? No thanks, okay? There's probably another boat by the zip line. Either way, I can make it to the island from there.
We need to get back to the lodge. Try to get help.
How? Nick can't walk properly. Oh, yeah, I have an idea.
Use the wheelbarrow. Yep. How did I know? There's confetti all over my fucking floor. I can't.
Okay, let's see what tonight brings.
Oh dear God. Please, Emma. Queen.
Here's a riddle for you. What's got 2 thumbs and is suddenly riding solo on a freaky island in the dark? This fool. Well, 1 thumb. 1 available thumb. Okay. And it was here, on this strange, uninhabited island, that this brave young soul found herself.
She's so
Okay,
gorgeous.
full disclosure, I've suddenly found myself on a strange, tiny little island all alone with nothing to do but show you guys around. So, there's a treehouse over there. I'm gonna go and see if I can't dish out some of that sweet, sweet panoramic goodness. Because here's the thing. Not that I want to go back, because I don't. But even if I did, I can't, because then I'd look like the super needy one when he was the one who stormed off in the first place. God, you know what? Sorry, I'm venting. Oh, explore venting. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. To the treehouse, fellow explorers.
How did we get to this island? I thought we were just on the docks. Like, am I wrong? Oh, she swam to the other side? I guess. Her just in her bra and panties, true.
And this is the meeting shelter. It's a shelter where you meet at.
Oh!
Okay, I'm trying really hard to make this interesting, but sometimes a thing just
Hi, Curtis.
is what it is.
Almost 30 months. That's like
I think I've made my point.
23 kids. Oh my god. And you only have one. Good morning. I'm finally playing this fucking game. Not 20 kids.
So this island is like an unexcavated part of the quarry that rewilded itself after it flooded into the lake. Pretty cool, huh? You know, when I was little, I used to think that islands just kind of would float in the middle of the water, kind of like an airbed. But I'm older and wiser.
Why
now,
would you
and
think that? That's fucking
realize that not
stupid.
everything's always
Just
as it
kidding.
seems. Kind of like how you thought you were just having a hot summer fling, and then it turns into babysitting a big hairy man-child.
Oh.
Who's all sad because you don't want to go steady with him and write him love letters every freaking
Oh.
day.
Oh.
And while we're talking about it, you don't mind that we're talking about it, right? Why is it up to me to justify my feelings when
Is
you're
this
the one who had all the
personal?
love about it, you know? Oh, look. A metaphor in the narrative by means of fork in the road. How fitting. Here's the big question. Do I take the high road, literally, and forget about it? Or do I continue on the path I'm on and keep ranting about my stupid dumb life?
Wait, where did he say he was going?
Guess since this isn't live, the choice is up to me.
He said he's going to the zip lines, so we should go high, right? I don't like the idea of going in this creepy woods. Am I wrong? But then we saw someone up there last time. We saw someone in, like, the roof. In the binoculars. Oh my god. I know, I'm very excited to be playing as well. Because I've been, like, avoiding everybody playing it for so long. So now, after I play it, I can see what everybody's talking about. Oh, don't say that. Wait, which one's Jacob? Is that the dumb idiot guy? Don't. No. Ah. He's been so cringe so far. I don't know why everybody's like obsessed with him because that one scene of him in his like underwear. Everybody's like, oh my god. I thought it was gonna be a full gay scene. I mean, there is gay stuff, but like, I thought. Guys, I'm going with my heart.
Okay, moving up in the world. Let's do this. Now you might notice the darling rustic vibes this walkway is radiating, and that's no accident. I don't know what y'all are doing with your walkways, but if you're not spending a full hour pulling a splinter out of a snotty kid's finger, don't you dare call it authentic. Don't worry, the kid was fine. I'm a good counselor, and what doesn't kill you will make you stronger.
Oh, we're about to test that, aren't we, Miss Emma? We are in for a doozy. I feel it. Have you seen someone play this all the way through yet, Curtis? Oh my god, I just... Yeah. He's a dummy for love. True. Is he a Pisces? Okay, this is where we saw someone, so, a little concerning. Do all these characters have birthdays? Like, in the wiki? I can't look because it'll say
This is where we're
spoilers.
heading. Not too shabby. Well, literally is too shabby. But these views, oh man, you're gonna blow your tops. There's also a zip line, which, I guess you can watch me crap my pants on that thing. What the hell?
Ew!
I'm here, aren't I? I'm gonna carpe this DM so damn hard it won't know what hit it. But first, we gotta get there. And there's still so much to talk about.
No, she's vlogging.
I hope Abby's okay. She ran off earlier. If you didn't see it, I kind of sort of made out with Nick. But it was a dare. I'm not like a bitch or anything. Oh, and for context, Abby likes Nick. Well, actually, they like each other. In truth, I just wanted to fan the flames a little. Watching them stumble around each other like drunk jellyfish was exhausting. Poor kid was like deer in headlights. It's cool though. They're smart. They'll get it. I bet they're out there in the woods right now, just absolutely going for it.
Just going at it. I don't like how it automatically pans to stuff when it's like not. See, here's the zip line. I don't know when what's his name's gonna get here, but in his underwear, so. I'm literally just supposed to adventure. Well, this was my vision.
Oh, look. Car keys. Police car keys. I think this might be one of those, I'm sorry, officer, I have no idea what you're talking about situations. So I'm just gonna go ahead and leave those right there.
Police car keys? It's over for us. It's over. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Guys, I don't know what to do. Guys. I really don't know how to feel. I mean, obviously, I think 2K created a great game, and I'm excited to... Sorry, I really wish I had lash glue today. I think it's fun. I'm having a good time. I just don't... I can't say anything of how I feel because I don't want anyone to be like, oh, but that's why, because spoilers. I'm like, I don't want to share my thoughts because somebody might interject and say something I don't know. But, I mean, I said earlier, I just think the animal thing, like the Wendigo thing again, like, really? But I guess something could happen, I guess, to make it something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I mean, I guess there could be something that makes it gaggy, but, like, really?
And here we are, as promised, one extremely rickety and even more underwhelming treehouse. In another world, perhaps young Jacob and I would settle down here and play house together. Honey, I'm home. What's that now? I forgot the children's bedtime. Well now, that's a fine how do you do. Take it all in, folks. That's the summer camp experience right there, and oh look, it seems somebody forgot to clear the place out.
Here we go.
Somebody forgot to clear the place out. I guess one of the kids left their stuff, or maybe one of the guys back there?
The audio repeating?
But I don't recognize this. Did you hear that?
Ignoring the loud noise.
Looks like we have a choice on our hands. Do we snoop through someone else's belongings? Or do we open the spooky trapdoor and die a horrible, painful death?
Girl.
There are literally no right answers. Bag it is. And you know what? I'm putting some clothes on. This is all you're getting. Fun. Okay, so I think there's something up there. And it is not gonna make me jump, I can promise you that much.
Jesus.
Goodbye, cruel world. The final curtain is calling and there's no time for an encore.
You're so stupid. Oh my god. Come on, Emma! Why did she let it out? I'm mad as hell. I should have known. Oh. Come on. Oh, they're so ugly.
Easy.
I got it. He's okay.
Are you in pain?
No, sorry. I'm really hungry.
We'll get you some food
Me.
inside, okay?
Okay. Oh man, I can eat a horse.
Well, I don't know if we'll be able to find you a horse, but
Oh my god, you're walking into the wrong channel.
Yuck, I hate granola.
Saying you're Jacob, saying you love Abby. Oh my god. I just missed a card. God damn it.
This will open the nurse's station. Should be plenty of stuff in there.
Well, hopefully we can just get him cleaned up for now.
I'll get you something to eat.
Can we just get everybody together again?
Oh, yeah.
No, don't.
Isn't there one in Mr. H's office?
Yep. We'll come meet you.
Copy that.
I really hope they're gonna be okay. Do you think that whatever's left in the nurse's office is gonna cut it?
Caitlin knows what she's doing.
Does she? I mean, she wasn't even supposed to be working at the nurse's office this summer. She only filled in because some other girl didn't show up.
It's better than nothing. Come on, let's go call for backup.
I thought there were other characters.
Pretty weird to see this place so dead.
You never came down here at night while camp was in session?
What? No, did you?
A couple times, yeah.
Oh, no.
Where are you going?
I thought I just heard my name.
I didn't hear anything. I don't think Nick's injuries are as bad as we thought.
Well, that's good news.
Yeah.
So what now?
So what now?
We gotta call for help. Who should I call?
Mr. H?
The only number I got is to this phone.
Okay, then 911.
You mean 911? Who says 911?
I don't know.
Anyway, yeah, but like what should I ask for? Like police? Ambulance?
Huh.
No, ambulance.
Well, do you need to specifically ask for an ambulance, or can you just say, like, help, help?
So they'll say 911, what's your emergency? And I'll say, help, help. My friend may have been attacked by a bear, or maybe not a bear, but definitely an animal with teeth. And we're not sure how many there are out there right now, or how smart they are. So they may be mounting an attack on us right now. So just like send a whole bunch of ambulances just to be sure.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
They are so.
911.
Ah!
What's wrong?
Dead.
Someone cut it.
Well, that's weird.
Phones go dead sometimes out here.
Right when you're about to call the cops, though?
It's a coincidence.
Did you try the hang-up thingy?
What?
Here.
What are you doing?
I don't know. It's what they do in movies when the phone goes dead. You tap on the little thingy.
We're not in a movie.
Okay, well, you know, how do you know that? Maybe that's just what they want you to think, man.
Funny.
Okay, so this phone's a no-go. No one has signal. Is there anywhere else in the camp that has a landline?
Well, not a landline.
What?
The radio hut has some old broadcast gear.
Where you do your announcements?
Where I curate my sweet summer jams, yeah, and where I do the PA announcements. It has some old equipment there. I think we could probably rig something up and get a message out.
All right, yeah. Let's head over there and see if we can contact somebody. Put that back, Dylan.
In my replies, like, going off right now. Like, what is the issue?
I will put it back when we're good and safe and help is on the way.
Okay, just careful with it.
I'll be fine. Okay.
Oh, fun's over.
Weather.
Fun's over.
What weather, Ryan?
Maybe it was the bears.
Ryan, stop.
Bears.
Like, something's
And why does
going
everyone blame
wrong.
Everything on bears. Okay. So, for the sake of argument, what if that bear that cut our phone line and just cut out all the power, what if that bear is waiting for us out in the hallway?
Yeah.
Fair point.
Thank you.
We should probably tell Caitlin that we're going to the radio hut. They're probably freaks.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Let's go.
Oh my god. Yeah, we should probably
Nerd.
leave that with Caitlin.
Do you think she really needs it, though?
She needs it just as much as we do.
If she's staying in the lodge, we're going out there.
You literally just said there might be something dangerous in the lodge.
When?
Like 20 seconds ago.
Okay, sure, but that's because I really wanted the gun.
Just give her the gun, man.
I don't know. Like, I don't know. There's so many decisions. I can't. Ryan has a gun. But Ryan has a gun. They don't have anything here at the lodge. I think. Where are they going? They're going to the tower. But I don't think there's a threat here. Cause like, didn't he say stay in this building? This building's safe? Ugh. I thought he said stay in this building's safe at the beginning of the game. And keep everything locked. I feel like this is a very pivotal decision to make. I'm glad it's not timing me. I hope it doesn't time me. I feel like Ryan has a gun that works, and we need a gun where we're going. I don't think... Oh. I don't know why my stream, like, died for a second. I feel like we need a gun where we're going. I don't think we need two. But my problem is if something, like, a bunch of those monsters come, we're gonna need two guns. And what if we go to where Emma and Jacob are? We're gonna need two guns. They don't have a gun. But they don't have one here. We have both guns right now.
All right. You're right.
Hey, we'll still have mine. If you're extra nice to me, I might let you hold it.
Don't write a check that your ass can't cash.
My ass has got quite the bank account.
Well, boy, gentlemen. Can I watch?
Am I interrupted something?
Yeah, a little bit. Not, am I interrupting something? I can't. You are so...
Chin up, big guy. I wouldn't really know what to do with it, okay? I trust you.
Oh, they're so fruity together. I
Oh,
love
thank
it.
you so much, Dylan. You're so generous and handsome. Yeah, no problem. Don't mention it.
Oh. Me and who? Oh my god. So cute. Oh, Jesus. Fun's over. Just 1 second, Lady Gold. Quietly. Oh. It might be better to just do it fast. I should have just done fast. No! The music? Feels really bizarre for the music to be playing right now. Really random. No! Now she has nothing, damn it. Oh, that would have killed her.
Oh,
that was possibly one of her deaths.
Good to see you. That time again, is it? Why do you come? Why do you come if you've not found my cards? There are truths in the cards.
Lady Gold, it was nice to meet you. I'm so sorry for the delay.
Bring them to me.
I had a blast. I had a blast. Thank you so much for coming to the panels as well.
I'll leave you with this.
I can't wait for next year. I hope you come to next year as well.
Remember who's looking out for you.
Oh yeah, I had such a blast. I'm definitely going next year. There's no way I can't. I'm glad I was so exposed to it. Like, I just didn't know it was a thing, and I'm happy I know it's a thing now. So many cons coming back up after everything stopping in 2019.
I couldn't find anything to eat. The kitchen's pretty cleaned out. Oh shoot, I left my bag. I brought you this.
That was... Fuck. I don't even know what happened. It was all just a blur.
How are you feeling?
I'm okay. I'll be okay. Thanks to you.
No, I just helped a little. It was all Caitlin and Ryan.
You're here with me. That helps.
All right, they're off to find a radio or something.
What's with the,
we found another in Mr. H's office, so just in case.
What happened to the lights?
Not sure. Any better?
I'm doing okay. Kinda.
Wait, are they going to the radio hut?
Phone's dead. They're gonna try to send out an SOS or something. We're holding down the fort.
What?
I thought you said Dylan and Ryan already left.
Wait, stay here. I'll check it out.
We don't know what's out there. It could be dangerous.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna check it out.
Oh my. I thought he said this place was safe. I'm not crazy. Oh. That's my shotgun sound effect. I don't like that because I live in the basement, so all these ambient noises, I'm like, hello? If one of those things are in here, I swear. I mean T. I'm thinking like Left 4 Dead. Oh my god, this is a safe room. What is he doing here? I don't understand what's his goal. Oh, she... You're walking right in front of him, girl. Hi, Marshy. Jesus Christ. Why is she following? Where's his buddy? The sniper buddy. Why is he doing all the work? Not him being the top. I mean T.
When you find them, let them. And keep me posted, Bobby.
I almost missed that. A sniper? Oh, Jesus. How does he not see her? You are dumb. That would be me. Uh-oh.
Oh, fuck.
Did he just take her shotgun? Caitlin!
Hey, so this may not be like the best time per se, but like...
I knew it was a bad idea to keep the shotgun
What?
here. I literally knew it.
Yeah, so like I was just, you know, thinking about like the start of summer and when we first
Marshall, there's
met,
By
you know,
Kings in
started
this.
camp and,
There was a guitar,
like,
there's
now
By
summer's
Kings.
over
I
and,
said, where's Marshall?
You know, is that like the last time we're gonna see each other, you know?
Sorry, Nick, what are you saying?
Hey, don't worry about Caitlin, she's tough.
I know. I'm sorry, Nick. I'm just distracted. Just get through the night, okay?
maybe I was misreading the situation back there, but kind of felt like a little bit more was gonna happen.
Well, did you want a little bit more to happen?
Like what?
Are you dumb?
Oh!
Sorry. I just mean... Of course I wanted it to happen, I just didn't know if you did too.
Okay, wait.
That seems like such a long time ago now.
Sorry.
You did want it to happen though. You can tell me.
Are you dumb? Please?
Yeah, I guess.
Just saying that because I'm hurt.
Oh.
Nick.
Enough, Nick. Stop. Did anyone else like that?
Meow! Meow! Shh! We have time.
Shh!
We have time.
It's okay, I got this.
I just like don't understand this
God.
guy's.
What happened? Jesus, where's the gun?
We gotta get out.
No, we have to hide.
It's gonna make me choose get out or hide. I hate it here.
So the Radio Hut has like an actual radio? I thought it was just like...
These are the Vikings.
Oh yeah, yeah. It used to be more of a actual radio station, actually. You know, I mean, it is still technically, but nobody brings their radio to camp anymore.
Yeah.
It's weird, actually, that there used to be kids with their radio.
Oh my god.
You know, nowadays, everything we need is on the phone, but Mr. Hackett takes it on the first day.
I think it's because it's on the PS4. I think every other system there's probably not audio skipping. It's just PS4 being shit.
Technology, it giveth and it taketh. So is that something like that you want to go into?
Camp radio?
No, like DJing or music or something.
Oh, fun's over.
Yeah, I mean, I like music, but I think I want to major in quantum physics.
They're getting to know each other.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You don't really seem like a science guy.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, not here.
I'm sorry. I'm so completely fascinated by this. What do you mean by not here?
Not here at camp. I do that at home, and then here I
You're a wise cracking smartass.
That's a little harsh, but
No?
okay, so maybe I was a little nervous when I arrived in an uncomfortable social situation, and I overcompensated a little bit by making a bunch of jokes.
You played into it.
Yeah, I mean, people kind of enjoyed the blasé Dylan.
And do you enjoy the blasé Dylan?
Not yet, like, you know, whatever, man. It's pretty cool. It's fine.
Come
I like
on.
Dylan.
Come on.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Dylan. I'm Ryan. Well, actually, let's get the fuck out of here, Ryan.
Yeah, I like him. That makes a lot of sense.
They're at a camp, and there's monsters and guys with guns, and they're abandoned here at camp, and their friend got attacked by one of the monsters. They're all counselors, but they intentionally ruined their card because they wanted to stay a night again together because they didn't want to, like, depart from each other. Because they're enjoying everybody's company. And they really haven't had a day to just, like, hang out because they've been taking care of the kids. So they, like, want to get to know each other. Alright. Is there an easy mode, please? Come on, guys. Anything. Oh my god. Please! I'm gonna cry. Oh. Oh. I don't know. Like, I want to experience this game, but I want to experience the story, and if somebody dies, I'm going to be very upset. How many rewinds do you get? I think you get 4. I have the deluxe edition. 3. Maybe I'll change it after my second one. I'll make it easier for me. I just, like, don't even, like, want to see how gruesome it gets. Is that bad? I just want to experience the story. I hate it.
Good?
Wait, what?
Give me a minute.
What am I supposed to do here?
All right.
It wants me to explore? What is here? I feel like if I go out there, I'm gonna die. I'm going inside. I'm scared.
Huh.
Why don't I get to refresh my death rewinds, huh? Why don't I get unlimited? I'm a 2K sponsored Next Maker. I should get access to all the death rewinds.
All good?
I'm stressed. Like my heart. Let's lock the door.
Oh, this place is kind of a dump, huh?
Okay, when I was a camper here, it was barely working. It hadn't been used for years, and it took me a really long time, actually, to get this place cleaned up and looking the way it is. So, I'm sorry if it's not up to your standards, but I've been putting in a lot of TLC.
Okay. This is me showing someone my apartment.
Let me get this set up.
My basement apartment with an unfinished kitchen and bathroom.
Anything over here we can use?
The power tools? No. That's Mr. H wanted more storage, so it's kind of how he lets me keep the station going.
Gotcha. So, how far does it go?
Oh, well, it was designed just to broadcast to the PAs around camp for announcements and to, you know, portable radios and whatever. So, I think the range is about a mile.
How do you even know all this stuff?
I just kind of picked it up.
The technical stuff has always been a little hard for me to get a handle on.
Well, if you like, I could show you the ropes.
Like a class?
Yeah, it's easy. Like climbing.
Sign me up, teach.
Oh, teacher. Student role play.
Anyways, this thing's gonna need a bit of a power up, but that's where this comes in.
Dust magnet.
It's supposed to be a signal booster. It's kind of janky looking, but it's worth giving a shot.
So, we can actually talk to people with this thing?
Yeah, well, it's not a two-way radio, so
oh, it's a
we can
three-way.
talk, but then the best we can do is switch it over to the receiver and see if anyone broadcasts anything back, which is unlikely, but
well, I mean, it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah. So what should I say?
Just like make it sound urgent.
Okay. Hello, how's it going out there? This is, we need help. This is, we are
That's what I would do.
counselors at
Help.
Hackett's Quarry Summer Camp, and there's been a horrible accident, attack, some stuff bad here. We need your help. There is a swarm of bears, and they are everywhere, and there's these hunters too, and they seem to be shooting at the bears, but also at us, which is not good, and a few of our friends are hurt, and we are in desperate need of help, so please, I mean, there's vicious bears.
There's,
we don't know what to do, so please, come help us, SOS. This is an emergency, save our ship. Come on down, please help us.
Spell.
Yeah,
Period,
you good?
bestie.
Is that-
Swarm of bears?
Yeah.
Herd of bears.
Yeah, I've heard of bears.
Oh, he's such a Scorpio. This is such a Scorpio Pisces dynamic.
All right,
I'm sorry.
I guess I should just like switch this over to the receiver and see if we get anything back.
Okay.
Make everything
I'm
about me
gonna
again.
Keep an eye out while you do all this techie stuff.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Oh. It's behind me, you can't see it. But it was a monster.
Check it.
I got a ping on the radio, but no response. I'm gonna head to
Wait, did he say lodge?
the other counselor.
I don't know, hold on.
2 males in the radio shack near the cabins. Another couple unaccounted for. Copy that. Out.
Oh, yikes.
Holy shit, they're talking about us. How?
Because we just told them on the fucking radio. Fuck.
Shh. Quiet. Calm down.
They
It's
know
always
who
the
we are
cops
now.
being in on it.
We can't stay here.
Calm down.
Let's stay calm, okay? Let's go find Caitlin and everybody, okay?
Okay, yeah. Okay.
No, 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 no.
Why didn't you tell me there was something out there?
I wasn't sure, man.
Fuck, what the fuck was that?
I have no idea.
Ryan? Is it a bear?
It's not. You just saw it. It's not a bear. Like, where am I supposed to shoot?
What is that?
Why would I shoot at... Why would I shoot at nothing?
Fuck.
What?
Caitlin, Abby, and Nick, they're coming up the path.
Oh, shit.
They're coming toward us. We gotta warn them.
There's one on the roof.
What about the PA?
Up top? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we can tell them to hide or something.
Fuck, no. Oh, shit. Hold the button.
Caitlin, get into a building now. Do not come up here. There's an animal outside the radio hut. Just get into a cabin now. Go!
Oh, fuck, dude.
Can we barricade the door? Oh God.
What now?
I don't know, guys. Like, I want to kill it, but, like, is it killable? Like, I feel like if we start... Welcome back, Cole. I don't know what to do.
Is there anything we can do?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's just an animal, right? I mean, maybe we can scare it off?
Well, yeah. I mean, if it has hearing like a dog, maybe we can play like a really high-pitched feedback loop and just blast it. And I mean, it would hurt like hell, but you know.
Smart.
Do it.
I wouldn't have thought of it.
Okay, come on, Dylan. Let's do this.
I don't know if it'll work, but we can try.
Come on. It's almost.
Hey, Dylan, just take a breath. I'm sure you can figure it out.
Okay, yeah. Right.
Let me take a breath.
There's something missing. What's missing?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, crap. I pulled the wire.
Fix it. I'll cover you. Do it now. Go, quickly.
Oh no.
Spreading, you have to cut it off! Cut it off! Cut it off!
No way, man. I'm not dismembering you.
The other guy healed.
Get the wire. Get
the other guy
Get
healed.
the wire. Gotta plug it in the thingy.
On it. What do I do? What do I do?
The button. The button. Oh, he blew the speaker.
so now we can't do anything
Did the
else.
trick. Nice work, Dylan.
Yeah. Thanks.
If he's infected now, oh, I'm gonna be plaqued.
Is it safe?
I think we're okay for now.
We ran into one of those hunter guys.
Ah, crap.
Chased us out of the lodge. I think we lost him on the way up here. You get a message out?
I think so.
Great. What the hell was going on up there?
It just attacked us.
Holy shrimp, you should have seen it.
Dylan made some sort of crazy feedback loop and it scared it off.
Yeah, but like, am I really supposed to just cut everybody's body parts off? That doesn't
Well,
seem right.
You know, I figured if it's like most animals, then it would have sensitive hearing, so.
Okay, great.
Caitlin, where's your gun?
I lost it. One of the friendly locals wanted to say hi.
Can we get inside?
Did she shoot at us?
Who the fuck is this?
Who's there?
Who was she?
Should we follow her?
Okay, but like, look, I'm gonna be right. Just watch. Cutting off everybody's body parts is not the answer.
Oh shit, Dylan, what is that? Oh my god.
Did she just die? How did she just die? Hello? Good night, kitten.
Oh, you're back. Looks like that's one less vermin in the world. Let's take a look once more.
What do you mean?
No cards means no reading. Simple as that. Keep looking, though. There are still cards to find somewhere out there. We spend so much time looking toward the future. It's easy to forget that the past holds secrets, too. Worth remembering that. So it's goodbye again. I'll be here. I'll wait for you.
Okay, ma'am. Boo, I don't want to play as him right now.
Emma!
Jesus Christ.
Jesus! Fuck! Man. God, this night sucks ass.
All right. Starting off strong.
Emma, is that you?
Nope. Doesn't sound like Emma, does it? Maybe use that tiny brain, sir. I like the ghost storyline more than the things chasing us storyline.
Yeesh. I'm gonna fall off this. Well, that bodes ill. Fucking hell.
What did that mean? Thank you for the pan shot.
Maybe there's something on here.
I have no idea. Put it in his foreskin. A nice pocketbook for later. You just put things in your foreskin like a purse. Sorry.
Oh, God, Emma! Ah, Jesus Christ!
Oh my God, no way. Am I glad to see you?
Oh, Jesus Christ! Ah!
You left me back there, you asshole.
God, Emma, come on.
What the fuck is going on?
Look, I don't know, okay? Some, like, bear attacked Nick and Abby back there.
Yeah, me too, but it definitely was not a bear.
What? Who? When?
Why?
Sorry, I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, barely. I mean, the thing that attacked me at the treehouse was like...
What? It was like what, Emma?
like out of a horror movie.
Okay, well, it was probably just like a bear trying to defend itself.
Why is everybody saying a bear?
You know it wasn't a fucking bear.
No, you're right.
Period.
You're right. And now we have these fucking the hunters running all over the place. So that's a fun new wrinkle. They did this to me.
That's a lot of blood.
Yeah, well, it's not mine.
Got quite the funky bouquet. No offense.
Okay.
Okay, we've got to get out of these woods.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Hey!
You know, Jacob, you don't have to be a dick about literally everything.
Shit. Okay, you know what? You're right. Okay? You're right. I'm sorry.
Ugh, you're so annoying.
Oh my God, can we please not do this right now? Okay, seriously? I literally came looking for you as soon as I heard there
She's
was
so
something out
me
here.
though.
Or
She's so
things,
me.
like plural.
Wait, really?
Oh God. Not this. Fun's over. Oh. Oh, shit. Emma! Help her. Great.
Ah, fuck!
I was hoping he would go back for Emma. Why would he just leave her? Thanks. PS4. No! No, 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 no! I knew it was coming. I was praying it didn't happen. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god!
Fuck! Shit! Look, you could.
Oh my god! That scared me more than those fucking monsters. Like, oh my god.
Is she like one of those hunter dudes?
I don't think so.
Should we do something?
What can we do? She's dead.
I don't think she's dead.
I mean, with the body.
That's Kaylee Hackett.
Mr. H's daughter? I thought she went home with her brother.
Kaylee. Yeah. I thought so too.
What?
Oh man, poor Kaylee. Nick.
You smell so good.
Oh. Oh god.
You all right there, bud? Maybe dial it back a bit, huh?
Oh, fuck my life. Whatever.
What do you...
Taste you.
Get off. Get off.
Come here.
Get off.
Nick, what the hell? Get off!
Nick.
Watch out!
Stop.
Get off!
Period. You better stand up for yourself, Queen.
Nick? Are you okay? I just wanted him to stop.
Nick, dude.
Hey, it's okay. You're okay.
I got you.
What did I do?
I don't know.
He's so cold.
Okay, let's get him in the pool house. Dry him off.
Like...
Just try to rest.
I'm sorry.
Just try to rest.
I'm sorry.
The audio skipping? Okay.
We need to be keeping a record of everything that happens. For the police.
Yeah. Dead girl in the pool needs some explaining, huh?
Easy, man.
Maybe like photos, whatever we can. I've got a funny feeling the cops are not going to want to believe any of this crazy shit unless we've got some hard proof.
From now on, if you got your phone and you see something, take a photo or a video or whatever.
Yeah. You okay over there, Abby? Look, why don't you look around and see if you can find anything to help make Nick more comfortable?
I just like, I don't think we should have amputated, but I didn't think that there was gonna be an infection, like like these people are turning into these zombie things, because that's been done so many times before. And I'm not even like saying that like I'm not like I'm sponsored and blowing smoke up your ass. I love this game and it's great, but I'm like, oh my god, I literally didn't think they were gonna go down that route again. But I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see. I mean, I only didn't amputate because I didn't think they were gonna go down that route. But like, I think there's a way to save them. I don't think by not amputating them. I don't think that's the way. Like, I love where it's going. I just don't... I would have liked the ghost storyline more. But that's me. I mean, we're only in chapter 6 and there's 4 left. But who knows what's gonna happen. So I can't really make my judgment halfway through the game. But I will say that is how I'm feeling. Is that if I don't get my happy ending with the buys, I will be very upset. Which is looking very likely that we're not going to. But I did, like, part of me is like, okay, I've done, in my eyes, everybody's still alive. I think there's parts that you could probably have people dead by now. And I don't think, at this point, they would intentionally do story things that you can't prevent in quick times that would hurt the survivors and kill them late game if you can't save them. Right? Because, like, I couldn't save those 2 characters from getting their arms pulled out if I just did a different route. You know what? Whatever. That's just how I see it. But I guess I'm going down maybe I'm just going down a wrong route. I'm not getting the good ending. Who fucking knows? Can I get a camera? Why is it so dark? Oh!
This place was so different like 12 hours ago.
Yeah, like, what are we supposed to do? Cut his arm off and then, like, he has, like, his flesh there? Like, what? I'm not incorrect in how I'm thinking. I love my solution and I love my theory. So, I don't think I'm incorrect. And I stand by it.
Here, that better?
Thanks.
I just want to be the one that writes the game. And if it goes any other way, I'm gonna be mad. Hi, Daniel. How you doing? Happy to see you. I feel like the chlorine, like, kind of, like, cleansed him. Did it not? I feel like he's okay. For now. Oh, Daniel, thank you for 5 months. How you doing? I just said that, but, like, how are you doing? And did I ask how are you doing? I feel like if I was a counselor, I'd be wearing a look like this. I'd wear my boat hat. I'd probably have a tighter shirt and, like, have, like, my boobs out. As a camp counselor for the kids. Hey, let's do some aerobics. Oh, I found a cord. And 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. What would your job be at, like, a camp? Like, what would your job be as a counselor? Okay, but how are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm finally out of bed. I've been in bed for the last 4 days. Sick. A theater coach. Oh my god. I think I would be a great, Can I pull out the thing that has all of their jobs? Or is that still at the thing? Oh. Kaylee's dead. Great. Thanks for that hint. Awesome. I like that we just didn't see her face. And they were like immediately like, that's Kaylee. Water sports counselor. So true. Oh wait, you'd be like, oh my god, wait, I'd be the sexy lifeguard. Yes. So true. Or I'd be like the referee when they do the sports. I'd be like, those kids get a point. They get a point. Woo! Nothing interesting here. I'm just walking around toilets and showers. Brenda was like, do something. What's her name? Caitlin? I can't just not call her Brenda. Caitlin was just like, get up and do something, you lazy bitch. Oh. Hi. Can you guys like make out? Is this seat taken? That's my lap. I know what I said.
I wonder where Caleb is.
Is that the...
Yo, something is not right with that boy.
Well.
Dude is real sick.
Did you see how he freaked out in the water?
Yeah, he was like a fish out of water.
We could test it with your arm.
Sure.
You know, something was weird when I tried to clean his wounds, too. At the lodge.
What do you mean?
Well, all of his clothes were bloody, but I couldn't find where he was bit. Or scratched, or whatever. He just kept moving around, like he didn't want me to see how badly he was hurt.
What?
Huh.
Rabies?
He's not frothing at the mouth.
I think Abby would beg to differ.
Point.
Yeah, isn't aquaphobia a symptom of rabies?
Hydrophobia, yeah. But I think it's more about a fear of drinking, not just getting wet. This was like
my cat in the bathtub.
Yeah.
I told y'all. Oh. Like, why would we if we amputated it,
Abby.
It wouldn't have done anything.
Yeah?
Can I ask you something?
Oh, Jesus.
Of course.
Do you like me?
Yeah.
Nick.
Please, just tell me.
I've really enjoyed spending time with you this summer.
That's such...
Calm down.
What?
Such a cop-out answer.
Oh my god. Why are his teeth like yellow?
Abby?
Don't.
What?
I've got something to ask you.
You just asked!
Yeah. Okay.
Why don't you like me, Abby?
Okay. Well, because your teeth are yellow. Like, not even like a healthy yellow. Like, they're literally like orange candy corns. I don't know. Do we want to spice it up a little bit? Maybe like, you're different. I think Abby needs to buck up a little.
Nick, you're different.
No. Just Nick. Good old big dick Nick.
What?
What the hell?
sick, Abby. Why don't you care about me?
I do.
Wait, is this exorcism? Possession?
You're not really very smart, are you? Poor stupid Abby.
Stop.
Easy pickings. Right off the bone.
This isn't you. I mean, this isn't you.
Hey!
Whoa!
Oh my god!
Abby, everything okay?
Holy shit.
I'm sorry, it's not funny, but holy yeet! It is. Oh my god! It is possession! Don't shoot him. She's attacking the host. If she shoots him, he's gonna feel it. Guys, I fucking told y'all. Oh no. Oh shit. Okay, maybe I was wrong. Oh my god, what just happened? Oh? I actually need a minute after that. That actually took the breath out of me. Oh my god. I don't want to keep playing because that's gonna happen to the bye guy. Fun's over. How do we save? How do you save from that? How do you save from... Not only was there one death, but there's two. Like, that was a lot. What? How do y'all just keep playing after that? What the fuck? How do we go on? Okay, everyone breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. I don't know. Don't ask me. Like, I'm actually shook. I thought I was on the right path. Like my mind was like 5,000, but apparently fucking not. Okay. Here's my dilemma. How did Cop Man know and have the possession in him and he's still, like, sane? There has to be a way to save them. There has to be. There's no way. Because he had the eyes. So he's definitely infected at the beginning of the game. Like, we really just saw everything happen. I want... Me, yeah, Abby needs to get some more guts. Well, she clearly has guts. We saw them. Oh my god! That poor girl. I am so sorry for talking shit about her earlier. Oh my god, can we redact my statements? Oh my god. Poor girl. That ain't right. We only have 3 guys. Do we care? That's the question. I love my girl Abby, but she's really not giving to the story. She's not giving what needs to give. And I would rather use, if we lose the other ones, my heart's on them. Everyone in chat in favor for not using a save on Abby, say aye. Aye. Did I say not? If you don't want to save her. Aye. Okay, but think about it. Think about it mathematically. It's a science. There's scientific proof. We have to save 2 couples. Nope. We have to save 2 couples and 2 girl bosses. That's not... that's not the math. So, and on top of that, one of our ones we want to save is infected. So we really need to save our lives. But I wanted to save everybody. But see, this here, Abigail died. Do you want to save her? What about the other guy? Does he just not matter? Does it just not matter? I don't know, guys. This is hard. I think there's a way to save them. Like, I think there's a way to save Dylan. I don't think there's any saving him. I think this experience will make us strong. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Okay, but they said, like, even if we amputated them, I told y'all we shouldn't have amputated them. Because even if they got caught, wherever we amputated, it wouldn't have done anything. Because it's a mix between getting bitten and exorcism. It's a mix. So amputating would have never worked. Looks around scared. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm sorry, Abby. I'm sorry.
Is everyone?
She has no idea what's going on. This poor girl. And her boyfriend just left her for dead. Fuck that guy.
Okay. So, if I were a counselor at an off-season camp, partying around a bonfire, and it started to rain, and there were monsters, I would go to the lodge.
Yeah, I agree, Marshall. But nothing ever happens. Nothing's ever good for me. Also, Daniel, thank you for gifting a sub. I appreciate it. I was just in the middle of like 5 different conversations. The fun's over.
Gotta get out of here.
I don't need backseating. I appreciate it though. My heart is racing after that. It doesn't help that there's energy in my system, like an energy drink. Whew. Nobody say what you're thinking, by the way. Just don't. I know what you're thinking. Don't. Don't use the command. If you know, you know.
Hey, Stinky!
Nice.
No, don't do it. Because you know what happened.
Oh, they caught it.
Come on, do it. I've never done this before, Pop.
Let's do it fast, that's it.
No. I don't think it's smart.
God damn. God damn these fucking kids. Son, what?
God damn it.
Stop squirming. Give me the train.
Is she bit, huh?
How am I supposed to know? I don't know. Let me look at her. Nah.
Get the fuck away from me!
Oh.
Sorry. She's such a queen. Get the fuck away from me!
Caitlin! Ryan! Abby! This doesn't feel safe.
Well, it's not. Spoiler, it's not.
Abby?
Literally, the door wide open. While there's someone that was just gonna tranquilize her.
Ryan?
Why are you getting in the car? I hate that she's by herself.
This is bad. This is really bad.
Hey, let's not, you know,
what are we gonna do?
We're fucked. We're really fucked. We don't even know what's out there.
Hey!
Oh, shit.
Where the fuck is Chris Hackett?
What?
Who's there?
I need your help. Please.
Who are you?
My name is Laura Kearney.
So?
Don't let me in. It's not safe out here.
Yeah, there's a crazy woman with a gun killing people.
I'm not killing people.
Holy shit, Laura Kearney? You're Laura Kearney?
Yes?
You were supposed to be working, helping out in the nurse's office, right? And you never showed up? You and the guy, what's his name?
Max?
Yes, Max. Yeah. Mr. Hackett said that you had changed your mind last minute. I think that we should listen to her.
Yeah, let her in.
Okay, I'm gonna open the door slowly. Just keep your hands up, okay?
Okay.
Oh, wow. I thought she was the one in the pool.
Here we are again. Just you and me. Why don't we take another look at what...
For anybody
we've
wondering,
found?
she was at the beginning of the game, like the prologue.
The moon.
And we thought she was
How
dead.
poignant. Tonight of all nights, to harness your fear and anxiety and turn them into intuition. If you can do this and plan ahead, your cunning might just save your life. Now tell me, would you like to delve deeper into one of many possible futures?
Yes. Why does Emma not have an
Off you
eye?
go then. Top, top. One down, remember. Isn't that terribly exciting?
That's worrisome. Just a little bit. That's Emma, I'm pretty sure.
Why didn't you come?
Where have you been for the past 2 months?
Good night, safety.
So, why didn't you come?
Where have you been for the past 2 months?
We did come. One night early. That was our mistake.
Hello? Oh, it's showing us what she went through the day before. We're on chapter 7 out of 10. I will text you in the morning, Oomphy.
Max!
Hey. Come here. Come on. Get in there. Fucking do it. You goddamn kids.
Okay.
What have you done to Max?
Shut up.
You can't just.
Shut up!
I
This is
saved
an
him in the prologue.
interrogation. I ask, you answer.
All right, fun. Leave it to the cops.
Eat shit.
When I say name, you give me your name. Do I make myself clear?
I'll give you
You've got
this.
my license, can't you read?
I am an officer of the law. I need you to do as you're told and answer the goddamned questions.
Eat my hole. Just kidding, you don't deserve that. Oh. Oh.
I don't care what you are. You can't hold us like this. This isn't legal. I want a lawyer.
Stop! You need to shut your mouth and listen to me, or there is going to be a problem. Do we have a problem?
Sorry, what?
Okay, Sheriff Hackett. Wait, Hackett? Like Chris Hackett?
Don't change the subject.
Ooh,
What the fuck is going on here, man?
You have no idea what's going on here. Not a goddamn clue. You just stepped in some grade A double prime, go ahead and kill yourself cosmic type shit, young lady. And your only option is to buckle the fuck up and do what I say. Do you understand?
And what if I don't?
Please. You just stop trying to intimidate me and tell me what the fuck is going on.
I thought she was gonna be sassy with it.
Is Max alive? I feel like I'm going crazy.
What?
That's just not gonna end well.
Let's go.
Hi, Blizz! Hi, Blizz, hi, Blizz, hi, Blizz.
Hey,
Everybody follow
you
Blizz
asshole!
right now. I love Blizz.
Want to tell us what the fuck's going on?
Oh, he is alive.
I know you hear me.
Fuck. Thank you, Marshy.
Max, are you okay?
Yeah. I mean, I'm
The box
kind
are
of all
briefs.
mixed up, but
Sorry.
more or less intact.
Oh, that
I
was
think.
Fruit of the Loom.
Laura?
Sorry. I'm
Yeah?
so.
Why am I naked?
What?
I mean, after we got attacked, the next thing I know, I'm waking up in a jail cell.
Why am
and
I
you're
naked?
gone,
Woo!
And now you're back again, and I'm super naked, and there's blood and stuff everywhere. I mean, what the fuck happened?
I thought you were gonna say, wait, hold on, I need to. Ah! Let me pause my game. hold on. I have followers in like crazy mode. Hold on. Here we go. Hi, everybody. You can type in my chat room now if you refresh or whatever. I'm so sorry. But also drop a follow. I made it not followers only mode, but drop a follow if you think I'm pretty and stunning and gorgeous, and if you like Blizz, because I love Blizz. How was the stream? What did you do? Did you do some true crime? Did you play something cute? Did you play something sexy? Did you do esports? Did you rub lotion on your leg off the camera in a promiscuous manner? What was the tea? What happened? I think Nim is pretty. I love you so, so much. Hi, Beard Princess. How are you doing? You were such like a nice conversation to have. Like we were talking about how many mutuals we have on Twitch and like who we love so much. And I remember we were just talking about how much we love you. So I hope you're having a great night. I did some code names and talked to some folks on Discord. Oh, cute! I can't wait to see some clips. I love seeing your clips on the TL. So we're currently playing this game. I'll keep it paused for a little bit, so if anybody doesn't want spoilers, they can leave. But we are gonna play this when we are done talking. But how's everybody doing? Let me do my raid call. I try to do this, but it's hard for me to be like, woo. I don't even know my piece anymore. I am Nemesis. I am a drag queen, variety, retro, trans femme streamer. I do a lot of shit over here. I stream 5 times a week. We play a lot of retro content, PS2, PS1, Nintendo 64, GameCube, Switch, lots of shit. So if you ever just want to see something weird and funky and crazy, come hang out if you want. When Blizz isn't live, because give Blizz all the love. Blizz, thanks for gifting a sub. Thanks so much. Here, I'll give you some of this. Am I allowed to show those? Beard Princess, thank you for gifting a sub as well. Let me do some thank yous and hellos to people walking in. And people following. Thank you all so much for the follows. I'm almost at 10K, and it's been my goal for this year to get to 10K, so thank you all for following and making my dreams come true. Thank you all so, so much. Hi, Litter. Welcome in. Hi, Stardust. Hi, Toasty. I don't have my glasses on for anybody just coming in, so I'm like... If y'all were at GCX, y'all know I was blind the entire weekend. I cannot see without my glasses. I'm literally... So, I cannot see... So, I'm like squinting. So, my chat is really zoomed in. Did I say hi, Kim? Oh my god, Daniel, thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Aldergloom, welcome into the network. Thanks for stopping by. Sadie, thank you for the follow. He talked per the usual. I mean, he has a great voice to listen to. So, I mean, it was on my TV the other day, and I was just chilling. I have a Chromecast. Michelle, welcome in. Neville, welcome in. Thank you all so much for coming. And then here comes the gifted subs. Mink, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, Blizz! Calm down. Gifting 2 tier 1 subs. Thank you. You're so generous to me. I was very confused. Oh, let me read this thread. I haven't done this before. I was supposed to come in off the Blizz raid, but for some reason Twitch didn't redirect me. Oh, weird. I was very confused because it happened while I was focusing on another tab, and he was like, did I raid my computer? Well, I also didn't have followers I didn't have followers only mode on, so I just turned that off. So that might have affected it for people coming in. Yeah, enjoy the subs. Anybody that got a gifted sub, enjoy your gifted sub. Chrome Monster, happy to be here. Poopy Schmoop, Joy, and Lady. And then Blizz gifted one to Artie, awesome. And Pineapple Baby, some members here. Beard Princess gifted one to Blizz. And Blizz gifted one to Beard Princess. So true, besties. But yeah, thank you for the raid. That was my spiel. I haven't talked this much in like a couple days. Like, I literally pulled my back out because I was traveling home from GSX, and I had to take the red line home, and I never take the red line, like, because the red line does not pull up anywhere close to my house. So I was lugging my suitcases of drag. I had 3 bags of drag home from GSX after the longest weekend of my life. I was so exhausted, very hungover. And I literally pulled something in my back, and I got sick from someone on the plane because someone was coughing in my fucking face. I love you, Blizz. Enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your lurk. We're gonna get back into the game now. Thank you for the level 3 hype train, everybody. Welcome in. I'm trying to, like, my sleeves are cute right here.
Yeah, so our host was very keen on getting me to confess, but I honestly couldn't tell you what I was meant to be owning up to.
Jesus. What he used to try to get you to talk? The pincher, the blade? 3-hole punch?
No.
What?
He wasn't torturing me.
Who does this guy think he is?
Well, Sheriff of North Kill, apparently.
North Kill?
Yeah. Max,
What?
did you even look at the map?
I have no
Quarry
idea why
in
he's
North
naked.
Kill, that's the town.
Oh.
And it gets better. I gotta look at his name badge and...
What's my name?
Get dressed.
What's he giving you?
I'm not gonna be the guest of honor at Fashion Week, I'll tell you that much.
Hey! Did I say you could talk to each other?
I didn't know you're the boss of me. Ooh, be sarcastic, I dare you.
I wasn't aware we needed your permission, Detective Dick Whippet.
Oh!
Yeah, it's a free country, Officer Oat. For brains. Shit.
All right, buddy. Hands through the bars.
No.
Come on.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Your turn.
Alder Gloom.
We can talk right here.
Thank you for the tier 1 subscription, first time sub.
Let's get the fuck off.
And Daniel, thank you for gifting 2 tier 1 subs and leveling up the hype train.
Good boy.
Ew, not good boy.
Hey, stop struggling.
Max, calm down. You're only making it worse.
Laura. What the hell did you do to her?
Shut up.
Okay.
I, like, like, he has weapons and stuff. Why would you, like, fight him?
There's gotta be something in here you can use.
Thank you all so much for your generosity tonight. I love and appreciate you all. Oh, okay. Lots of stuff to investigate in here.
While the town of North Kill lay there sleeping, the hag in the woods started weeping. As the bodies decay, the wolves hunt their prey, and the sheriff continues his creeping.
Huh. A nice limerick. Ugh. I can't believe my lashes are glued on with hairspray today. Like, I'm insane.
Sis.
Ew, that face.
Not a chance.
Why was she cheesing?
I need some sort of lever.
I don't have lash glue! And then I'm gonna have to scrub my face off later because I don't have makeup wipes because I didn't bring them home from Orlando, I guess. Oh my god, Daniel, stop. You are gifting me so much and being so generous. Thank you, baby. I appreciate you. Oh, you're starting that Cali fund for me, aren't you? Is her hairline very far up? A little bit. Arctic Knuckles, thank you so much for the follow. You already know. We were talking about it earlier. It's definitely one of my top picks for moving. That was quick.
Watch it, man. I bruise easily.
Give me a break.
Hey, the second we get out of here, you're toast, motherfucker.
Sure. Second you get out.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Hey! What the fuck is that supposed to mean, asshole?
Hey, Cab.
You can't just leave us in here!
Hey!
Something's happening.
Go back! Fuck! Son of a binky bonky.
Are you okay?
It's just a foot. It'll heal.
I meant the interrogation.
Oh. Yeah. Can't break old Max. Many have tried, many have failed.
I'm being serious, Max.
He just asked a lot of questions.
A lot? That was short.
Weirdly specific questions about us and where we were going and why and how I was feeling this morning, and I don't know. Nothing I said made him seem any less annoyed.
He asked how you were feeling?
Yeah. Why, he didn't ask you?
No.
Huh. Rude.
But he got hit. He got scratched. So I'm like, how is he not turning? Thank you all for the hype train.
Oh, hey, did you get a look at his name badge?
You mean it's not really Detective Dick Whippet?
It's Hackett. Sheriff Hackett. You think he's related to Chris Hackett?
Oh my god, like the Chris Hackett?
Yeah.
Who is
the
Chris Hackett?
As in camp leader Mr. Hackett of Hackett's Quarry, remember?
Oh.
Man. Last night feels like a lifetime ago. The fuck does that mean though? You know? Were we set up?
Maybe it's some kind of crazy camp counselor kidnapping ring.
That's... I mean... What?
Oh. Oh, this close up. Let's not.
Well, I guess Sheriff Hackett's not exactly acting like a typical kidnapper, but he's not acting like a typical cop either.
Well, how do you know how kidnappers act?
I'm just trying to get us out of here, and I can't get us out of here until I have some clue of why the fuck we're in here.
I don't know. What if we can't make sense of it?
What? Well, we have to.
Sometimes things just don't make sense. What then?
True.
We're just stuck in a backwater jail cell for the rest of our lives?
Oh, shut up.
This isn't forever, Max. You can't just hold us here forever.
You didn't seem too convinced of that.
You gotta stay positive. You can't think like that.
Why not? Might as well just accept it, right?
No, fuck that. Think about the rest of the summer, Max. And school? I mean, I've been dreaming about becoming a vet since I was 5 years old. I'm not gonna let this fleabag fuckface stop me. We're gonna get out of here. I'm gonna study to be a vet, and you're gonna,
What? I'm gonna what?
I saw the letter, Max.
What are you talking about?
The rejection letter for college. I found it in your bag.
You were poking around in my stuff?
I can't believe you didn't tell me.
I was embarrassed.
Your grades were good, and you wrote a great essay?
Yeah, apparently not good enough.
Fuck! You've been making plans, Max. What the fuck?
I don't know. What do you want me to say?
I'm sorry, Max. This really sucks.
Hey, it's not the worst thing to happen this summer. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kept it from you.
Oh, really?
You know you can talk to me about anything, right?
Yeah.
They got a whole cast for this
Yeah, I
game,
do.
huh? They said, let's run up the money.
Okay, let's just focus on getting out of here for now.
Great. Sign me up.
We need to go over it from the beginning.
Like from when we left home?
Like from when we ran into the cop.
So after we ran into the...
Hi, Arctic
Whatever we
Knuckles.
ran
Welcome
into?
in.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, that's when shit started getting weird.
The dude acted super weird when we said we almost hit an animal. You remember that? It was like he already knew or something.
Yeah.
Because he did.
That was really sketchy.
What if he's not even a real cop?
That could be
Well,
T.
he's gotta be dirty, but... I mean, I think he's a real cop.
I don't think so.
We're in a police station.
I mean, yeah, but there's like... nobody else around.
T.
Yeah, that is concerning.
Wait, what if this is the
Especially
trap
whole
door?
Hackett thing. Let's just go with the idea that they're both in on it.
Okay.
So we're supposed to meet Chris Hackett at the camp, and instead, there's nobody there, and we get attacked by... something.
Gracefully
and then the
falling
cop
to give
shows
it
up.
Paula.
That part's all fuzzy for me. Like, I remember the steps and a smell like wet fur and a dog collar with the name Ian on it.
Ian?
Ian.
I don't think it was a dog that attacked us. Whatever it was big. Like, person-sized big.
Yeah, it really did a number on you. Like, I'm surprised you're not more messed up. Like I vividly remember the thing's teeth ripping into you.
What is messed up about that is... Laura, I don't have a scratch on me.
What?
Hey, okay, so weird question. Do you remember before we got lost?
You got lost?
Well, yeah, but before that, I was all like, whoa, look at the moon. It's so big, so cool to see a full moon in the middle of the woods. And you were all like, yeah, no shit, Max, it happens once a month.
Yeah, so?
Right, so, you know, full moon.
Yeah.
What if,
Okay. No. Stop.
No,
I'm
keep
just saying,
going.
you know, maybe there's a slight chance it was a werewolf.
No.
Are you out of...
Goddamn mine? Werewolves? Seriously? What the fuck? Werewolves? Seriously? What the fuck?
The audio skipping.
What's so funny?
I said literally the exact same thing.
Okay. Do you got anything better? I mean, like zombies, aliens, time hopping Draculas.
Ryan, right?
Yeah.
You want answers? I've got answers. Interrupt me again, you're on your own.
Oh, get his ass.
Whatever.
Would it really be so crazy? With all the shit that we've been seeing with Nick? With the thing on the roof? Okay, it would really start to explain a lot of stuff.
Dylan.
I'm just trying to keep an open mind, okay? This is like your ghost stories. How is this so different from your ghost stories?
Those are just campfire stories. Like, there has to be a rational explanation for everything, for all of this.
I know, they are in the showers.
There's more to all this than you think. Just let me finish, then you can decide for yourself if you believe me or not. I don't care. But I think you should hear all of it.
I would like to hear all of it. Please do not interrupt her, because I want to know.
The next few weeks were long. The cop kept us fed and let us take showers, but aside from that, we barely saw him.
Ugh.
Max and I, we talked a lot. As much as we could about what happened that night. It was like trading conspiracy theories. We talked about the cop, the camp, the accident, the woods, the thing in the basement, what happened to Max. We just kept going over it all again and again, and nothing was making sense. All we knew is that we needed to get out of there.
The way I'm not tired. LOL. Anyways. I probably am just gonna stay up. And then I'll
I can't
get
take
food.
this anymore.
It's not that bad. They're probably in the same crap at camp.
No, I can't take being in here anymore.
Oh. Yeah, well, that part's pretty tough.
We've got to do something. We've got to get out of here. We need a plan.
We keep saying that, but it's been weeks, so, you know, let me know if you have one.
That's really not very helpful, Max.
Oh.
You are forgetting something.
What?
Just the ETBT tiny detail that I may or may not be a fucking werewolf, Laura.
Keep it down.
So what? What can we do, really? We run off into the sunset only to be stopped when I turn into a nasty-ass monster and kill you and eat you, and then I run off alone into the sunset with little bits of you.
But that didn't happen with that guy.
Stop. Just one problem at a time. All right, we don't even know if that's what's really going on, and we won't until we get the hell out of here.
Okay. Well, it seems to me that we only have two real options. We can play nice and try to get this guy on our side.
What, so he'll let us go?
Or we try to catch him off guard and make our escape.
Okay, so let's say we get on his good side. What then? Brunch and mimosas every Sunday till he sees the error of his ways?
Yeah, I was being rhetorical. The dude doesn't have a good side to get on. I mean, he don't even talk to us half the time.
I don't know, I think we could crack him.
What's the crack?
Laura, I think he's just biding his time until he can figure out a way to get rid of us. Permanently.
Okay. I have to reapply my eyelash again. I don't think it's that either. I also don't think you can put your skin back on. I don't think that's gonna happen. Something's telling me. I have a sinking feeling. I'm gonna pee as well. Discuss amongst yourselves.
Among Us!
There are so many moths in my apartment. It's like gross. And I don't know what to do to get rid of them. Like, leave me alone. Get out of here. I don't like when we play a scary game and then I hear something outside my window. That's a little terrifying. Just a bit. I'm worried. Okay, if I die on stream. Anyway. I love, like, just one stream in my office is a disaster. Oh, maybe, actually, Marshall. I guess we'll find out. You could be totally right. I don't know. What should we do? Should we try being buddy-buddy with him, or should we just, like, fuck him up? You would think he has a weapon and he could really hurt us.
I think we should try. I mean, if he was gonna kill us, we'd be dead by now.
So what's he waiting for?
Look, we just... If this doesn't work, we try to escape. Deal?
Yeah. Deal.
I mean, T, like, why hasn't he killed them?
So, alright, how are we supposed to get this guy to like us if he won't even talk to us?
I don't know. I mean, he's gotta have a weak spot, like something we can use. It's not like we don't have time to figure it out.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, hey! T-Money! Can I call you T-Money?
Why? You can call me Officer Hackett.
Hackett? Like as in Hackett's Quarry?
What's it to you?
Just interested is all. Feel like we hardly know you.
Well, let's keep it that way, okay?
Why?
Oh, come on, T-Money.
I think you
lighten
look
up, man.
lovely.
No reason we can't be buds, right?
I can think of 7.
Oh. Really now?
Really? 7?
Failure to comply, trespassing, dangerous driving,
Okay.
breaking and entering, resisting arrest, endangering local wildlife. And you keep calling me names.
Yeah, but aside from all that,
Aside from all that, we could be buds.
there's no reason why we can't change things. Why does it all have to be so ugly all the time?
Oh. I see what you're doing. Well, it's not gonna work. You think we're just gonna be besties, and I'm gonna let you walk right out of here. Not gonna happen.
Asshole!
Max!
Way to ruin it, Max.
We know what's going on! We know Max is a werewolf! Full moon's in a few days, right? What then?
No, ma'am. You don't know the half of it. I said, take your fucking clothes off! Fuck off! Get back!
That's what's going on! Get the fuck away from him!
Well, now Max is turning.
Come here.
Get off of me!
Shut up. Have a seat. Quit squirming.
Oh my
Had no idea
God.
of that, right? Call us an internship.
Let me go!
You're not gonna believe it until you see it for yourself.
Just fucking ask next time then, dude. Jeez.
Don't get too close.
Come in. What's your position? Over.
Mm-hmm. Just wrapping things up here. Down to 20. Over.
What's gonna happen?
Well, I'll tell you. It's not gonna be pretty. But don't worry. I'll be back at dawn.
You're really gonna leave me here?
You'll be fine. Just don't get too close.
That's where she gets the eye. She gets the eye from Max. Excuse me. Sorry.
Don't worry, Max. I'm here.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Are you alright?
I don't know. I just don't feel so good.
What do you need? What can I do to help?
Oh, it's just hot. Are you hot?
Oh, I'm kind of stuck next to this big-ass pipe, so I'm not exactly cool.
Just stay back, okay? You shouldn't be this close.
There's not a lot I can do about that right now. Max?
Oh, here we go. Oh, Jesus.
Tell me what's going on.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh! Oh! It took her whole eye out!
Oh, no.
Holy shit! Ah!
So much for depth perception. Let's see what that bastard cop's hiding.
Jesus. Okay. I just wanted to see if it was still in there, and it is. Message received.
Locked. Figures. And I guess I can't leave Max. Better keep snooping.
I don't...
I could go back to my cell and wait, I guess.
No, but that doesn't explain why he turned. I guess 'cause the water? I guess, right? But like, still, it's the moon. So I don't understand why would water affect it? If anything, I would expect it to be holy water. You know what I mean? Because it's like kind of like an exorcism kind of thing. Like it's paranormal. But it's not holy water, it's just water.
Huh. Mama's boy. 56. That means he was born in 1965.
His parents are still alive at 56? Wow. No, exactly. I just hope I already know the end chapter, they're gonna throw 500 things at you, and it's gonna make me upset. Like, remember the end of
What he used to knock
House
me
of
out.
Ashes? That was insane.
I can hide this in my cell. I need to lie down.
Yeah, he was fine for weeks. I have no idea either. Like, I actually am clueless. No spoils, please. Marcy, can you actually turn it into 10-minute follower mode? / followers 10. I just don't want someone to come in and spoil. And think it's funny. Oh, what the heck? No, he didn't. He was fine for weeks. That wasn't the same night. He got infected the night they got kidnapped. He didn't transform.
Anne Radcliffe and Edward Benson.
Fredward Benson?
They are. Hello?
I don't think they can come back from that. There's no way they can come back from that.
Not so much a hint as a slap in the face. So 1965, but no day or month.
Oh! I know what you're talking about now. The blood explosion. I was like, what are you talking about? I remember that. You might be right. But I don't think so. I cannot fathom that that's how that happens. I would want to see it.
I have exhausted this and myself. I need to sleep.
I forgot that happened. I was like, what are you talking about? For dramatics. That's what I'm saying. We didn't have to dismember anybody if that is the answer. That would have just been crazy talk. I love being right. Ew.
You want to tell me what happened?
I could ask you the same thing.
Why didn't you run?
I won't leave Max.
This doesn't mean I trust you.
I don't care. I just want to help him.
Turn around, hands against the wall.
Seriously?
I am too tired to argue.
Me too. Happy?
I'll brew some coffee.
Ugh. What?
What's this? An education. Watch.
How? How? How is he just fine? Guys.
Nice job cleaning up. The eye. I mean.
It's harder than they make out in the textbooks. Especially when nobody's helping you.
You're the doctor.
Animal doctor. And no, I'm not. And I probably never will be. Stuck in here forever.
You know, just because you know, doesn't mean you know. You know?
Thanks, officer.
What?
I'm not. This isn't what it seems to be.
You're gonna have to be more specific.
You and Max are in just as much trouble as I am. My family? We didn't mean to hurt anybody. We're just trying to survive like everybody else. Do you understand?
Uh-huh.
Not really.
We're gonna end this thing once and for all.
We?
Yeah.
So, how is your family involved?
My family is down at the bottom of a well.
Oh.
What?
Family is the most important thing in the world. But if your whole family, you know, like every last one of them decided to jump down the bottom of a well and they're all just hanging on the end of a rope, how can one person be expected to pull them all back out? You can't.
What?
So you pull on that rope and you're just gonna fall right down at the bottom of the well with the rest of them.
Is this a...
What's the point of that?
Right, so you're the one at the top of the well with a rope? And...
Yes. I thought that was obvious.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I got it.
Forget it.
Yeah, but is it like a metaphor, or is like your family actually at the bottom of a well? Hi, Monster Cat. Hi, Stardust Moth.
Let's see how smart you really are.
I really can't. I need to get Lash Glue now.
What is this?
Information.
Well, what does it mean?
Read it.
When full the moon above shines first, the beast internal shall outward burst. One by one leads lambs to slaughter. It stalks your breath, but shuns clear water. And should you yourself be cursed, armed with silver and the first, when moon is full before its wane, rend the beast that cursed you slain. No longer shall you face your blight, or fear the dread of full moon's light.
Yeah. Keep reading.
And if it's a
It just
bite
came off
with
like
which
that.
you're faced,
Whatever.
cleave limb from torso with great haste. Perchance you'll save your cursed soul before infection takes its toll.
Starting to get the picture.
It's not a lot to go on. And frankly, it's shit. Why did they have to make it rhyme?
I don't know. But it's all we have to go on.
Kill the werewolf that bit you and you'll be cured. It has to be silver, has to be full moon. Seems pretty straightforward to me.
If you can kill the werewolf, and that's a big if.
I just want to cure Max.
It's not as straightforward as you think.
If you knew all this, why didn't you just kill it in the storm shelter when you had the chance?
It's not so. I was when I.
Straightforward?
No,
Yeah,
it's
so
not. They're not so easy to hit. I was trying to protect you too.
So what's the plan?
Well, that's where I'm hoping you'll come in.
Me.
Yeah. 'Cause your studies.
I haven't even started.
Well, you're the best option I got. I've been hunting this damn white wolf under the full moon so long I start to think it doesn't exist, you know? Maybe it doesn't matter, because maybe there's another way. Whatever you believe, there's got to be some science. And you do science. Look, take some time to think about all this. I'll be back in the morning. Seen enough?
Does he even know who he is? Like...
I don't think I'd believe a word he just said if I hadn't seen that.
I believe him.
You can't tell me you really trust that guy now.
I didn't say that. I said I believe him about the werewolf stuff, not the science bit. I don't know what he wants.
He's a dirty lying kidnapping cop, Laura. We should be careful of anything that fucker says.
Well, fuck him. He's had his chance to fix this. We're getting out of here and we're gonna fix it on our own.
Hey, Laura,
Yeah?
I saw what happened. What I did to your eye.
Yeah.
Is it bad?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I'm so sorry.
It wasn't you. I know it wasn't you.
I know. But it was.
We're gonna fix you, Max. Promise. I promise.
You said let me in there. Chris! I know they're in there. Who? The counselors that didn't show up. How'd you find out? Bobby told me.
Said you scrapped an abandoned car. A while back, I worked out the rest.
Shit.
Why?
Why'd you think, Chris?
Jesus, Travis. You're still here? That's fucked up.
Fucking bet one of them, Chris. What was I supposed to do?
What was that?
He's the main wolf.
You shot me. I'm telling Mom.
Thank your lucky stars it wasn't silver.
What's your plan? You can't keep him here forever.
I'm handling it.
Maybe if you'd done your job, they wouldn't have been at the camp that night. You ever think of that?
If I'd have done my job, you'd all be in prison. You ever think of that?
That was all Bobby and Caleb. And
Are
you
those
know it.
hikers? And that fucking journalist?
Damn it, Travis. What are we gonna do now?
Whatever happened to we're all in this together? Shh, man. Let's go to my office. We shouldn't talk here.
Max! Max!
What is it?
Travis was just in the hall talking, the cop.
So?
With Chris Hackett.
Was he here to let us out?
No. He's the werewolf, Max. Chris Hackett is the one that bit you down on the storm shelter.
Holy shit, that's... Who would have guessed?
I mean, I did, but I didn't want to say anything.
Thinking about it, I could have...
Yeah.
And yet you didn't.
It all makes sense. That's why Chris's car was at the lodge that night. Travis was protecting him. That's why he followed us, and that's why he didn't kill the werewolf in the storm shelter, because it was his fucking brother. God, it's so obvious.
If Chris was the one that bit me, then...
Yeah, then that's our cure. That's how we fix you.
Jesus, Laura, are we thinking the same thing?
Oh, shit. Oh,
Tomorrow
shit.
we're getting out of here. I'm gonna get Travis's gun and kill Chris Hackett.
Well, that doesn't happen. Sorry.
Hey! Help her! Laura needs help! Laura?
Oh, here
Laura,
comes some
you
quick
okay?
times. Lovely.
God damn it. What the hell's going on?
Laura?
Not casual at all.
Fuck.
Period. Get his wallet. Okay, while he's down. What do you mean path chosen? Like, this is what I have to do.
Starting to think you were really sick.
Well, maybe I should consider acting as my major.
I wouldn't go that far.
We should go before he wakes
Yeah.
up.
I would have kept him locked up, no offense, but he's gonna hurt somebody when the full moon rises. I mean, we know he does because he's one of the ones chasing us about now in present day, because this is the, you know,
We should grab our stuff.
We need silver ammo. He must have some around here.
Can we just go to it? Because I've already... What the?
What is it?
I thought I heard someone. No, I still can.
It's coming from behind that door.
Not sure, Mercy.
There's nobody in here. What the fuck?
He makes them.
Makes
What
what?
is it?
Shotgun shells. He loads them with silver. That's where he was last month, hunting. Well, I guess I won't be needing this anymore.
We should take it.
Hey, I just realized something. We're free.
No, Max. We're not free until Chris Hackett is dead. And it doesn't look like we've got much time.
I know, you're right, but let's just take the win for now.
There's no win. You're infected and she doesn't have an
Celebrating is
eye.
over. We're going straight to Hackett's Quarry, and we're ending this. Tonight.
The way he's like, oh my god, we won. Like, no, we didn't. We lost.
Left Max at the island. Seemed like the best place for him, surrounded by... Left Max at the island. Seemed like the best place for him, surrounded by water and all. That's it. That's the story. Don't all jump in at the same time.
Wait, the island? Like our island, like the one in the lake?
Yeah, why?
Because Jacob, he went back there looking for Emma and he hasn't come back yet. Neither of them has. Oh, shit.
Oh, wait, what? I don't know what just happened. I literally like blinked for like a split second because I was like, I look ugly with one fucking eyelash on. I'm gonna try one more time to get this on. And if I can't, then it's whatever. Like, I really don't care. Just for my sake. I need my tweezers. I don't know where I put them. The morning birds are chirping. Yes. There's gonna be people waking up and being like, Nem, you're still streaming? And I'm gonna say, yes. The answer is yes. Do I just like lose everything I put down? Like seriously? Like I'm so over this. Then my nail falls off? Like, okay, cool. Funsies. So quirky and funsies. Funsy onesies. My door creakily opening. My nail falling off. Okay. This is fucking horrible. I'm so annoyed. Like, actually so fucking annoyed. Like, how did I bring 3 fucking tubs of lash glue to Florida and not a single one makes it home? Like, seriously. Okay. Oh, so what's his name is on the island alone, so we shouldn't go there. Oh, she left him there on purpose so he wouldn't eat anybody or hurt anybody. Right, okay. What the fuck ever? Like...
Well, if they were there, they're not there now.
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't make me spell it out for you. I've just come back from there and there's one werewolf and no people.
Oh, fuck.
All I know is I have to do this. I have to kill Chris Hackett before it's too late. After you saw me at the pool, after I shot Chris, I went back to the island expecting Max to be back to normal. But
he was not. Because it wasn't... You killed someone else's, not ours. She probably killed Dylan's. She killed Dylan's maker. That's why Dylan's fine.
Max?
Oh, she locked him up there. That's why he was locked. She's a smart girl.
Max? Hello?
But Emma ruined it because she's stupid. Oh, she said another day. Am I gonna have to do quick times? Oh, they really are like wolves. They're like naked werewolves. I still would say I think we could go a little further with it.
Whatever I shot, that was no girl.
Haley Hackett, Chris's daughter.
Whatever I shot, that was no girl.
Miko, thank you for the subscription.
It turned back after I shot it when I went to the island.
Wait, so how come Max didn't kill you then?
What? How does that make sense? How is she immune?
He tried. I got away. I need to end this.
Ryan.
We don't have much time.
Like, was that necessary? Like, really? What is this?
Oh.
Well, here comes the queen, but like, what?
So this is our new guest. Smell good, don't I? Go on, take a bite. Come on. Dumb fucking animal.
We haven't met her before, but she's a famous actress known for her work in Insidious, in The Conjuring, and all that stuff.
Please let me go. Okay, I didn't mean for this to happen. Please, please.
Oh yes.
Oh my God! Why aren't you answering me? Oh! Is your money that you want? Cause my dad's got money, like lots of it. I mean, not really, but you could get some, probably. Please, just let me go, please. I'm so sorry. Oh, Jesus Christ!
That's two, Bobby.
Hey! Hey! Hey, where you going? Hey! Hey!
He's not bit though.
Oh, shit.
Why do they think he's infected? Oh God. Okay, well, they're stupid. Oh, is he dead? Oh.
It's always nice to see you. Isn't it fun delving into the past? They're a bad lot, aren't they? Shall we have a look at what you found? The chariot. At the reins of a chariot, we would all feel safer. Taking control, relying on determination to make our choices. Valiant, but in some cases foolish. Many seek refuge in chariots, but perhaps in some cases they're not as safe as we think they are. And the same question as always. Will you let me show you more?
Yeah. I look. Really?
You'll be seeing me a few more times before the night's over. I look forward to that, as long as you follow the right path, of course.
I'll just say yes to everything in chat and pretend like I know what's happening. Because I literally have no idea. I'm just like, yes. Slay.
Where is Chris Hackett?
Shut up.
Really?
Rude.
Guys, she murdered Kaylee.
We have been over this.
Caitlin, what do I do?
Oh, wow. Real strong showing on the leadership front.
I said shut up.
Oh, no way. I am not getting involved. This is all you, buddy. Look, just think about everything that's happened tonight, okay? That's all I'll say.
Hold up. You said you heard a woman crying when you escaped?
Why? What do you know?
Just reminds me of a local story I know. The Hag of Hackett's Quarry. A woman in the woods. They say that she died years ago, and now she sort of roams the darkness, waiting for her lost boy. These guys hate it when I talk about it. You've seen her.
No, I don't know what I saw or heard. But whatever this is, sounds like you believe it.
This is all so fucked.
Just gonna go right ahead and take that back from you there.
I mean, period.
So, come on. Where does Chris Hackett live? When he's not at camp, I mean.
What makes you think I know that?
You guys are counselors, right? You've spent the last 2 months here? He's not in the storm shelter. I'm clearly getting nowhere hunting him in the woods. I need a place to start.
I think that spooky house behind these woods.
Dude!
What?
Have you thought about, you know, not killing him?
I'm thinking about not killing you.
What?
Look, when When the sun comes up, I am stuck until the next full moon. So is Max, so is anyone else he's bitten.
How is that our problem?
Why don't you ask your friends in the woods?
And don't forget about Nick, dude. Okay, any closer one of this for you two with cold water. Ryan, let's just get out of here.
I'm running out of time. If I can't find Chris Hackett, then a lot more people are going to get hurt.
I'm going with you.
What? Yeah, what they said.
I'm gonna show you that Chris Hackett has nothing to do with this. He wanted us to stay inside tonight. He wanted us safe.
I don't care what you think.
I don't care what you think.
Shut up. Fine, do whatever you want.
You saw what happened to Nick. He was bitten.
Everything's gonna be fine. That cop car you stole, where is it?
Ditched in the lake.
Why?
It was a stolen cop car.
You're gonna have to try and fix the minivan. Get somewhere safe.
Not a separating.
An hour or two? I don't know. It doesn't seem like an exact science.
Then we better get going.
He's been that the entire game. Like, I want him and his BF to do something, but, like, I'm really not a big fan. I don't really care that much.
Are you sure this is the right way?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Pretty or definitely?
What do I look like, a tour guide?
Have you actually been there before?
I mean, no.
Wait, seriously?
I know as much as you do.
How well do you know Chris Hackett?
Mr. H, pretty well.
Like you're pretty sure we're going the right way?
When I first came to camp, I was going through some personal shit, and Mr. H helped me sort it out. He's a good guy. You don't know him like I do. You don't know him at all.
Okay, jeez. Teacher's pet.
Oh!
Why are you like this?
I should ask you the same thing.
What do you mean?
Why are you really here?
I can't let you just shoot him.
I'm not going to. I'm going to shoot a werewolf, which he definitely is, by the way.
It's not.
Is too.
It's not.
Jesus.
Ryan moving down my tier list. He was pretty mid, now he's pretty low. She provided so much evidence.
There it is. Hackett House.
And he's like, nah.
So he lives in some redneck mansion with his redneck family in the ass crack of the woods? Look at this place.
No, but it's where his mom lives, I think. Never been there, but if we're looking for answers, it's probably the best place to start.
So, wait, how do we get there?
What do you mean?
How do we get to the house?
That's a really good question. Maybe we just don't.
Will you stop protecting him? Whose side are you on?
At this point, I have no fucking idea.
There is a lot more to this than you realize.
Like what?
Spell.
Kidnapping, murder, cover-ups. I think the whole goddamn Hackett family is in on it. Maybe the whole camp, maybe even you, for all I know. Yeah, great, just walk away.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just figured that instead of standing around listening to you complain, I'd actually try to find another way across.
Great. Great.
Fuck. That's gonna leave a mark. Laura? could have died.
We could have died. But we didn't. It's nothing, you'll be fine. And you don't look delicious to me yet, so I guess that means we still have time.
Why hasn't she turned, though?
That's not funny.
It's a bit funny.
Why haven't her or Dylan turned?
Oh my god, Laura. Jesus, Marion, jazz hands. Here's a thought.
What are you doing?
Relax. Look.
What?
What big eyes you have, Grandma.
No shit. Can you see yellow in my eyes?
Define yellow.
Shit. We haven't got much time. These must have been from the quarry days.
No duh.
No one's been down here for years.
Oh my god, wait, we're in the quarry. LOL. We're like actually in a quarry. Oh
Did you hear
no.
that too?
It's her.
Who?
The hag of Hackett's Quarry. It's like she's warning us off.
Or guiding us.
Why did nobody else gag when her eye was healed? Like, everybody was silent.
Shit.
Good night, Stardust.
Think anyone heard that?
No, they can't have done.
This place is not up to code.
I mean, if the code is literally crumbling to the ground, then I think it's doing fine.
Let's just keep moving.
Yeah. Careful. Jeez.
Just look at this place.
I feel like she's
I
pretty...
could really do with a hamburger right about now.
Oh, me too.
Stop being weird.
Some Burger King would slap right now. I've been trying to order it for 2 days, but like I haven't been able to like really stomach anything. So I'm excited to eat a tomato.
Oh boy, this is high. Whoa.
The audio cracking. Okay. Slay. Crunchy audio.
Do you think actually something is in here with us?
Probably.
Either that or this route isn't as disused as we thought.
Not the flesh with hair on it. I put a wig on my flesh. So
Long
true.
way down.
I put a lash on my flesh.
Well, where's Cave out?
Look who's finding their funny bone.
Guys, why is everything like we're like haha funny? Like we're on a serious mission right now. I hate when we make jokes.
So what's your deal then?
What do you mean?
The whole mysterious, brooding loner thing, it doesn't quite fit with the I love my camp leader vibe.
So I don't fit into the right box, is that what you're saying?
Ooh, okay, bye, erasure.
And what box would that be?
Nothing. Forget it.
Do you always do that?
Do what?
Start to engage in a conversation and then just immediately recoil into your shell.
Maybe I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Oh, wow, charming. I am assuming you're single?
Hey!
Yeah?
Back it up.
No reason.
Know your place. Know your place. He's taken in my book.
This way. I see a light.
Yeah.
Or you can just hang out here. Up to you.
Someone's been eating their spinach.
So, you want to go into the collapsing nightmare tunnel first, or
Like,
shall
she's
I?
trying to flirt, but, like, literally, like, she's turning into a, you know, so I'm like, Yep, literally, Juniper, literally, exactly. Oh, let me take that. Wheel of Fortune, oh my god. I spin the Wheel of Fortune.
Looks promising.
Lovely. There's a wheelbarrow down here. Oh, a sewing machine? Yes! Drag Race mini challenge. You better work down here. Is there a wig head? Is there a snag tights wall?
Careful. Splinters.
Thanks, I'm fine.
Guess we found the party.
Alcohol. From Prohibition. These are rum-running tunnels.
That would make that liquor almost 100 years old. Probably still good.
Good. Try vintage.
Guys.
Well, I guess the Hacketts were bootleggers.
Makes sense. I guess when the core shut down, they branched out.
The cobwebs behind
Let's
us.
have a later. You think this is it?
Beats me. I'm pretty much completely lost.
Yeah, me too. Shall we?
Well, oh, then it's gonna go to another party. We're playing as Brenda.
What happened here?
It's complicated. Gosh. I used to think this place was so cozy.
This place, really?
Yeah, it reminded me of a ski lodge.
Sounds cold.
But you've never fantasized about being trapped on a remote ski resort in a snowstorm? The cable car is broken and you've only got each other for warmth. And when the food runs out, you've only got each other.
Weird fantasy.
Guys, do we hear banging upstairs? Like, can we do something?
Whatever, I won't open up about my vibrant fantasy life anymore.
That's what's going on in your vibrant fantasy life?
It's not that weird.
It's pretty weird.
Okay, it's no weirder than this situation.
Yeah, I guess there are comparisons that could be made. I can't stop picturing what happened to Abby and... Fuck.
Oh, let's just get the van up and running, okay?
Yeah.
Like, does nobody hear someone upstairs? Like, nobody. Was I the only one? Like, guys.
Wait.
What?
That she'll grow a new head.
Is there something in there?
I don't know.
What is it?
Jacob? Emma?
Are they... Should I open it up?
I don't think Emma got bit. Oh, she might have.
Oh, she maced me! She maced me!
Hey, it's us!
Oh shit.
It burns!
Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Dylan, I am so sorry. I
It's
didn't know
not
what it
funny.
was. I was really scared and I thought
It's not mace.
What?
Air freshener.
Oh. Yeah.
it's all I could find in the van. Hey, where's Abby?
Oh my god, I love her.
I just can't believe Nick would. I can't believe any of this.
Yeah, I don't think it was really Nick.
Yeah, catch her up.
She can't.
Oh, that was her bestie. Ooh, yikes.
It was quick. She didn't suffer. She was dead in seconds.
Oh.
What?
What's wrong with you? Just fix this car.
How did this all get so fucked up?
I know.
It's not funny.
We're gonna get out of here.
So my Brenda was like, whatever, get over it.
Okay.
Can you fix it?
No.
God.
Not without some parts. Specifically, a rotor arm. There's a scrapyard up the road.
So you can fix
So fucking funny.
No promises, but if there's hope, that's where we're gonna find it.
That sounds like a long shot.
I just want to be mean.
Got something better to do?
Not die.
Yeah, I'd like that too, by getting the hell out of here.
Okay, well, just because you're using logic to make sense doesn't mean that I'm totally into it.
Yeah, let's split up because that worked so well for us last time.
There's a shelter under the lodge. You should be safe there for now.
All right, all right. Good luck.
Not her getting left again. What the fuck? Not Emma, another day, just waiting around. Oh, this is where they're keeping what's his name?
What was that?
Huh?
Oh,
what was that?
Oh, it's nothing. We got guests downstairs. We don't want any more blood on our hands.
Darn tootin'. You better tell him.
Keep it down.
You keep it down.
Shh.
So the red room, hey, do you think we should go there? Or like
This way, come on.
when I trip over something, what then? I found another card. Giggles. Oh, let me guess. Mr. What's his name's gonna be real loud.
Careful.
Okay. Ooh, it would have been funny if he slipped and died. Sorry. Not really funny, but it would have been a funny death. I wonder why they don't just kill them. Something's up. thinking.
Jacob.
Tell him to be quiet.
Hey, it's Ryan. Jesus, what happened to you?
Hey, bad idea.
Look, you gotta get me out of here, man.
How?
Seriously.
It's electrified.
Okay, there's a box in the corner of the room. I think that's how they're operated, okay? I saw this old guy, hunter dude from the woods. He used that.
But if we do that, the other ones are gonna get out.
Why are you here, Travis? You ought to be out with the others. Like I say, we've been all night long trying to keep those kids safe.
Oh, she really put the accent on for this one.
Ma. It's Kaylee. She's dead.
No.
Boys are bringing her in right now.
That's the mom.
Now I know you got to screw loose in that cop head of yours. There ain't no way to kill her in her kind of condition.
Silver bullet. She's dead, Ma.
No. God damn. No. No, no. No, no. Not my granddaughter. Not my only granddaughter. Not my Kaylee. Not my little Kaylee. Not my little Kaylee. Not my little Kaylee. You goddamn piece of shit. Not my little Kaylee. God damn you. What did you do to her?
Did you get bitten?
Is she crazy?
Wait!
It's him!
Think about it. Why would they lock him in a cage?
Then who the hell is it?
Who the hell is she?
She's in charge.
That was
Only got
close.
it wrong once. It might even be Nick.
Your friend?
Hey, listen. Okay, they said that they've already got 2 of us accounted for. Whatever that means.
Whoever this is, they're not going anywhere. Remember? We've got to be sure. You promised.
Ryan! Ryan! You gotta get me out of here. Okay, seriously, man.
They took it! They took it!
You fucking idiot!
Ma.
It's not funny.
Damn it! You fucking piece of shit! Get away! Get away from me!
Deliver those lines. You better eat. What's her name? She's in like all my favorite movies. She's like one of my favorite actresses. I'm like so happy she's in this.
Okay.
Okay.
Talk me through it.
Okay, so all I know is you have to open my door and that door. And definitely not that door.
Oh, cool. Thanks, detective.
Okay, fuck you, man. I'm trying to help.
No, fuck you. I'm trying to help.
Shut up. Okay, there's a console on the wall over there, like a box or whatever. You should be able to use those switches to isolate each cage.
Okay. Hang tight.
Okay.
I'm gonna mess this up. I already know. 5 and 3. 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 I saw a 5. I saw a 3. We need to do 5 and 3. I point. 5, 3. Thanks. So 3. Because there's no 5. Hi, Ava. What the? Oh God, no. Well, where's the other box? I think we have to do 3. Oh, God. Oh, it's over. I already did it. It's over. I already messed up. I already messed up. It's already over. I can't. No. It's over. I don't know what to do. I actually have no idea what to do. Do we do 1? Like, do we do, like, I don't know. There's actually no option for 5. There's no way they would throw a puzzle at you. I'm gonna do 1. I'm gonna and I'm and I ope. I thought it said 5 on his cage. Or is it 4 because it's right next to his? Do you think it's 4 because it's right next to his? You have to add it up to 5? Are you sure? I feel like I'm defusing a bomb. Like, who let me do this? Who is responsible for letting the transfem non-binary freakazoid, crazy lunatic horny animal on the live stream do this mathematical equation to defuse a bomb? Like, what is this? I can't. I'm so stressed. Felice, I'm trusting you. I feel like Felice is right. Oh, God.
Hey, dude. Nice. All right, now don't fuck it up.
Don't fuck what up. Why would I abandon? Sorry.
Focus, dude. Focus.
That's a 3. So 1 and 2. Right? What if this one's subtraction? Guys. But what if this one is subtraction? My heart. Literally gonna shit my pants.
Okay.
Now watch it be an extreme quick time just to save his ass. I can't.
Oh, damn. You look awful.
Thanks. Hell. Where's everyone else?
Jake. Emma wasn't with them. I don't know where she is. But you should go catch up with them.
I have lots of opinions.
Came into the
Well,
lines, I
Abby's
don't know
dead. Sorry. We as a community discussed that she wasn't giving, so we decided to not save her.
Not my, God, not my only granddaughter. Not my Kaylee. Not my little Kaylee. So, you had those motherfucking counselors in your goddamn jail for 2 whole motherfucking months, right? And you are telling me now that instead of putting a bullet into each one of their little sorry shit-stained brains, you gave them your silver bullet gun and they shot my Kaylee with it? Is that what you're telling me now, Travis?
No more blood on your hands. That's what you said it.
Oh my God, we are way past that now.
Ma, what if it had been me or Bobby? What then?
She was your family. A good boy protects his family. You ain't no good boy.
I wish I could take it all back. I wish I could take it all back, but I can't.
Well, I just don't understand why you couldn't have just taken care of the problem when you had the chance.
Taking care of the problem? Do you hear yourself?
Yes, I hear my goddamn self. I may be old, but I ain't deaf.
I'm a police officer!
Oh, so now I'm blind, you motherfucker. Now I'm blind. Oh, you just flashing that badge around like it's worth $1 million. The only reason you got it is because Hank got killed in a gypsy fire.
Ma.
Don't ma me.
Would you sit down, please?
Don't you tell me what to do.
Please.
And don't you go around. Don't you go around like you better than everybody else, because you ain't.
Would you please sit down?
Don't you tell me what to do, you piece of shit. Yes.
She's so good at delivering a line. Like, they really captured that.
Ryan, run!
Ma, send Bobby down.
Her beauty is a tiger. Be careful, make sure that shit doesn't bite. Her beauty is inside her. That's why I need to find the key tonight. When I say yes, you say no. Want to love you when the lights turn down. Oh, you tease, it teases me so. Want to touch you when the sun goes down.
What is this song? So random. I know, like, the sun goes down.
Did you miss me?
No.
Hopefully, you've brought me some more of my cards.
Yeah, Puss in Boots. Please, the
Wheel of Fortune. After all, fortune is nothing but a spinning
fortune
wheel.
doesn't favor fools.
Sometimes you have to take a chance. Karma works in mysterious ways, but
karma always catches up to you.
Watch closely. Though the wheel spins, the eagle-eyed can tell where it's going to stop.
Ugh, my God, just spit in my face, Grandma.
The Emperor. Authority, paternity, strictures, designed to topple, no?
Designed to top?
Almighty may
Oh.
and their empires with them. Let them bleed. Let them rip each other apart. Let them rot.
Look at, can you look both eyes at me? Sorry.
Then choose the possible future you'd like to witness.
Sorry.
And watch carefully. Try and find some clarity in the chaos.
I crack myself up. Oh my God, it's like 5 in the morning. I don't care. I'm not even tired, dude. Which one should we do? Back up, you're in our blind spot. Please. Like we're driving a car. Wheel of Fortune! Oh my goodness. All right.
You still got time. Be careful now. Be very careful.
I'm gonna try. Welcome back, Daniel. Yeah, that was a lot.
Have you been there before?
The scrapyard? Nah. Just seen the sign on my way to camp.
Oh. What if we just, like, walk to the main road?
This isn't the main road?
No, this is all Hackett property. The main road is another mile that way. Wait, how do I know so much more about everything than you do?
Wait, shut up. So basically, it's another hour walk to the main road, and then at least another 3 to 4 hour walk until we hit the nearest... whatever?
Yeah.
I would if I was in the situation we were in. I would literally walk
just keep
5
moving.
hours. I don't care. Whatever it takes. To not die? Hello? Why is he walking all fruity?
Ryan and Laura, huh?
Oh boy.
Do you think there was something going on there?
Yeah,
Ooh,
there was
jealous.
definitely sparks flying there.
Yeah, I know, but I couldn't tell if it was angry sparks or, like, sexy sparks.
No, he's
Definitely
yours.
felt like sexy sparks.
Doesn't she already have a boyfriend?
Yeah, but Ryan's Ryan.
Guys.
Not that it matters, now that he's off on a daring adventure with Little Miss Mysterious. How do you compete with that?
The way everybody wants Ryan.
Kinda got close at the fire pit back there. Am I crazy or was something about to happen?
There's always next year, right?
Well, let's get through this year first.
I don't like Ryan
Doesn't
and...
matter anyway. It looks like we finally know Ryan's type. Confident, and heroic, with an eye patch.
So pirates.
Maybe she shivers his timbers.
There.
I don't either. He's so like... He's like a guy I really don't like. Like, I'll get angry real fast.
Relax. It's motion sensor. We're okay.
He loves being like... He loves to dive into conversations and he'll be like, ugh, never mind, when he doesn't get his way. I fucking hate people like that. Makes me so mad. He's like, whatever. Like, so lackluster. Like, bye. You're so annoying.
Easy, Ma.
Put me down, you witch! Blow your fucking head up!
Oh!
Everybody just relax.
Can't shoot what you can't see, darling.
Sorry, that was kind of funny. Can't shoot what you can't see. Boop!
Gotcha. You'll pay for what you did to my Kaylee.
Oh my god, my hand is cramping. Oh my god, I'm not gonna make it. Oh my god!
Everybody stop!
They gagged me a bit.
What the fuck is going on up here?
I didn't think they were gonna kill her like that.
Oh, wake up.
Girl, she's dead. Why are you trying?
Wake up. Wake up.
Is that Leslie Jordan?
She's gone. Little Bobby. Marlon's gone. Cool.
Thank you, Felice, for 4 months of sub. They really killed her like that. I'm gagged. I wanted her to kind of go to the end. I loved her villain character.
No more protecting anyone. Travis.
They really gagged me there. That's insane. Why didn't she just shoot the round? Oh! Ow! Why did you just go yoink and like run away? Like, damn. Fuck.
Okay. All right, that's not good.
Oh god, they're gonna make it pull it out. They're gonna make us pull it out. Yes, pull it out. Pull it out. Why would you not pull it out? Oh! Oh, that felt good.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Always leave the knife in. No, not in horror movies. They always take it out and somehow survive. Oh! Is there not a bathroom? Of course, I walked to the other end of the room, and it's locked. Oh no. Oh, fuck me in the ass. Oh, fuck me. Go, Ryan. This door's gonna open, it's gonna be the other guy. Oh! Oh no. No. Please, Ryan. Slam the door in his face. Do something. Why are we living in a mansion right now? Like, what is this shit? He's gonna come through the wall like Mr. X.
From me in my own house, fucker.
Hey, watch your mouth.
You're a fucker.
Oh, you better eat him up. You're a fucker. Oh, you better. So stupid. We're doing 2 chases right now. I can't. This is literally Resident Evil. We're running. Was I just gonna fall on that and die? Because I think the kids, or whatever, the two that were there, not the kids, but those, the Leslie Jordan and Trapper from Dead by Daylight. That's what I'm gonna call them.
Around here?
Leslie Jordan with a gun and Trapper from Dead by Daylight without a mask. Why would you play it? Is there a secret entrance? Maybe. I don't know if I want to risk that. Great.
How's you, darling? We ain't playing games no more, little girl.
Try me, motherfucker.
You know something? I ain't got enough silver to kill you, but I sure to hell can make you suffer.
Get fucked. She's running out of time. Oh! Oh no.
Hey!
Oh, it's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. We're done. It's done. We're fucked. Travis, you said you don't want these people.
Wait! This isn't gonna be too pleasant for you, I promise you that.
God, we're literally in the middle of so many different scenarios. Because now Ryan's gonna have to run from this guy and the fucking things. The wolves. Fuck. With an injury. Yeah, wherever Jacob is. Ryan, I'm really trying here, bro. Not in the wall. He's gonna smack the wall. Fuck me. My hand is so cramped. I might mess this up. I'm sorry. Oh.
Yo, come on, man.
This is my knife.
No, please. Please.
Nobody takes my knife.
You stabbed me.
You're leaking red like a juice box.
No, please, you can help me.
No, man, you're bleeding out. The only thing I can do is put you out of your misery. Humane like.
Oh, Laura. Oh no, you've been bit.
Pick on someone your own size.
Travis! Laura. Whoa, whoa, easy, easy.
What the fuck happened to you?
Oh, you know, nothing out of the ordinary.
Oh, Ryan.
Oh, how bad is it?
I'm so sorry.
That bad, huh?
Fuck. I keep trying to fix it. Whatever this is, people keep getting hurt. First Max, now you.
It's not your fault. I didn't have to come here.
I shouldn't have let you come.
Yeah, he's dead.
You're not the boss of me.
I didn't get my happy ending with the gays. I hate it here.
Am I dying?
Can we get up?
You've lost a lot of blood.
Can we get up?
But it'll
Please.
heal though, right?
Please.
Wait. Maybe it will.
As she bites him. Yeah. Bites him and put water on him.
Ryan.
Yeah.
If you let me bite you.
What?
If you let me bite you, it means you'll be infected.
Yeah.
Which means.
Which means it will heal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you'll die.
But it also means.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it, Big Bad Wolf.
Ryan, I don't have much time. I can feel it like it's fighting to get out. If you let me bite you and you heal, then
I have to kill Chris.
it's not killing Chris, it's killing a werewolf. It's saving your own life. And mine. And Max's and your friends, too.
It's not really an option, really. So she kind of has to.
Let you bite me. And live to kill Chris Hackett. Or bleed out and die.
Well, there's not an or. Like, you have to. By the way, hi, Kay.
It's your call. For now. So we doing this or no?
Yes. It's not an option. Thank you, baby.
Do it.
Okay.
He would die. Like, sorry.
Nice and tender for you.
Oh, she's gonna get freaky. Oh, she's gonna get nasty. I wanna get nasty. What you waiting for? Don't pull away. Just take it, baby. Just take it. Bend it over. Bite the pillow.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay, let's pour some water.
You should start to feel better soon, I guess. Fuck. We gotta go. What? You got it.
I mean, what were they supposed to do? Have Laura go do this? Laura's like gone-gones, you know? So did they like have to kill them when they're a werewolf for the thing to go away? I would assume so. That's what it's kind of leading at. Oh god.
These guys never throw anything out, huh?
So, do you want to give me some direction on what we're looking for specifically?
Well, most of these cars look like they've already been stripped for parts. Just empty frames and chassis, which doesn't help us much.
Okay, so we're looking for engines?
Well, anything relatively intact.
Got it. Looks like we got our work cut out for us, huh?
Try not to make too much noise.
Oh, right.
Idiot.
Anything by you?
Not yet. Keep looking.
Scared me. Stop. Well, she said anything relatively intact, so like, let's look inside here. Was that a good idea?
Are we gonna end up in a documentary?
Yes.
No. Shut up. Come on, let's go.
I like these two characters, but I don't like them together. Like, it's like weird how they... I don't want to go under here. I don't trust that. Like, I don't like at the beginning how they were trying to make them... I don't know. And then, like, Ryan with Brenda. Like, what? Bizarre.
Sorry, that was scary. That's so annoying.
We are being hunted by literal monsters, and this is what bothers you?
Yeah, both are bad.
I can already tell this isn't gonna end well. What are we looking for? Like, why would we go up there?
Look.
Oh, I guess that's why. No, ugh. I don't like how everybody's scattered. Can we just be together? Come on, guys.
So, you ever operated a crane before?
I actually used to be pretty good at the claw game at my local arcade. The kids used to call me the grabber.
Nope.
Oh, I hear that now.
Look, why don't you see if you can lower it down so we can take a look under the hood?
Oh. Look at his face. He's transforming.
Sure, yeah, sure thing. Just watch my back, yeah?
I was like, he's like not changing at all, but I guess he is now. He's going through it.
All right. Looks like somebody's mom never taught them how to clean up after themselves. Okay, let's see what we're working with. All right, not too complicated. Welcome back, grabber.
What the hell is going on?
Oh no. Hi, John. Good morning.
All right. Here goes nothing.
I feel like he's gonna lose control. Music makes me lose control. Music makes you lose control. What's up? Please don't drop it on Brenda. I'm begging. We're really close to Brenda. Brenda, please back up.
You did it!
Yeah, I think I found my calling.
About time! Well, maybe we can see if we can try and get this thing running.
Not while he's still hooked up to it. Oh. What? Oh, there's something in the... Oh, no.
There's something coming!
What?
Oh, fuck. Dylan! Get the damn werewolf off the damn car! Hurry the fuck up!
Don't. Oh no. He looks sexy. Why am I attracted to him with the demon eyes? Oh God, Brenda.
Dylan, help!
What happened to her shotgun?
Dylan, come on, help, please! Dylan!
You rusty bitch.
Please don't crush Brenda, please.
No!
Isn't there another one? Oh, she just picks up the shotgun now.
Dylan?
Oh God, he's gone, girl. That took too much out of him. Oh Jesus. Oh my God. Oh no. I don't want to see this. Stop, I feel so bad.
I'm not leaving you. Dylan, I'm
Fuck off, run out!
No, but...
Go! Fucking run! Run away, Caleb! Get away from me! Ah!
Dylan.
So much for spending your first night after camp at a luxury spa, Em. Okay, I definitely heard something. You seeing this? The main fuse is gone. Oh. What's this? Silver shells.
What?
Well, guess that solves the mystery of the missing fuse. These fucking hunters are everywhere.
I already know there's gonna be something over her like behind her one of these times. I like don't want to be down here. But, like, we kind of have to be.
Okay, I'm not even joking. I gotta get out of here.
Okay, okay, we'll leave. Okay.
Look at that. Someone try to cover up what happened here.
Okay, maybe I lied. I can't see. Okay, I'll leave.
Well, nothing's getting through those doors, so...
Oh my god,
Nothing's
she's
so
in the
safe.
basement that the people in the beginning were stuck in. What is that noise? It's in the game. I literally thought it was IRL. I like can't see anything down here and the camera movement is not giving what it needs to give. With her little vlog adventure.
Hello, little trapdoor. Where do you go? Little heavy on the trapdoors in this place, not gonna lie. Okay.
It's the office. I knew it! I knew it was the office. I literally called it from the start. I fucking knew it! Holy shit, I'm such a genius. I actually called it earlier. Holy fuck. Well, not us playing Laura. She's like Deb.
Oh, they ain't getting through there in a hurry. Man, this place is huge.
I might need to rest a bit.
You'll feel better soon.
Cool.
I'm feeling pretty good, actually.
What are you doing? Stop it.
Do you smell that?
No.
Oh my god. Food?
Never mind. Let's just find another way down. A way to Chris Hackett.
Or just a way out, maybe. I'm done being chased.
That scared me.
Stabbed.
Sure. And another way out. Fine.
It's not even the last chapter yet. Can I finish? Like, not to rush the end of the game, but like, oh.
Watch your step.
Yep.
I know the last chapter is gonna be long. What is that? Is that a person? Oh my god, someone's chained up right there.
What was that?
I think. I think we found Chris Hackett.
Yeah, I think that's him.
Son of a bitch.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Kill him! Great. Cool. Hello? What did I walk into?
Not now.
Oh my Jesus.
Silverback mirror.
Bobby? The gun!
not killing me.
Yeah. Likewise.
What about your friend Bobby?
So, what now? Everyone's back to normal?
What? Oh. You think this is over? This isn't over.
I don't understand. Chris is dead.
Oh. Oh, Chris wasn't the first.
That's not possible.
What? Who was the first?
Caleb. Kaylee. The girl you killed? Her brother.
What?
Caleb bit Chris and Kaylee. Chris was just trying to protect him. He was a good man, my brother.
Well, then who bit Caleb?
Silas. We've been tracking him for years.
Oh my fucking
gypsy.
Well, let's wrap it up because we're never finding this guy.
He'd been long gone from the area, but we hoped he'd come back so we could end this.
It's over.
Anyway, there's sightings up and down the coast. A feral albino child, giant white wolf.
It's over.
White wolf.
What? What'd you say? Where?
Where'd you see it?
Hey, let him go!
At the cabins earlier tonight.
Okay. Okay, it makes sense.
I said that earlier, Avery. You weren't
It all
here.
makes sense,
I was
yeah.
like, no one's gonna get that if you don't play League.
He must have been back for months, and he's what ran you off the road 2 months ago. Help me. Help me. We can still save Caleb. We can still save what's left of my family. We can help those who are still alive.
Why the hell should I trust you?
I didn't like either of those options.
I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm telling you we can end this. We kill Silas, everyone gets better. Everyone who's still alive anyway.
Okay. So, where would we even find him?
I know exactly where to find him.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
This doesn't mean I forgive you for what you did to me.
I understand.
Can someone please get me some fucking clothes?
I don't know how the science works and how they get clothes on. I mean, I guess because of video game and like they have to censor the boobies.
Had your chance. You had your chance to wipe out that wretched family and you failed.
I did?
Doesn't matter. There's still time. We can still come out on top. Past is the past. Let's just look to the future, shall we?
My mouth bleeding.
Death. Death takes many forms. It could mean change, transition, transformation, often interpreted as a beacon for the hopeful. In your case, it means, well, it just means death.
The sun is out right now.
The sun, the vitality of a new day. There's still time to wake up to the warmth of a night survived. Your choices, your actions, your very life hangs in the balance. It's up to you to find your path in the darkness and see the sun rise once again. The Hierophant. Where did you find this? Where did you find it? This shouldn't be here. He's been through enough pain. No, no, no. My poor boy. You see what they did to us?
What?
No.
What the?
What have they done? What have they done?
She's related to Silas. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Silas, my boy. Oh.
Her little boy is Silas and she's the hag of the... I can't. What is she doing? There's no way. What's happening? What are you doing? Ma'am.
Mommy's coming, Silas. Mommy's coming, Silas! Silas! Silas!
I am so, like, I'm lost. Like, I'm shook, I'm lost, I'm Houston, I'm deceased.
No, no, no. My poor boy. You see what they did to us? How they hurt us. He's out there still, all alone.
What does the tower card mean?
Full moon, they hunt him, armed with silver, trying to put an end to a curse they inflicted upon themselves when they set my show ablaze 6 years ago. Stupid children.
Who set your thing on fire?
Silas, my little white wolf. He must be protected. You must not follow this path. Do you understand? Remember how I've helped you all this time?
I don't know who to trust.
Remember how much I've done for you.
Like, who do we trust? Like, what if the Hackett's didn't actually set her thing on fire, but, like, we have to kill Silas to help all of our friends? Right or wrong? Like, what? Not the final girl. We're not. No, no. We are having friends survive. Oh, man. Okay.
What the fuck? Why am I on top of a fucking tree?
Well,
Laura!
let's be careful where we step.
How the hell am I gonna get down?
Dumbass.
Asked and answered.
Where the hell am I?
Yeah. But we will figure out everything else.
Where the hell are my clothes? You gotta be kidding me.
Yes! Slay! I want this fit.
Totally should have just gone to the Harbinger Motel.
So gender. What do you mean I think it's Silas because Chris was chained up all night? I feel like there's so much to think about. Like I don't know where or what to think. No, I agree. It's cute, it's hot, it's sexy. More men dress like this. If you dress like this, so true. But also DM me.
She must have come back.
Yes, but you were a monster. Oh, yes, hat. Getting the fit together. Don't jump in. You're gonna get your clothes wet. Is it safe? Like, do we think that's really the... I mean, more people to help, right? Like, if he just stays here, he's kind of dead weight.
Okay. This better have a great fucking ending.
I'm working on it. Yeah, the hat gone. Like, damn. Really? Oh my. Guys! Is that really how he's gonna die? That was fucking stupid. Are you kidding? $2K Supermassive. That was fucking bullshit. I'm mad as fuck. That was dumb. That was stupid. Now you're gonna make me waste a retry? Wow. That's fucking stupid. I didn't even get a chance to save myself. Those get me bullshit. I don't care for him. I don't want to waste a fucking retry, but I didn't want him to die. I'm not wasting a retry on him so he's dead. Like, with the other people we have, there's no way I'm wasting a retry on this guy. But wow, what a fucking loser way to fucking die. So mad. Wow.
Okay, nice. Hopefully they realize the campus closed and try the motel up the road. Okay.
Why is she by herself? Oh.
Okay, Caitlin.
She has to be by herself.
The rain's been off and on all night. These fuckers know you're in here. They're coming back first chance they get. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Okay. I need to get to a vantage point.
I'm so mad. That was so stupid. It's the final chapter, so they're gonna do that. That's so stupid.
How long has this guy been here? Maybe I should keep looking.
She's in the basement. This will be necessary.
What's this? Trail cam footage. It's like they're looking for something. I remember Mr. H's cheesy-ass announcements. Whoa. Busted.
Well, that would have been useful.
Where have I seen this emblem before?
It belongs to Bobby Hackett, apparently. None of these feel like great vantage points. I liked upstairs. I liked up there with the mirror. Seriously? Is that the only vantage point? That doesn't look good. And it's saying I should keep looking. Is there more, or is it seriously the only vantage point? Not right here.
Nice to put a name to a big mean face. So what, you're like Mr. H's brother, I guess?
Why leave it? What? You're weird for that one, Brenda. It's like I can't not call her Brenda. What's her name? Caitlin? Like, how do you just... Do you really think this is a good spot? Like, seriously. It doesn't seem like there's another spot, so... Why did you start calling her? Because her real name's Brenda Song. Keep looking. Like... This makes me feel like I need to keep looking. Does it not? I don't want her to die, guys. The way I haven't looked at my phone in like 7, 8, 10 hours. Oh, only one message after not being on my phone for like 10 hours. Thanks, guys. I don't think this is the right thing. I think it is. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't look like a good vantage point, though. So I'm like, are you sure?
Showtime, motherfuckers.
We're all separated.
Fuck this whole night. I just wish I could tell you I'm sorry. More than anything.
We're crying naked in the woods. Can we just get the fuck over it?
I just wanted one more night together. Is that too much to ask for? Shit. Stop crying, you big baby.
Oh, he's a Pisces. True.
I don't know what to do.
So me.
Okay, Emma, just stay cool. Everything's gonna be okay. Just breathe. What the shit?
How'd she get there?
What the?
She's literally in the open. She's also in front of a bunch of windows. She's about to be surrounded. Shoot it. Hello? What a stupid fucking game. Are you done? Because this shouldn't even be the ending I get, so... Because it's not silver? So I'm supposed to run. She has a gun, but she's supposed to do nothing with it. Is that it? Or did I just miss because the FPS sucks? Because I'm mad as hell. Like, that wasn't even my fault. Cool. I love the PS4. Wait, this is probably so much better on like PC and stuff, but I just don't have a PC. It's like so annoying. Well, let's see how far back we are. Watch my game be soft locked. I have to relive this? Sure. Watch her die again. Well? Oh, she's just gonna die again, lol. Okay.
Oh, Caitlin, no. No, no, no. I can't help you. I'm sorry.
Hi, Bev. Where's the mirror?
Wait. Yes, I can. Silver shells. Come on, Caitlin! Come this way! This way! Talking to a TV. Come on.
Ew. Oh. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. What is in that room? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm really not trying to die again. I'm worried we're gonna die again.
It's Silver! Hey, I'm here!
Why is she running like that? I'm literally so annoyed. Like, are you kidding me? I really don't want to play this anymore. Like, I'm really annoyed. Like, I'm angry. Like, I'm actually annoyed. Like, I don't need to see her die again. Like, I'm actually fucking so angry. I just want to watch the ending. I'm, like, done. I, like, don't care. And then it's gonna crash again because I have a shitty PS4, like... Like, I missed. Like, how stupid is that? Is this how we get infinite lives? Is this the glitch? Because every time my game crashes, I don't lose a life. I just don't want my faves to die. It's like actually so infuriating. Let me have nice things. Blah, blah. I haven't eaten food yet. I haven't de-dragged. I haven't done my laundry. The day is just starting for me. Thank you. There's like something in my throat, like... I think it's like... I don't know, there's something on my teeth. It's probably because I haven't been able to brush my teeth because I've been sick. So like, there's some gross stuff on my teeth. On my teeth. How long is this vlog gonna be? Oh, almost 10 hours. Okay. Are you serious? Not it being soft locked on her dying. Are you kidding me? You're actually kidding. You're serious. That's so fucked. Are you kidding? It's gonna crash again when I use a life. So I can't even use my lives. What do you mean surely not? It's right now. That's what's happening. It's gonna crash. Watch. It's gonna crash. Wow. Way to kill the mood. Wow. Way to ruin my fucking day. Wow. And I saved all my lives for this. Wow. I'm trying to restart my PS4 to see if it'll work. The bird at my window? Okay. Calm down. Says delete the save data or reinstall the game. If this happens one more time, I don't know what we're gonna do. Like, if it actually, like, not to be, like, a party pooper, but, like, if I actually can't use my replays or whatever, and she dies, I don't want to see it through. Like, I'm that mad. I'm that bothered about it. Like, I'm that bothered. Like, cool game, but I'll take my L. If that's what it is. Until it's fixed, I guess. Cause wow, that makes me upset. Like, really upset. Waiting for it to load, and we're gonna watch Brenda die again. So I'm turning the volume down because I don't want to fucking hear it. And I don't want to look up, like, somebody's, like, ending either. Like, I want to see what our game's ending was gonna be, you know? We get it. I'm staring so hard at this thing. I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work. It's not gonna work. It's gonna crash. All right. That's cool. How much of that is left? I'm like, wow. Like, really, wow. I don't want to save everybody. I just want to know how long the ending chapter is. The chapter lasts about 40 minutes longer. I don't know, y'all. I'm so mad. And like, I'm sponsored, but like, what am I supposed to say? Like, oh yeah, guys! Good game, let's keep playing. Like, what am I supposed to do? I mean, it is a good game, but like, I can't finish it. It's broken. Like, what am I supposed to do? Don't buy it on PS4, I guess. If you want to use your revives. Like, wow. I'm like mad. Like, it doesn't matter if anybody dies. Like, they're just gonna die. Like, it's permadeath. Like, I can't save anyone. That sucks. Like, a lot. Like, I just have to suffer through all my characters dying. Because I can't have anything nice. Continue watching movie mode from where you left off. But how do you make decisions? Oh, I guess you can't do that. Well, it's just gonna be me angry for the next 30 minutes because I'm gonna fuck everything up and everybody's gonna die, but I can't do anything about it. So I guess we'll see this game through to the worst ending fucking possible that I'm gonna get. Woohoo. Does anyone want to buy me Dunkin' Donuts? Like, I'm in such a bad mood. Oh my god. Yeah, Nemesis LaCroix. It should be a picture of me. Like, damn. I didn't think this was really gonna make me upset, but yeah, I'm mad. Like, I'm mad. Alright, wrap it up, buddy. We've seen this 4 times before. Please. Like, okay, whatever. Wrap it up. Pack it up, 4 FPS. She's dead, can't do anything about it. Sucks for me. You know, can't have anything nice. Nope, whatever. That mechanic can't use it. Fierce, yes. Slaying, yes, I love this.
So what exactly happened 6 years ago?
There was a fire that wiped out dozens of people, and now there's werewolves and a ghost that roams the woods looking for her lost baby boy. Which I've just put together is Silas. Oh shit.
It's a long story.
No, it's not. There was a fire. Silas the wolf boy escaped, bit a bunch of your family. You failed to stop him.
Burn.
What happened in the past doesn't matter right now.
It kind of does, actually. We need to know what we're up against, at least.
What we're up against is a feral boy turned werewolf who for the last 6 years has avoided being found. No matter what we did. Every full moon we were out there looking. Every single one. Now the son of a bitch is finally here. So what we're up against is my only chance to end this thing for good.
But let me posit this question.
How do you even know where he is? How the hell are we gonna find him just driving down the middle of the road?
Okay. This is where more people die and I can't do anything about it. What am I supposed to do? Shoot the top of the car? What am I supposed to do, guy? Like, this is ridiculous.
He's on the roof. I can't reach the gun.
Forget that. Just get in.
Where did he go? He kind of just disappeared.
He's gotta be nearby.
Was it him?
Crazy?
Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate you. I haven't eaten in 5 days, so I appreciate you a lot.
Are we there yet?
You're okay.
Been better, but yeah.
So, like, I just don't understand why we would turn on...
Got some blood.
Oh, I hate saying this, but the cop, but, like... He's not... Like, who is infecting the people? It's Silas. So why wouldn't we kill Silas?
What happened back here? Whoa.
Lady.
This is where we went off the road.
Lady. I have to tell you. I'm not going to tell you anything about this game because if you don't want spoilers. But I will tell you that my game is broken. So, I have gotten some very unfortunate endings. Very sad about it. Okay, well, I can't rewind. So, every mistake I made, it's my problem. And I've saved all of my saves until now, and I tried using one, and every time I do that, my game crashes. So all of my favorite characters I want to save are now dead. But thank you for the raid. How was the stream? Everybody coming in. I'm Nemesis. I run the network around here every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, whatever day. I'm live 5 days a week in drag, and I would love to have you here. I play variety retro content, and I'm a non-binary trans femme person. I'm gonna assume both, but so far Caitlyn. And we've seen her die 4 times because my game keeps crashing on it. And I couldn't fix it! So I have to just beat the game no matter what the cost is. Like, whoever dies. I'm really not happy. Like I'm really upset about it. Like, really upset about it.
2 months ago.
No. I'm at the end. Like, last chapter. It was the giant monster.
You should shoot me in the head right now. Go ahead. If that's what you want, I won't stop you.
What?
Don't shoot him. You're stupid as fuck. Like, let me posit this hypothetical, though. Is it Silas infecting people, or is it the Hag of Hatchet's quarry putting curses on people that turn them into that? Posit that for you.
Normally, I'd have werewolf's blood cover our scent, but I'm all out, so we're high risk.
A freezer can kill Caitlyn? Like, what?
You ready to end this?
Let's fucking do this.
Yeah, I'm ready to eat, so can we wrap this up? I don't think she infected her son on purpose. I don't want to play as anybody else because everybody else is just gonna die. Like, I really... Can I just watch the end of the game? Like, I just want to watch. By just, like, letting my controller do nothing. Like, I can't. Like, I'm really trying to be nice. Like, I really like this game. It's been so good, but that really made me upset. Like, I really wanted my faves to survive, and that the mechanic promised to me isn't working, and my game keeps crashing. There's a choice you can make or not make. Oh. Huh. Oh, I know what's gonna happen. Well, I don't know what's gonna happen, but everybody's talking about it. Well, I don't know. Okay.
God damn, this place has got some uncool vibes.
Podcast didn't do it justice.
You don't know the half of it.
This is where I saw her.
Her?
I thought Max hit her, but then I was out here and she was something else.
Who?
The old woman, she was saying something over and over again. Oh my god, she was saying Silas.
No, that's impossible who you're talking about.
I saw her too. In the run tunnels.
It's Eliza Vorez. Silas's mother. I think.
Oh, you know. It's not... You're not...
You think?
Well, it sounds better than owner.
What?
Wait, what does that mean?
He was a feral child she found and then kept in a cage like a goddamned animal. If Kaylee hadn't...
In a cage, huh?
Oh, shit.
Oh!
Forget I said anything.
Sorry. She said, wait a minute.
Really? You're still hiding stuff now?
You blew half the head off my niece, Kaylee Hackett. One of the kindest, gentlest souls to ever walk this earth. All she wanted to do was help that little boy.
Who did she vote for?
Locked in a cage by that freak show witch.
What does she do?
She just wanted to help him.
Travis.
She convinced Caleb to start a fire. It was just a distraction. Some hay bales. Give him enough time to get Silas out of his cage and give him his freedom.
That's not what happened.
No. Because within minutes, everybody was dead. You ever see Hayburn? Liza? Whole crew. Kaylee managed to get Silas to freedom. But Caleb got bit in the process.
Okay, we need to kill Silas. Like, I don't care.
That's why you've been hunting him. Silas, I mean.
Every full moon for 6 fucking years.
Some hunter you are.
Oh!
This is all that's left.
Jesus Christ.
Man. Any sign?
Negative.
Damn, I never saw any of this.
I didn't even know this was here.
Ryan?
That didn't scare me. It didn't.
Shit. I'm sorry. That was...
Close. We must be close.
Did you both...
See it too?
Kinda wish I hadn't.
Same.
I want to know this decision everybody's talking about. Like, I want to know.
Silas, the dog boy.
That must be it. Careful.
Fucking Jesus Christ.
My God.
All right, let's wrap it up. Shoot him.
What's wrong?
What are you waiting for?
Literally, what are you waiting for?
Shoot, you stupid girl!
Yes, shoot him.
Are you sure about this?
Shoot.
Please, let's just go before we have to see him like that in human form.
It's too late for that.
Why would you not? No, like, actually. No, like, like, I'm serious. Like, actually, why wouldn't you? He infected everybody. What are they gonna flip the script and be like, actually, when I don't shoot him? No, literally, that's what I'm saying. Does he have anything to live for? Like, what?
I bet you think you have it all figured out. I bet you think you're fucking clever. I tried to help you. I tried to warn you. I even started to like you.
Did Elix keep him alive?
Not after this. I will not forget what you made them do to my Silas. I've been with you all night, and I'm not about to stop now just because the night's come to an end. No.
What? No, I'm good, girl. I gotta go to dinner.
You hear a noise in the dark, a whisper from the shadows, the breath on the back of your neck. That's gonna be me. I'll be there.
I fuck with ghosts all the time, girl.
I'll never leave you.
And what?
I'll never leave you.
Oh, God bless. Thank you, lady. Also, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it and love you so much. I hope we can do something together soon. We did it. Uninjured, Bobby was able to fend for himself. Well, he deserved it. Could you make her survive? That would be kind of slay. Oh, shut up. Bye. When it shows Brenda dead, she's not actually. She's sleeping. She's alive. I'm just gonna pretend like she's alive. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I told y'all. Oh, he is alive. Dylan's alive. Nick's alive. Nope. Oh. Oh yeah, he's dead. He is dead. These load times. The PS4 fucking sucks. Yes, she was a queen. Fave character. She's alive, guys. It doesn't. Nope. She's alive. She's alive. She's alive. Oh, he was alive. She's meditating. She's alive. I swear, guys. I literally swear. Oh, if we could have killed him, I would. Hi, Hadar. How are you doing? I'm glad we cured him. Slay by King. The by Kings can live happily ever after. Slay, sure. She's a girl boss. She's cool. She's cool. I fuck with her. Congrats on beating the game. I don't know if it was the best one. Why would you not kill him? Like... Is there supposed to be audio? Because I have no audio right now. This PS4 version, I can't. We need to assess.
Summer camp tragedy. Freak bear attack leaves several dead. What do you make of that, Anton?
I love that term, several.
Like the detectives are just they don't even count the bodies.
So what
They're
was
not
the
like one,
gag?
two. They're like 1, 2.
that everybody's
3.
talking
You know
about?
what? It's several murders.
You know, it might be a tactic, though. They can't give out that information yet. Sometimes detectives are notoriously difficult to solicit information from, especially when you go in saying, "Hi, I'm a paranormal expert."
I thought we'd done the whole Hackett's Quarry thing.
Not this Hackett's Quarry thing.
What was this, like 3 months ago? Old news, dude.
Anton, introductions first. We are Bizarre Yet Bonafide, the podcast of the paranormal. I'm Grace.
And I'm Anton.
And together, we explore the possibility of supernatural involvement in real life, everyday occurrences.
And that's exactly what they are, real-life, everyday occurrences.
With a shadow of spiritual, supernatural occurrences.
No.
Okay, so I hope you've got hat insurance, Anton, because I'm about to blow your mind.
Did you just ask if I had hat insurance?
Yes, it's responsible to insure those things which mean the most to you.
A hat.
Yes.
Okay, I know where your priorities lie. Go on.
Anyway, there actually is a real reason that we're coming back to Hackett's Quarry. There've been some developments, and I've sourced some information.
I remain skeptical, but I'm all ears. Under my hat.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Oh God, why? Why are you smiling? Stop it, I hate it.
Why? I had braces. I have to make use of them sometimes.
You do have very pretty teeth.
Thank you. That's
Anyways, can you stop?
a lot of podcast listeners might not know about me.
Oh, the unskippable cutscene.
It just so
Ooh,
happens
ooh.
I've got someone on the inside. So today's episode is going to have a bit of a show and tell vibe to it.
Who do you know on the inside? The inside of
Is
where?
there a post-credit scene?
What?
You know someone on the inside?
Don't we all have someone on the inside? You know, an inner critic that says, "Stop doing a podcast. No one's listening."
You should listen to that voice, Grace.
Okay, well, what I really meant is, let's call it an anonymous donation. You know, we're not the only ones who flagged this as a bizarre situation. Someone actually reached out to us. They sent us a package.
Did you didn't open it? I don't trust anyone who listens to this show.
Oh, I couldn't wait to open it. Surprise!
Anonymous donation?
Okay, you've always promised me since day
Okay,
one.
so my thoughts. I think it's a pretty phenomenal game. I will say I gave it a little flack for the bugs on PS4, which I think are very fair for what I was going through, considering I just streamed it for 10 hours and I'm at the last chapter and the game started crashing. I think that's a fair assessment of frustration, considering I had saved all of my lives for this very moment. So I think they should fix their PS4 version or not even let it be allowed on the PS4. Because I would have just played it on PC if I knew it was going to have this many issues. And I know what you're thinking. You're like, Nem, why did you play it on PS4? It's so I could literally function and not have my computer overheat. So, I don't know. Besides that, that's one of my big critiques. I would say I have another big critique. I would say, although I don't know the answers to everything in this yet, and I don't know or make sense of all the information, I really am not... I like how supernatural it went. I don't like how similar it was for Until Dawn. I hate to compare games, but like, I feel like the trope of the, and I know this isn't a great word to say, but the Wendigo trope that they did in Until Dawn was very prevalent in this one, and they were almost the exact same except for the biting technique. Like, they did not, I don't know, they were like literally the same body shape and they acted the same. Like, I don't know, I feel like there was something they could have gone like more supernatural with like the wolves and stuff and like really gone there, or made it even scarier, make them more fleshy, make them more Titans, like Attack on Titan, and make them like more creepy crawly, I guess. I don't know. I feel like they really should have taken a different direction to it, considering how it was already going to be compared to Until Dawn. Like, off the bat, like it was automatically going to be compared to it and all the other Dark Picture games. That's my only critique. Those are my only two critiques. And I feel like the comparison to the supernatural figures Yeah, I really liked the possession route it was going towards, opposed to the werewolfy ones. I don't know, a lot of these games go into the same, I feel like, box. Which I think this one did a great job with storytelling. Like, I loved all the characters for the most part. I really felt like I was growing with them. And when I was upset that they died, like, frustrated with the game, it was because I was angry that I couldn't save them. Yeah, I like that too. I just wish it was, like, a more... I wish they went more supernatural with it. Like, I liked the tarot. I liked the circus route. I liked the paranormal curse. But I also just haven't really explored the game. I mean, there's different endings and stuff too, and real endings. I could have gotten a bad ending, but that's just surface level. Like, I'm a new player to this game. I am a first-time player, so that is just my review of it. So I can't really give it too much flack. I would say like an 8.5 out of 10. Probably 9. I don't think it was bad. I just think, like, a few things could have been adjusted, and it could have been, like... It would be probably, like, Game of the Year category. But that's just my opinion. We all have different opinions. Don't get bent out of shape if you're watching one of the VODs or my clips and this is what I say. Like, everybody has a different opinion. I still think it's a great game. That's just how I feel.
Oh, the staff at the Harbinger Motel in North Kill, New York said that something happened? Well, then it must be true.
Yeah, this is a long credit scene. I'm waiting for a post-credit scene. See, I don't think it was not scary. Like, I was definitely scared, but... Ah, God, I hate saying this when I'm, like, sponsored, and, like, they're probably gonna hate my guts. But, like, at least I'm being real. Like, would you rather me be like... Come on, guys. Like, buy this game, it's good. It has 100 different endings. Like, please do. And, like... Fully, we just played it for 10 hours and I didn't explore the most of it. So please buy it. You can also use my code on the 2K store or whatever it is. You can do exclamation point 2K or Tiny Tina or whatever it is and navigate that way. But like even as 2K Next makers, everybody, we give our critiques. We give our critiques, make things better. They have town halls and they give critiques. Like, why would you not? I feel like lying and saying, like, oh, this game has no flaws. Like, that's silly. Like, why would you not be honest with it? I mean, that's what game developers want to hear, right? They want to hear how to go from where they are. I don't think there's anything wrong with the gameplay. I don't think there's anything wrong with the storytelling. Like, I think everything was great. I will say, like, the faces, sometimes I was like, why are you making that face? But that's it. Right. I mean, I just don't think it's realistic.
Do we have the actual thing? Can I see it in the flesh, so to speak?
No, just the photo. Whoever got
I mean, I had a lovely time. I would have just liked to have Brenda last a little longer. And not die like that. But that's me being a grumpy pants.
claw marks.
Wow, you're right. That is underwhelming.
But I'm kind of interested because whoever did reach out thought it was worth sharing.
Grace, it's highly likely this is all just an elaborate prank.
True.
I mean, I think there's more that we just didn't see because we didn't do the best route. So, I think there's more to explore. But not today. It's 7 in the morning. So, I'm waiting for... There's probably not even going to be a post-credit scene. I'm just interested to see what my friend had to say, because one of my mods said that there's a twist in the game that will make it so you can replay the game and it makes sense. And I'm like, what was that twist? Because I don't see anything that's really related in that.
You've practically given it. Just give me the succinct soundbite I so desperately long for.
Okay, I never agreed to this title, but I would agree that for the first time ever, this case could well be bizarre yet bona fide.
This is the best day of my life.
And that's sad.
Why? Is it not yours?
No.
So what now?
Well, we gotta send this stuff to the police. They can decide whether it's useful or not.
I just wish we could know more.
But I had a lovely time. Thank you, 2K. I mean, 2K's pumping out the games this year. They got Tiny Tina Wonderlands, they got this, they got Marvel's Evil Alliance or something, and then they have the new Borderlands Telltale game coming out soon. Oh, that's gonna be so good. I can't wait for that. I can't wait to see the PR we're gonna get for that. Oh my god. I'm gonna gag. I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna shit and die. I'm excited. This PR was really cute though. Like, I was really excited to see like cute like camping stuff. Like, that's really cute. But thanks 2K. Wait, is Cammy on here? Cammy and Josh? Where's Josh? Where's Cammy? See our friends at 2K. I know, I'm so honored and happy 2K loves working with me. I love them. And I hope I get to see my 2K friends soon, IRL. Last time I saw them was... I didn't even see them at PAX. I see Noelle everywhere though. Noelle works at Gearbox. I love Noelle. Is that Cammy? I think that's Cammy. So true, Cammy. It is global influencer marketing. Cammy bestie. We love Cammy. Do we miss Josh? I think we miss Josh. No, there's a Josh. There's Josh. Oh my god, they're right near each other. Josh is right there. Josh and Cammy, our friends at 2K. Hey. That's so fun. Josh Kaplan. I'm like sitting here de-dragging so I can like run upstairs and shower. I have to get my sheets. I have to make my bed. Oh my god. I hate my life. I have to make my fucking bed, dude. I love a bath, though. Did you see Final Fantasy? I am so excited for Final Fantasy. We just played the remake. So I'm really excited we manifested the sequel. The squeakquel. Also, Crisis Core I'm really excited for. Really excited for that. These credits are a lot. Oh my god. I can't live here anymore. I'm so fucking annoyed. It's never a fucking easy day. I'm so over it. Uh-huh. Well, that is the sequel, but it's a trilogy now, apparently. I just call it the sequel, because, like, you know. I like shiny things and paper rings, uh-huh. I can never have it easy. I'm so annoyed. Oh my god. I could scream. I did. Alright, someone wake me up when this is done. I gotta buy fucking lash glue. I hate Amazon's subscribe and save shit. Like, shut up. The 4-packs of the drink I want, you know the one. The one I drink all the time. They're going for $20 on Amazon. Why? It's a 4-pack. They cost $2 each. It should be $8. Not $25. What else did I need to buy? Makeup wipes. Let me just buy a shower, a kitchen, an entire apartment while I'm fucking at it. Oh no. Are these still? Oh my god. I'll wait. Is there a post-credit scene? There has to be. Guys, oh, what? I'm gonna take my wig off. I'm fully de-dragging right here. Oh my god. Oh, you are kidding me! I just waited all that time! Oh my god. Thanks. House, can you please DM me what you mean about the twist that makes it so you can replay? Whatever you were talking about, because it does not make sense to me. You've lost me. Okay. After a long night. Sure. Okay. 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 I'm done. Thanks for joining, everybody. Thanks for hanging. Welcome back. I don't know when I'm gonna be live again. I mean, definitely not tomorrow. I'm taking tomorrow to play Dead by Daylight and eat French fries. That's what I'm doing tomorrow. Day after that, I will be streaming like every day next week because we're doing Twitch Pride, so there's no one to raid because it's literally 7 in the morning, so I'm just gonna end stream. Thanks y'all, I'll see y'all later, bye.